Heroes have risen. Legends have been forged. Their names echoing through time. Their glory etched into the stars.
Doesn't appear to be. Come on, lad, take that behind. They're still hammering away another one. What do you say? Oh, come on, Abaddon. Pull a hero on us. I'm looking for the hero off the bargain. I'm reloaded. One, two,
the arena awaits. This crucible of courage, ready to bear witness. Who will be cast down? And who will join the immortal dynasty? Let the battle begin.
Hello everyone and welcome to Alliance Tournament 2020. Holy hell, it is the 20th time we are doing this. Who is going to go home? The champions of the 20th Alliance Tournament, joining the hallowed halls of victors. Last year's defending champions, Fraternity, are going to be first up. I am CCP Overload. I am joined by a whole host of amazing talent for this production. We are here in the CCP headquarters in Iceland. And honestly, I am so excited, I think I want to go straight to the first match. It's going to be Fraternity, the defending champions, going up against Till Doomsday. So let's just head over straight to the arena and we'll talk about that afterwards.
Against Till Doomsday's drone control. Fear?
Yeah, Till Doomsday, unfortunately, not going to have a great time against that King Killer Rapid Heavy setup with all their ships being, of course, medium-sized. But they do have a Zarmazd, which does mean if they aren't able to clip through these EOS's, Vexillary Navy issues, and similar ships, then Zarm will be able to spool off, and Frat will need to change targets. But we see off the start a bunch of drones from the Till Doomsday's side starting to move over towards these Armageddon Navy issues, and Till Doomsday's actually boating in with their drone setup.
Yeah, it looks like the Oneros will be the primary, which makes a lot of sense to me. You're going to want to get rid of that before Till Doomsday loses any critical mass. It looks like Fraternity will be going on to the EOS, trying to get any of the links off of the board. And notably, Fraternity putting a total of 30 points into two arbitrators. That tracking and guidance disruption isn't going to do much against the drone comp.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate pick for them. However, Kingslayer should do well against medium-sized ships, even with the lower SIG radius that is given by the armor. And of course, Armageddon Navy issue with flagship guns is going to be doing a lot of DPS all on its own. But we see Ombre Dalogio currently tanking up these RHMLs pretty quickly. I expect Frat to start changing targets pretty soon, as the Soneros of Copperch seems to have gotten out of the danger from Till Doomsday.
Yeah, we see an entire cloud of heavy drones on top of that Oneros, and it looks like that might be a 100 MN Oneros. It seems to be active tanking. However, one of the issues in bringing a drone setup like Fraternity did is that your Navy Armageddon, of course, is not going to have rep bots, so that Oneros will most likely be a bit of a local tank. And now damage coming off of the Oneros and switching on to another target on the side of Fraternity.
Yeah, meanwhile, Fraternity keeping on poking and prodding. They've got some more damage onto the EOS of Desti, Noah, but as we've mentioned, those Zarm reps, once they're able to keep spooling, can tank the dual rapid heavies if they can. Zarmaz this year only 2 more points than the other Tech 2 Logi ships, notably the Guardian. So if it's able to keep these reps up, it's good. That said, Frat swapping onto this Hyena of KitKat 01, and he's going to die pretty quickly. Yeah,
we see a lot of light drones that are on top of KitKat. KitKat doing the best to try to pull range on that, going 3,000 overheating, and he is actually pulling away from some of these drones, but he's already down into low hull.
Yeah, being in structure, Hyena, of course, able to screen and slow down targets for these drones to catch back up to. At the moment, though, KitKat 01 still staying alive for the time being, as Fraternity, their Tormentor is the target from the drone comp at the time. They just haven't been able to kill the Soneros. The Oneros got off scot-free, and the Tormentor goes down for first blood.
Yeah, that Tormentor had been doing a good job at holding down one of the EOSs, and then we see tackle on what looks like Destiny Noah had dropped a little bit there, really doing a good job at holding one of those EOS in the back line, but Tormentor not quite as tanky as some of its other brethren. That Hyena now finally dropping to drone damage.
Yeah, until Doomsday, getting those webs off the table for them is not going to be very nice at all. Fraternity getting rid of a lot of that control. We see the EOS of Ombre once again being the primary from Fraternity. Those dual rapid heavies are not clipping through the Zarm Rebs at the moment. And it's been a bit unfortunate for them with these two arbitrators basically being useless this comp. They're going to lose their Confessor, and that's one more tackle boat off the table for Fraternity.
Yeah, interestingly, that does put Till Doomsday in the lead. And I have to imagine that it looks like Frank the Tank is possibly going to be a new primary. We see heavy newts going on top of it, trying to maybe shut off some hardeners. But these heavy Armageddons, they're going to have to eventually break through the Zarm or an Ishkur or something else because they're not going to break an EOS. And right now, they need points to start to be able to secure a lead, or they're going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, Fraternity Dot, it's a bit interesting seeing Kingslayer at this stage in the tournament. Typically, we didn't see a whole lot of it in feeders, and Fraternity obviously didn't play in feeders, being the winner from last year. There are Neros now being chunked out once again. Copper CN now into half armor, and it doesn't look like he's able to self-rep enough. Is he tackled right now? Yes, he is.
He's been held down by the prophecy of Flemben, good old French name that I cannot pronounce. However, the Magus on the side of Alternative Muvlov did a good job at counter-scramming the prophecy off, so the Oneros is doing what he can to now be no longer under that web, slowing him down. He's going to be propping up, trying to mitigate a little bit more damage, but there are no rep drones on top of that Oneros. It's all local tank, and there's just a mob of Imperial Navy, everything, and Republic Fleet warriors on top of him, going down into low hull. If Fraternity loses their Oneros here, it may be a huge upset.
It really looks like it too. Till Doomsday taking out that Oneros, and once again, these arbitrators are absolutely useless. The Navy Armageddons are completely tackled up. So are the Magus and the Pontifex at the moment, and these dual rapid heavies have not been able to chunk through these EOSs. They killed one frigate the entire time, and now they're onto an Ishkur, trying to get some damage onto that. Maybe Frank the Tank of the Vexor Navy issue, but they're losing their links now. The Pontifex is dead. They're moving on to this Magus, and they don't even need to kill the Armageddon Navy issues because the Armageddon Navy issues are losing all of their support. The Vexor is still alive, but that's going to be the last tackle down, and the dual arbitrators once again doing absolutely nothing in the drones.
So critically here, now that the Magus does die, that is now starting the clock where we have about a minute 30 seconds where the links will remain from the last time that they were run on those Navy Geddons. But once those drop, that's the end of the armor links. That's the end of any sort of skirmish link. So those Navy Geddons are going to be much less tanky. And if I'm Till Doomsday, I'm thinking about trying to commit to really taking that out here. You don't just want to win. You want to absolutely dominate and make a statement. Until Doomsday, it looks like they've got the match win. They're getting Remeline rather low. Let's see if they can also get the flagship.
Yeah, this Zarmast, an absolutely brilliant pick against this Fraternity comp. If they got the read on the Kingslayer, obviously those Zarmast reps can keep ships up through dual rapid heavies if it's able to spool for as long. Lumahan doing an excellent job being with his target priority with those reps. The Vexor is down. Now it's just two arbitrators, which do nothing in this comp, and the two Armageddon Navy issues, which I'd have to assume are dual nuke fit. I don't see any sort of smart bombs going out from them at the moment. And we see the drone blobs starting to move over towards those Geddon Navies in support of these EOSs. And the Zarmaz taking some damage right now, but the Zarmaz is incredibly tanky in that local tank, and that's not what you want to see if you're dual rapid heavy Armageddon Navy issues. Remember, the flagship is being used here. If the flagship goes down, we're seeing Frat lose their flagship in the first match of the tournament.
Yeah, so these are going to be rapid heavy and these Newt EOSs. So these EOSs are on top of a Navy Geddon each, and these EOSs are getting rather low. It looks like what's going on is Fraternity is using the fact that they can have one of these Geddon shoot each of the EOSs, and this will do something that that Lu will not like, which is having to split reps. And Zarmaz are very, very bad. We can see that, Mutaplasmid rep go on top of Destiny Noah, which means that Ombre might drop, but, I mean, Fraternity, they still have a massive attack bar. It's just, can they actually get that rapid heavy damage concentrated and on top of anything? These arbitrators are breaking. Man, even if they do break these EOSes, Fraternity is going to be in a lot of trouble.
They'll have a lot of points to make up. Till Doomsday going to be over that 100-point mark. Remember, this year, point values are approximately double what they are previously, and we get up to 200 points for a little bit more granularity. Till Doomsday currently sitting at 95 points of Fraternity's 11. They have yet to kill any of these EOSes. Once again, just killed the Hyena. One of the EOSes isn't even tackled anymore. Dusty gets completely out of dodge, and now Ombre should be able to focus the reps back on top of Ombre in the EOS. We see Luhu start to move that. And once again, these spooled reps from the EOS, if they're able to keep through the rapid heavy clips, even with the flagship, it's just impossible for Fraternity to do anything against this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, till Doomsday, almost everyone had thought that they would be, you know, the team that would easily get knocked out here. And they're doing an actual masterclass of really showing what happens when you can screen apart these ships. And I mean, Fraternity really dumping 30 points into guidance and missile disruption that really isn't going to do much. And now it looks like Ombre is actually stabilizing in low armor. That, you know, Mutaplasmid rep from the Zarmzet is actually holding him. Lu is absolutely playing lights out, doing a great job. You know, it's staying away from the newt pressure of these Navy Armageddons. And crucially, this year, you know, officer-heavy newts are not allowed to be used. So the Navy Geddons, while they might have a Tech 2 newt, they won't have the full officer capability.
Yeah, until Doomsday, they're a team that we've seen in a couple of the previous tournaments. The French team split off from what was Local's primary, them and White Flag kind of going off and doing their own thing. We see Till Doomsday coming to this tournament. Not a lot of expectations on them after some kind of poor performances in the previous two. This is an absolute statement win for them, as we are only 44 seconds left in the match. They lose Ombre. Even if they lose Dusty, they win this one handily, and they're about to kill Syra and Ikaruga in the Navy Armageddon.
Well, okay, so that said, they would have to kill Dusty, but Dusty would not be enough points, right? They would also have to kill a Zarmzad or a Prophecy. And really, I mean, we've got 28 seconds left on the clock. Fraternity's not going to have the time. The number one seeded team in this entire event, one Alliance Tournament 19, is going to go down to the lower bracket in a manner that I think no one would have predicted this year.
No, this is completely unexpected and an absolute upset. Till Doomsday making a massive statement, taking out the tournament favorites and the number one seed going into the tournament. We have 6 seconds left in the match. Siren Ikaruga goes down. We don't know which of those Navy Armageddons was the flagship. We'll see if it was Siren or if it perhaps is Fubuki Waifu and they're able to carry that in the lower bracket. But that is the match. Till Doomsday are moving on. Fraternity get knocked down to the lower bracket, and we're going to take a quick break. After that, it's going to be to the desk. We'll be right back after this.
I'm like
and
over
welcome back, Alliance Tournament 20, the first match, the first upset. Fraternity taking the L on that one, and I believe I'm joined by Mystical Might and Blackbart Pirate. Mystical Might has just dropped his L on the floor. You may put that back upon your head where it belongs. What an upset. Blackbart Pirate, what happened there?
Well, it's something I don't think anybody expected. I didn't get to see what the Twitch results or predictions were on that, but I mean, returning champions Fraternity.
Oh, wow.
Already losing.
2 million channel points just went poof.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, definitely unexpected. It was kind of interesting. So, obviously, we had a lot of different things happen. We had what was a drone setup going up against this kind of weird hybrid drone rapid heavy missile launcher flagship setup. Yep. They weren't able to kill anything with their flagship besides they got an EOS and they got a Hyena, and they kind of slowly lost their entire bottom in there. Wasn't really a lot of damage. I personally hate Armageddon Navy issues as flagships. I hate Rapid Heavy Missile Launcher Armageddon Navy issues, and now I feel very justified in that because Fraternity is already in the lower bracket. First match, returning champion in the almost trash. Not quite the trash yet. Very close.
Not yet. They're trash adjacent now.
Yeah,
it's fine. But the good thing is they do have an opportunity to win tons of skins now. They could do the hero run through the lower bracket, getting 10 skins for every match you win, which is great. Lots of skins, lots of money. But they have to actually win those matches. Unfortunately, they have not done that yet.
That's the master plan.
Yes. Now, Misty, they had the Till Doomsday team had a Zarmazed. Talk to me about the Zarmaz. Was that a bit of a key ship for them there?
Yeah, the Zarm typically fails when DPS gets split across your team. The Zarm has a very strong remote rep, which reaches out to about 72 kilometer as an optimal. It doesn't have any fall off. It's either on or it isn't. And the more that it spools or cycles, the more it reps. What we saw with the Till Doomsday team is that he was able to effectively manage where those reps were going when the EOSs were being attacked. And because there wasn't really that much damage coming out of the Fraternity team, it was very easy to manage like how long you spent repping one EOS, then you swapped it over to the other. We saw at the end that one EOS was allowed to die because it was dying very slowly. and that the one that was more effectively tackled and in damage range was the one that got the reps, and we saw it actually go from about 10% armor up to effectively full. So very well played from the Zarm. Because of the distance that it can rep from, it means that the Navigaden, even if it is a flagship, because it doesn't have any like officer newts or faction newts, can't nude out that far to stop it from doing so.
Yeah, I mean, it'd been nice to see a flagship die in the first match, but I think it probably was Fubuki Waifu in the flagship, so I think it did survive, but we'll get confirmation on that a little bit later. But now let's look at our next match. This one's one I'm looking forward to. It's going to be Templis CALSF versus Exodus. So two pretty experienced teams. Exodus, of course, have some of the most highly skilled pilots on TQ in terms of small gang. They love to kite. These are kiting experts. And of course, Templis CALSF also no slouch team. They won Alliance Open without dropping a single match. They've done pretty well in some other tournaments, like Alliance Tournament itself, including knocking, famously, Hydra down into the lower bracket on weekend 1, back in Alliance Tournament 16. Another crazy upset. So, Bart, what do you think of this upcoming match?
I think it's going to be really good. Both teams, I feel like, I'm sure somebody on their team is like, no, he's wrong about this. But I think they're about equal skill level, which means it should be really, really interesting. And like I said, when you have such a history of matches, that means that both teams know that the other teams can bring out some like really crazy stuff. So they're going to have to prepare a lot to basically be able to beat each other. I think like we're already getting crazy matches, and I think this is one that's going to be potentially one of the best of the day. I'm calling it now, match 2, best of the day.
Match 2, best of the day. So it's a strong prediction.
Yeah.
Match 1 was pretty good.
Match 1 was pretty good.
Yeah.
Depends who you ask.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought match 1 was great.
I thought match 1 was really good too.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Two wrong opinions.
Yes.
No, I'm not so sure about that. All right, well, let's talk about wrong opinions. Let's have some predictions. What do you think this match is going to see? I'm expecting to see some kiting on the Exodus side. They're very good at it. It's traditionally what they bring. They are an execution team for sure. Bart, any thoughts?
Kiting medium guns.
Kiting medium guns. Interesting. And Mystical Might?
Probably expecting to see some abandoned. I feel like there's going to be some laser spam from Templis, maybe. I think Exodus also flew some armor cores in the feeders.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm expecting like armor versus armor, maybe some control setups or just high DPS.
Okay. And in terms of like win, lose, who are you going for?
Exodus
Exodus?
will win.
Exodus will win.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with Templis. We're going to be contrarian.
Okay,
Just starting
interesting.
off, you know what?
Let me-
Just keep it going the whole time.
Because Twitch chat is never wrong, let me check what they think. So Twitch chat think Templis CALSF. So I am going to align with my good friends out on the internet and also go for Templis CALSF in that case, because I've never, ever seen Twitch chat be wrong. It's a famous thing. They're always correct. Hello, Twitch chat. I see you there. They were wrong last time. That is a good point. Thank you, Twitch chat, pointing out that Twitch chat was in fact very wrong in the last match. I hope you guys get some of your channel points back, because that was 2 million channel points that everybody lost. I'm just looking to see if we have the bans, and we do. I can have a look at the bans here now. So Templis CALSF versus Exodus. Templis are banning out the Armageddon Navy issue, the Hyena. Exodus banning out the Crucifier and the Loki. Those were the first round bans. In the second round, Templis banned out the Typhoon Fleet issue and the Orthrus, and Exodus banning out the Arbitrator and the Sentinel. So a lot of E-War, especially like tracking disruption taken off the field by the Exodus team. That does kind of say, hey, we're going to bring some maybe like long-range guns. So I think you might be right there, Bart. But what else do you see in these bans here?
I also see that, we have the Hyena gone, so that's kind of one of the anti-kite or the kiting ships, especially with light missile setups. And we have the Loki gone, which is kind of the linchpin of the ham rush, I would say. So, yeah, I'm going to stay with what I said. I think we're going to see some long-range guns. I do feel like the kiting is still going to happen, though, so it's open now. Like, it's really, really open. It looks good for that.
It is extremely open. Mystical Might, any other thoughts on this one?
I think it's quite interesting to see how the new ban format has led to basically the removal of a bunch of tracking disrupting ships on the Exodus side, and whether that actually applies to their strategy or if they're just trying to mind game the enemy team is something that we'll probably have to see. But I think it's a cool little ban system. So.
Yeah, so the bans this time, you do 2 blind bans, you feed them to the referees, and then if there's any duplicates, there's a round of duplicate bans, so if both of you ban the same ship in the first round, you get an extra ban, and then there's a second round of blind bans as well. So we'll have some more information on the bans a little bit later in the show for you guys, but it's a bit of a change-up in the way bans have been done for the last while. Personally, I think it adds a little bit more chaos in a good way, and like you say, Misty, we have a bunch of these E-War ships all removed, and Exodus, I think, Bart, you are going to be right on what they're bringing. I still think I'm going to go with Twitch chat and go with Templis CALSF, though, and I think we can go over to the arena to see this match. And Exodus are bringing a flagship, so let's head over now and see who wins.
Bringing dual Armageddon and a lot of drone damage. Meanwhile, what have Templis, CALSF, or Exodus brought?
Yeah, Exodus has decided that they're going to bring their flagship piloted by Sabotage here. So he's going to be the only rapid heavy ship. These other Geddons are going to be giant curses supported, by the Ishimu for the long-range webs, and then you've got the Ponti and the Magus for links. And going with T2 armor Logi bots, and Purifier and Hound is an interesting choice. I really like the option to, bomb drones off or do long-range damage with things like javelins.
Yeah, and you can do a lot of damage to the Armageddons that we see from Templis, CALSF. And in fact, the last Spartan in the Armageddon is the first primary from Exodus in that flagship Geddon Navy. They have rapid heavy missile launchers on it. It's full newts from the side of Templis, CALSF, as they've opted for full drone damage in their setup. They're getting some damage on this Logi now. The Thalia of Mr. Falcon, first primary from them.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. When you commit to Stratios, you're dumping a lot of points into these drone ships, and you're really wanting to try to get on top of the Thalia, get webs or something on top of it, slow it down, turn off that afterburner. If you've got a 10MN, it looks like Falcon going around 1400 will be that, but a lot of drone damage really chunking down that Thalia very quickly. And, there are reps coming on top of it, but it's just too much damage for the Deacon so far to hold up.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Thalia, even with the 10MNs, just not outrunning the light drones at the moment. But as I say that, has been getting a bit more health back from that Deacon of Vitone, getting back into the ranges, pulling together. Meanwhile, Kill of 542, the first primary now from Exodus. They swapped off the last Spartan, and now Kill of 542 in half hull at the moment.
Yeah, they pulled drones on the side of Templis, CALSF. Mr. Falcon was not breaking. They gave up, and they're moving now to the Ishimu. They're wanting to get, those bonus webs off the field, and the Ishimu is relatively not that tanky, so I understand the reason that you would want to call that. But, if Killa drops, before they really get any damage on the Ishimu, we do try to see some newts on top of the Ishimu, and now reps. It did take some time from, Mr. Falcon, who was running away, to really get back on top of the Ishimu in range to get those reps. But again, if they get that get in, that's going to be a lot of the damage off the side of Templis. They've got a small attack bar, Fear.
Yeah, they have a pretty small attack bar, and all of that attack is in drones. Meanwhile, Exodus has a much larger one due to the rapid heavy missiles that they put on their Geddons in addition to the drone DPS that they have brought. We see a lot of attack drones out from Exodus, as well as a couple of rep drones. They end up trading for the Ashimu, but again, for an Ashimu, definitely worth it for Exodus. Their Thalia stays alive, now regenerating shield pretty effectively, and even though the Thalia and Deacon are being neutered out by the Armageddon, it is only the one Armageddon remaining.
Oh, Mr. Falcon just gets one-tapped here by a drone cloud. He was absolutely out of capacitor, just gets absolutely zeroed. Now Falcon is going to, or Vitone rather, is going to be the follow-up, and Vitone rather is moving nowhere fast, getting neuted out, webbed, and taking a pounding right now.
Yeah, those heavy newts, even with just the one Armageddon, do a lot to Logi, and short-range Logi from those Tech 2 Logi frigates, as we see this Deacon of Vitone go down. Now, the points about even, 38 to 40, but the last Spartan about to go down, and that Armageddon doesn't have a whole lot of rep from the rest of his squad and the dual Deacons there, and now CALSF have lost the majority of their damage.
Yeah, so 3 Brand is getting webbed down and has absolutely no speed. Just looking on top of him, it looks like he's getting webbed down by the support of that Magus and that Pontifex. If they can break the Deacon here, it will do a lot of damage to the support here, but they're trying to get rid of the Purifier and the Hound on the Exodus side. Once they do that, those torpedoes off the grid will mean that Exodus' attack bar will shrink pretty significantly.
Yeah, but those torpedoes did what they needed to do. It's not going to apply to an Ishtar. It's not going to apply to any other cruisers as this Deacon goes down. The torpedoes did what they needed to do, which is kill battleships, and now these rapid heavy missiles from the Armageddon and the Armageddon's Navy issue just going to chunk through this mid-sized ships from Templis, especially without their Deacons on the grid. Last Deacon falls, and Exodus running away with this match now.
Yeah, so if I'm Templis at this point, I don't really think I can win the match meaningfully. But I know that Sabotage is a Navy Armageddon. Fear, you've been in the shoes of a captain. Do you still try to win the match by going through the Megas and the Pontifex, or do you full commit onto that flagship?
I mean, you just do the primaries that make the most sense for what you have as far as DPS is concerned. You're not going to break a flagship Navy Armageddon with an Ishtar, 2 Stratios, and a Vexor worth of DPS. You're just going to try to get whatever points you can. The Mages and the Pontifex are the targets that you can actually kill. You cannot kill these battleships right now. You do not have enough damage for them, even without any Logi. We see the Ishtar go down of Oracle, and Templis CALSF going to be moving down to the lower bracket. Exodus making a strong showing from this first match. We'll see how long it takes for them to clean up Templis CALSF, or maybe we'll see some edges of glory. But at the moment, the Stratios now the primary from Exodus.
Yeah, so something we were talking about a little bit, before the match in kind of the green room is talking a little bit about the impact of these flagships and what they can really bring for your team. And so we don't have the officer, heavy newts involved, but if you're Exodus, you can put these officer rapid heavies and you can take a Navy Armageddon, which will do, a good amount of damage between heavy missiles and the drones, and really supercharge it and make it a really well-rounded, deeper team. And we can see that, these Stratios, that Ishtar, they're dropping very quick for cruisers.
Yeah, and even if you're cheaping out, right, missiles are the one system where faction guns are actually higher damage than T2. It's just not better fitting for the top quality of the faction ones. But either way, whether it's purple or green on this flagship, it is bonus damage. You get bonus damage in those lows. You get extra tank in your local reps as well, so it's very difficult to kill. We saw not a flagship go down in the first match. They did not kill Fubuki Waifu, who was in that flagship. But this time around, as we see some damage going on this Armageddon, because there's no local rep on it, it's just not nearly enough with just one Vexor and the Stratios, who are now being chunked down. The rapid heavy reload is here, so the next clip will take down the Stratios, I'd have to imagine. But for the time being, just really well played from Exodus, using their flagship in the second match of the day.
Yeah, so we've got a little bit of time before kind of the match wraps up. So just kind of dissecting this one a little bit, looking at the composition that Exodus has brought, what do you feel are some of kind of the strengths and weaknesses of it? Because this is a little bit different of a setup than what we really see a lot of the teams bring in the prelims.
Yeah, I think teams are kind of showing some new things that we didn't see in the prelims. Obviously, in the prelims, we saw Armageddon drone control was a thing that a couple of teams brought and had some success with. This time around, because you have the ability to bring your flagship, if you think it's going to be a close match, it makes sense for you to bring the flagship. And Exodus did that to bring the X factor up against Templis CALSF. We saw the bans going into this, right? Armageddon Navy issue and Typhoon Fleet issue from CALSF. They didn't want to face Kingslayer. Exodus, knowing that fit rapid heavies to regular Geddons, they had this comp ready in case Armageddon Navy issue and Typhoon Fleet issue were banned, and then still brought Kingslayer, and that was exactly what Templis CALSF could not deal with this particular time around. The dual Deacons just not going to be able to rep through anything, and with the Purifier and the Hound adding DPS up, they were able to punch through battleships with rapid heavies on their 3 battleships from Exodus.
Yeah, so for those of you who might be, a relatively newer viewer to the tournament, we talk about these kind of comp archetypes, right? So we've called, a lot of medium railgun spam, different names, Octodad. Talking a little bit about a Kingslayer setup is when you have 3 battleships that do a lot of damage all at once, and really what you're trying to do is pick apart something like an Armageddon, right, an Ishtar, a Stratios, or a logistics cruiser, say like a Guardian or a Zarmzad, right? Then you go on the reload of your rapid heavies, and then you pick another ship, right? And you just try to buy time, pick apart one ship. You're not trying to win the whole game outright at once. You're just trying to, knock off one thing, pull away, rinse and repeat. And Exodus doing a really good job at demonstrating, I think, a really economical point setup, right? You get a lot of damage from the 14 points into bombers. You get a lot of value from going Thalia Deacon instead of having to spend more points on double Deacon. And the Ishimu, a ship that's been rather underrated in my opinion. It makes a lot of sense in this composition, right? Like, what are you going to use to slow down your targets, right? When you have all these heavy drones that aren't necessarily the fastest or, that effective at killing. these smaller ships. The Shimu does a very good job at webbing down like a Deacon, and we saw that to good effect. I mean, that's what was able to slow down 3 Brand and allow that heavy damage from those rapid heavies and those heavy drones to really break the Logi side of Templis.
And meanwhile, Templis, bringing a drone setup that doesn't have a whole lot of control, right? When we talk about control, we're talking about tracking disruption, missile guidance disruption, ECM, all of that stuff that is used to shut down the other team without necessarily killing their ships. This time around, Templis CALSF brought just drones and didn't have any ships that were bonused and therefore could not fit any sort of guidance disruption, which would have helped them perhaps in this match. So the comp not doing them any favors, and they tried banning out Kingslayer. Exodus sees that and picks Kingslayer, and it works perfectly well into Templis CALSF. We see 22 seconds left in the match. It's just the Pontifex remaining for CALSF. None of the battleships died from Exodus. And with that, moderator, what are your final thoughts before we send this back?
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are good sports. Many of them have known each other for quite some time in local. They're saying, give each other, hell in the lower bracket. I mean, Templis going down here means that they're likely, I believe, to face Fraternity, but I'm sure the desk will know more about that. As we, send it back to the break and then send it back to the desk to really give us a further analysis on this match.
Welcome back. An exciting match there. Another example of Twitch chat being wrong. I'm beginning to think that you guys don't know what you're doing. But what an exciting match. Bart, we were discussing what we were seeing there. Break it down for me.
Well, we got to see a very, very interesting setup of kind of what we used to call Kingslayer, Kingkiller. There was a triple rapid heavy missile launcher battleship setup with a flag battleship. They did what they were supposed to do, and they just nuked massive amounts of damage onto people. And it was kind of interesting. I liked how they had so much more newt power than we usually see, because back in the day it would be like Typhoon fleet issues and such like that. So it was really cool. They did tons of damage, completely unreppable. They did lose their Logi, which that happens. It doesn't really matter though when you still have your battleship core. And unfortunately, Twitch chat was wrong. You and I were wrong. Misty was right, which he's very happy about. And that was that.
That was that. Misty, that was a lot of Geddons. Are Armageddon's going to be a popular ship in Alliance Tournament 20?
Well, the Geddon Navy is.
Yeah, well, there was 4 Geddons on that field as well.
I think Geddons are interesting. They do have a newt range bonus, which makes them kind of cool to bring along. I'm not sure how often we're going to see them outside of a few select teams that maybe have practiced together. I don't know if these two teams have had a chance to scrim together and kind of develop the meta in the same way or the same direction. I'm expecting to see a lot more like gun battleships, really, like Abaddons. I'm expecting to see, Balgorns more, considering the number of flagships that we have. So we'll see.
I always find the drone heavy comps can be a little bit hit or miss because you have drone flight time you have to deal with. You have the fact that you can be defanged. If you have damage drones out, you can't have rep bots and vice versa. So you kind of have to make some decisions there. And of course, if you face some team that has like long range, it can take travel time for all those drone clouds to move around if they're just kiting in different directions, which is what you should be doing. Now, that match is over. We can talk about the next match, and that is going to be between Platinum Sensitivity and Hull Control. And I do believe we can show you the bands. So let's bring up the bands. And it looks like Platinum Sensitivity banning out the Stork and the Bifrost, as well as the Hyena and the Jackdaw. Meanwhile, Hull Control banning out the Sleipnir, the Loki, the Armageddon Navy issue, and the Prophecy Navy issue. Blackbard Pirates, what do you make of these bans?
So we saw Armageddon Navy issue bans. It's been one of the main bans for ever since the rework a few years ago. Sleipnir and Loki is a very classic, we don't want to be Minmatar rushed. Those are the 2 key ships, though nowadays, we have Kizreals, which work pretty well as well. Armageddon Navy issue and the Prophecy Navy issue, also 2 very solid bans. If you brand the Prophecy Navy issue, it makes it a little hard to field some of these armor medium gun setups. Armageddon Navy issue, we've seen them in every match, all 2 of them so far, and they seem to be doing pretty well. It could be an attempt to maybe trick one side or the other into doing a flagship. I don't know off the top of my head if that's what their plan is, because I can't read their minds. And if we could, then we'd be way
a lot
better
easier.
I'd be like, oh yeah, I know exactly who's going to win this one. So that's pretty solid bans on the low end. The Bifrost and Stork ban on Platinum Sensitivity, though, those are very interesting because that basically means you can't bring a shield kite setup. So in theory, until they do it.
Until they do it anyway. Yeah, I think we don't know what we're talking about half the time anyway. So, Mystical Minds, speaking of lack of knowledge, what else do you think about these bans?
I was just going to say, someone in Twitch chat correctly said that Garlic is unbanned, and Garlic, in this case, is the Squall. So
yes.
Squall, very point-efficient ship.
Yes.
I thought it was interesting that Platt was banning out the two destroyers, the Stalker, the Bifrost, but also removing the Jackdaw as well towards the end. It's removing a lot of the shield lower end, like the support wing that you would have in a shield setup. But I don't really think that these ships matter that much when it comes to shield rush, which, the Nighthawk is still open, you still have all the Squalls open. We've seen Platinum Sensitivity run Onyxes in their shield rush before, so they still have all of these ships available, and the Battlecruiser core of a shield rush is what you would be pulling your links on anyway. So by removing the Stalker and the Bifrost, it doesn't actually make much of an impact on the potential setups they could bring, but it also pushes everyone towards armor setups quite a bit. So the Astarte, you've got the Navy Brutixes, Navy Harbingers, all of those core ships are still open for people to bring if they wanted to. So you might see a lot of gun spam, which is basically just going to be 8 DPS ships doing range damage out to 50 to 80 kilometers.
Awesome. And just a quick word on the point system. So we have increased the points. Used to be you can only bring 100 points. Now you can bring 200 points. That would be ridiculous if we didn't do something else. But so we also increased the points of the ships themselves as well. So some of the ships are 50 points instead of last year they'd have been 25. This gives us more granularity. So the difference between a 2-point ship and a 3-point ship is 50% more points. Now that would be a 2-point ship and a 4-point ship. And there's an extra point in there, so you can be more granular and say, this one's 3, this one's 4, etc., etc. So it allows CCB Zealous to get into his mad cooking cave and come up with I think this is the most amount of individually pointed ships we've ever had in any tournament. It's a lot more fine granularity, and of course, I'm sure the Theory Crafters enjoyed that greatly. I'm sure it did not give you any trouble whatsoever. You just had to count to 200 instead of 100. It really can't be that difficult. I think we're pretty much ready to head over to the arena. This is going to be Platinum Sensitivity versus Hold Control. I want to see what Twitch chat thinks on this one. Yeah, they also think Platinum Sensitivity. I agree with Twitch chat. This does make me concerned for Platinum Sensitivity based on what's happened so far, but I think I'm going to stick with it and go for Platinum Sensitivity. Mystical Mind?
Platt all the way. Disc Read Error is also going to be cheering on Platt as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's a team favorite for at least I know all three of us. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Platt. Let's head over to the arena now.
Hello, I'm moderator once again joined by my good friend here, Fearvina, and we have on the side of Hull Control looks like kind of a mixed combination of control supported by a Vindicator for heavy damage and Platinum Sensitivity really going for drone control.
Yeah, drone control, a comp that we saw a couple times during feeders, this dual Armageddon, just regular Armageddon, which has the drone bonus, obviously, and full newts on those Geddons, alongside 2 Arbitrators, which are going to make life really difficult for Jita in that Vindicator. The only real source of damage from his team to Able 1, providing those links in the EOS, and probably going to be some rep drones, so we'll see what he drops. That said, this is all going to be on Nick Switro, the only source of screen for this armor control comp to keep this Vindicator off of Mark Rivers and Kent.
I like how we already see the tracking disruption, or the guidance disruption rather, go on top of the Squall, the only missile ship. So those Arbitrators doing what they can here. And the Maulus of Siad doing good work to try to get some damage on top of the Arbitrator. But really, it's going to be difficult for this Vindicator to do a whole lot of anything this match. So the EOS and the Vindicator getting neuted out already by Kent Larkus and Mark Bridges are going to have those bonus ranges. And as this match goes on, that Vindicator is going to be even more difficult to get cap on top of it. But that EOS initially of Nyx getting webbed.
Yeah, currently screened up, and if you screen your screen, might not be necessarily the best thing. The Vindicator, still a Galente ship, so a bit faster than these Armageddons, but needs to get on top of something to get those 90% webs that are oh so important. The EOS is currently webbed by, I'm looking at it, a couple of different ships, but is also being neutered out by the Curse.
Yeah, it looked like the EOSs were actually kind of tackling each other. And if I'm the EOS of Nyx, what I really want to do is I want to get on top of that Vindicator, right? Vindicator's going to have a hell of a time punching with kinetic thermal into the resist of an EOS, which is going to be very good at holding on to that. And the EOS of Teeble 1 is taking a lot of newt pressure, right? Taking a lot of paint. It's going to get a lot of drones on top of it. And an EOS neuted out is going to be in an absolute world of hurt. The Curse of Devesta is doing its best to, nude out Nyx, but, a Curse cannot compete with the output of 2 Geddons.
No, it can't, unfortunately, and the other bonus of the Curse, completely useless this time around. It is twice this tournament now that we've seen Curse, Arbitrator, these tracking disruption ships go into a drone setup and not be able to use really any of the bonuses that make them good in a tournament format, right? On TQ, you think about the Curse as this really powerful nuding ship, and it has these tracking disruptors that are also really powerful. Here in tournament space, a lot of the times the Curse's big utility comes in the form of the tracking disruption, and the nuke pressure comes towards Logi, but not towards these big battleships, which completely outdo it.
So right now, there's not a ton of damage on the grid right now. There's some drones that are going after what looks like the backline and support, but really what's going on is an absolute capacitor war, right? And it looks like solidly Platinum Sensitivity understands the assignment here, right? They're getting newts onto the Vindicator, the Eos, the Oneros, and the Curse, right? All of the most crucial ships of Whole Control really doing their level best to make sure that, once the Oneros is completely capped, right, it's not going to be able to put much in terms of rep output to support the core. And if the Vindicator, has its gun shut off, by a combination of tracking disruption and not having any capacitor, your battleship that might be used to doing nearly 2,000 damage does nothing.
Yeah, Jack Rowland in the Oneros right now, not tackled up, but still taking quite a bit of drone damage as he is nuded out and only going less than 400 meters a second in that Oneros, and is being taken down pretty quickly because the heavy drones are able to get on top of him. And Jace Rowland, now in low structure, goes down for first blood to Platinum Sensitivity, taking out the T2 Logi.
Yeah, so when you're going 300 kilometers a second in Oneros, what that means is you have no capacitor, right? He couldn't even have a propulsion mod on to even get away. Those Armageddons absolutely closed in chase. So yeah, the Vexor of Micro and Athema might go down, but the Oneros has died. So what that means for Platinum Sensitivity, they're going to go after the Pontifex, which is what they're doing now. The Lynx are going to fall off the grid. Then you go for, some of these other support ships. And without an Oneros, yeah, the Vexor might die, but Platinum Sensitivity is going to walk away with this at this point.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Nyx Witro and the EOS go for that screen-on-screen action with the EOS versus EOS fight, but in the background, Micro in the Vexor was able to get tackle on top of the Vindicator. We see he's scrammed at the moment, getting some nuke pressure on him as well, and the 90% web can really only hit onto one target right now, and that is Macro. Mark Bridges in the Armageddon also being let down by some miscellaneous stuff on the Whole Control side, but this Vindicator absolutely useless for Whole Control at the moment. Platinum Sensitivity dealt with it, neutralized the threat incredibly well.
Yeah, and the Curse of Devesta getting caught in the kind of the back line, again, having really no propulsion, really being shut down by the Armageddon. Yes, the Curse has a bonus to medium newts, but one thing medium newts don't beat is heavy newts. And again, looking at Wolari, the Confessor, does go down here, going 200 meters a second, again, means you're completely capped, right? Platinum Sensitivity, look at their control bar. They've just been applying the big Zuck the entire time in the Whole Control. They've got nothing to show for it right now.
So for those who haven't seen the tournament before, we can talk a little bit about the control bar. What it is a bar that tells you how many modules that apply EWAR effects have been used by Platinum Sensitivity. It doesn't tell you what the EWAR effects are, but it tells you, your newts, your tracking disruption, your guidance disruption, your webs, anything of that nature that affects enemy ships that isn't DPS, that gets lumped into the control bar. So it is as wide as it needs to be, and it gets filled up the more of those control modules are used. Platinum Sensitivity, this time around, we see the ball is completely used. They're using all of their control all over Whole Control, out-controlling the controlling wormholers, as it were. But for the time being, Platinum Sensitivity just picking through the lineup. Whole Control, unfortunately, didn't bring the right comp to deal with Platinum Sensitivity and their drone control setup.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with you. We saw that Platinum Sensitivity's wide control bar absolutely filled up Whole Control, and they're also going to be filling some skins into their coffers for winning this match. Whole Control going down into the lower bracket, and, we talked about Platinum Sensitivity's win sometimes being a little bit messy, but really only messy against like a top 8, top 12 team. Historically, Platinum Sensitivity has been making it into the top 6, making it into the top 8, really being a final weekend team and showing an armor control setup and just dominating with it is really indicative of, that high tournament pedigree that Kent Larkus March Bridges really do bring to the table.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Hole Control, right? We think of them as Finnish wormholers, C2, C5 wormers, that type of thing. They did bring on some members of Tuskers last year in Jita and to Able 1. We see them in the Vindicator and the EOS this particular time, trying to bring some of that Tuskers experience in theory crafting. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out for them this year, and they're going to be moved down to the lower bracket this year as well. We'll see how they deal with that moving into the next couple of matches in that lower bracket. For the time being, Platinum Sensitivity, they're picking apart the last members. To Able 1 and the EOS going down into structure right now, and then it'll just be the Mollis. I would like to see an Edge of Glory in the Mollis, but that is just me. Currently not tackled down by anything, and of course, being a time-honored A2 tradition, can you beat the boundary record?
Well, he is on top of a beacon right now, so we'll see what's going on. I mean, both of these teams, though, being very, sporting to each other, a lot of good fights in local. I mean, again, Mark Bridges and Kent Larkus, we hype them up a lot. But, these teams know each other. They've got some experience. Most of the players in this match have been part of the tournament community for, a few years. And they've kind of all got that experience and kind of understood, that friendly relationship and a little bit of a rivalry between each other.
The Mollis is spooling the MJDs, so now the Edge of Glory they go, trying to get away from these Valkyries. We'll see how far they pop out, as they are not currently tackled. Getting some bumps in for the Valkyries, and there's the Edge of Glory. I saw about 170 kilometers on that. And with that, we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, the Dusk will break that down and bring us into the next match. We'll see you right after this.
There you have it. Platinum Sensitivity taking the win. Twitch chat, you were right. Well done. You have improved. It only took 3 games to get your eyes in. So we're very proud of you here at CCP Games headquarters. Congratulations on all your channel points that you have just inherited. Mystical Might, what happened in that match?
It was very slow. It was a very intense match.
Controlled, some might say?
Yes, there was controlled...
Demure, maybe?
Controlled aggression.
Controlled aggression.
Yeah,
mindful setup, I would say.
It seems like teams are skewing more towards, 2 battleships, control wing. I think Platinum Sensitivity has probably practiced with Fraternity because they basically ran the same archetype. I think the only difference was that Frat had Armageddon navies, but Platinum Sensitivity...
One.
Well, not that too.
Frat didn't.
Yeah, Frat had to.
Just making sure you knew.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Glad we cleared that up.
Yeah. And now I have to remember where I was.
That's okay.
No, okay. So it seems like a lot of teams are going for the drone control setups. I think that Hole Control had a really hard time because we saw the 2 arbitrators actually have a positive impact in the match. When going up against drones, because arbitrators can fit tracking disruptors or guidance disruptors, effectively these modules will lower the range of an enemy ship. Either the guidance disruptors for missiles, the tracking disruptors for guns. When you're going up against drones, you can't do anything. So we saw that they could actually do something to the Vindicator, and historically the Vindicator already has a teeny tiny range. So unless it was on top of something, it wouldn't be able to do any damage. And because the fact that they had a good lower end on their team means that they're able to effectively hold down the Vindicator while the Geddon's nuded out, and then it's just a slow grind to get rid of the rest of the ships on the whole control team. So very slow, but very controlled.
Yeah, they had
was
maxed
nice.
out the control bar in the UI. If you've been watching the tournament before, you'll have seen that there's a couple of different bits of information on the screen for you. The control bar is basically anything like electronic warfare, tracking disruptors, guidance disruptors, newts, all that kind of stuff. And as you add more of them, the bar gets bigger. And their bar was very big, in fact, maxed out. So they had tons of EWAR. And whenever I was looking at it, it was mostly on, being applied. So yeah, I think those tracking and guidance disruptors would have done a lot of damage to that poor Hole Control team. Now, Bart, I also noticed that Hole Control brought a Squall. What's a Squall, and why would you bring it in an Alliance tournament comp?
So the Squall is a new-ish EU Online spaceship. There's a couple different reasons for it. The big thing about it is it's really, really cheap. Like in this specific tournament setting, I want to say it's like 4 points. And they have a ton of mid slots. They actually do a lot of damage, which is kind of crazy. I think in this specific case, it might have had some missile launchers, but I think they were using it as a remote sensor boosting ship, which would have been helpful if there was ECM, but there wasn't, so it is what it is. But I think we're going to see a lot of them. We saw a ton of them in the feeders because it turns out you can turn them into ham rush boats as an industrial ship that do several hundred DPS and move very fast. So we should see a lot. I think I expect to see more, especially once ham rushes start. And yeah, they're pretty cool. It's different. We used to see industrials for as the remote sensor booster ship. Now we're seeing them as DPS ships.
Yep. I mean, it also has a massive cargo hold, so it can hold cap charges for all of his best internet spaceship friends. So should they need more to keep themselves alive, for example, they could jettison them. Sometimes you see advanced techniques such as that being employed by some of the top tier teams. If you have spare slots, spare cargo in your ship, even if you don't need to put anything in it, just put cap charges in there, because if you die, you become a cap charge resource then, and then you're still valuable and providing use to your team, even from the grave. Our next match I'm excited about, so I want to start talking about that, because it's going to be WeForm Volta versus Brave Collective. Now, Brave and Volta, two pretty experienced teams. Brave have had a pretty good run in the past a couple of times. Volta have gone all the way to second. They've been third a couple of times, and back in the old days, the Alliance Tournament 10, as Ragequit collapsed, they even won an Alliance Tournament. So they're a very experienced team. This will be a bit of an uphill battle for Brave, I think, but the Brave team has historically shocked some people from time to time. But the best part about this one is our casters for this match, our Starfleet commander, leader of Volta, and Firvina, who is in Brave. So I'm expecting to see some salt and maybe some tears. But let's take a look at the bans for this matchup. So Volta banning out the Arbitrator, the Crucifier, the Sentinel, and the Eos, and Brave banning out the Jackdaw, the Orthrus, the Molus, and the Keres. So a lot of small stuff, a lot of E-War, especially tracking disruption and getting disruption being banned out here. Bart, what else do you see from these bans?
The one that's really weird to me is getting rid of those damp frigates, because they're really not that useful anymore, in my opinion. The issue with them is that you're taking up a lot of points for frigates that can be countered by just getting closer to the opponent. The only way you can really use them is if you have ECM at the same time, or there's an old school drone damp meta, but it doesn't work as well anymore because you can't put 75 damps on grid. So the Brave bans are a little weird. I get the Jack and Orthrus, getting real light missile ships, especially against Volta, who people think is going to kite a lot of times, and they are kind of known for bringing these light missile kiting setups against teams they maybe not necessarily think they're way better than, but they kind of are. It's their way of disrespecting them. Is like, yeah, we'll just kite you. We'll kill you like we do on TQ. Volta bans pretty solid. I mean, it's the really top tier teams don't like getting guidance disrupted, and EOSs are incredibly powerful in any armor setup. It's like, I mean, we've seen them in every single match so far, so there's a reason for it. Yeah,
that's a good point. And Misty, well, Bart was, I believe the term is yapping on about that. You had some disagreeing looks in your face there when he's talking about the frigates.
I think that the damp bans are an interesting reaction to the fact that they've then seen the initial Arbitrator, and was it the Crucifier ban initially?
Yep, Arbitrator and Crucifier.
So after seeing those bans, they're like, okay, Volta's trying to remove tracking disruptors or guidance disruptors, which implies that Volta will be wanting to maintain some form of range. Like Bart said, you could just get closer, but that's not always the easiest thing to do, and damps are a really good way of preventing you from being able to reach out and tackle something, especially if you bring something like Loki. If you damp it down, it won't be able to web at long range, which makes it very, very hard for the rest of your team to get on top of a target. So I think it's interesting that they've responded to these initial bans that would remove some form of range control, and they've responded with their own bans to make kiting more difficult. You're still going to have, your Hugins, your Rapiers, your Lokis, if you want to bring those, but it'll be much harder for you to screen everything at once if you don't have that E-War on grid.
Yeah, I mean, Volta does love to bring a good old hyena as well. They're notorious hyena enjoyers, so that ship is still available. And I think I agree with you that the Molus and the Carriers, they're useful bans. I would have probably banned out more long-range webs, though. What do you think, Bart?
Yeah, I think that especially against a team like Volta, I like Hyena and then probably Hugin. I mean, you can't get rid of a Rapier and a Hugin and a Hyena at that point with only 2 bans, but at least Rapiers are significantly more killable than a Hugin is. That extra low slot is a big deal, especially in the Alliance tournament. I think that's because the issue is that if a good pilot is in a Hyena, they can shut down your entire ability to get anywhere. And so it's like, yeah, damps are good, but you still do have to get in range at some point, and if you have a good pilot that's like doing perfect range control, which we've seen before, where somebody locks down like 5 ships by just cycling webs, it's rough. So, like I said, I agree with what Misty said. I think that these are kind of weird bans, and I don't know if they're the correct ones.
The only thing I can think of for banning out these damping ships that might... Brave is a bit kooky at times. They might try and bring like a Leshak-based comp, and damps can really mess up anything Triglavian, because you can just like cancel the spill by just swapping damps around onto different ships, and then all of a sudden your lock range is decreased, bang, your spill is gone, and that can be really impactful. Leshaks are very expensive points-wise. We don't see them super often, but when we do see them, they can be extremely effective, especially against other battleship-heavy comps where they can just spill endlessly. Any thoughts, Misty?
I believe that Brave is probably going to bring a rush, or something that they want to be super close. I think banning webs instead of the damps would make it harder for them to get on top of things. I think they probably benefit more from having webs on their team than Volta will have, from having webs on their team, just due to the inherent range control that Volta is going to be going for in terms of positioning. I'm not sure about the Leshak. I think if I saw 3 tracking disrupted ships kind of like banned on the enemy team, the Leshak could be pretty good, but you might want to actually finish off that line and go for the curse, and go for the pilgrim or something like that. So by leaving those 2 ships in, you still have the potential for tracking disruptors, and tracking disruptors will put your Leshak into the trash can. So
that is true.
I'm thinking they're going to go for a rush. So keep it simple. Going up against Volta, they're going to hope that Volta messes up positioning, that they're able to get on top of something, kill it really quickly, move on, and just kind of brawl their way through.
Awesome. Well, I think we should head over to the arena and find out who's going to win between We Form Volta and Brave Collective with the caster, Starfleet Commander, and Fearvina.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvana, joined by the lovely Starfleet Commander, and on the blue side we have Brave Collective, my alliance, as you can see by my lovely shirt, bringing a Kingslayer setup, but also with quite a bit of control in that Curse and Pilgrim. What have Volta brought?
Well, Volta have gone for a ham rush, Nighthawk with 2 Lokis, Fleet Cyclone, and some Cyclones, and a Scalpel Kieran Squalls. Now, isn't this an important match for us, isn't it?
Ex-coalition mates Brave and Volta back in B2 before Misty and Fraternity ruined that all for us. Unfortunately, he's on the desk, so we can't really get our revenge on him at the moment. But either way, Brave and Volta, a lot of history on TQ over the last couple years, and we're seeing actually Volta doing the pullback towards MJD play off the start of the match. For the rush, not immediately going in. They're going to try to play and get on top of one of these Armageddon Navy issues and try not to be screened by this Mauler and this Vexer that Brave have brought.
A difficult game for Brave, I think. A lot of damage from the Volta team. I think a good play to go for the micro jump Deacon. But obviously Brave can position themselves to get out of that if they want to. Also, this is the first match today where we haven't seen armor. All the other matches today have had Geddons. And obviously Volta, my guys, bringing in some ham rush straight from the feeders, filling the same comp.
So the Pilgrim and the Curse, interestingly, we don't see any guidance disruptor going on to the We Form Volta side quite yet. We'll see how that works. It's, when you bring a Pilgrim and a Curse, most teams will bring a mix of guidance and tracking disruption in order to help against the enemy team. Also, those long-range newts on the Pilgrim and Curse, very, very nice to have if they're rushing directly into you. And we see Brave actually start to close the distance because they don't want to be 100 kilometers away from this MJD beacon that Volta are playing on.
Yeah, Volta right now literally getting ready to jump in a moment here, but obviously Brave realizing that, moving in, closing the distance. But I think this is the problem with doing these jumps. You have to get there quite quickly and position really fast. Otherwise, you're going to jump over jump.
Yeah, and of course, no flagships being brought in this one. Brave has a Balgorn flagship, so this time around, the extra tank not necessarily available from these battleships, and it's a lot of damage from this ham rush. We see the MJDs begin to spool for Volta as they move in. Actually, hold on.
No, the Mauler's webbed. They're burning back in.
They're burning back in,
yeah.
And in fact, that gives Brave's screen the opportunity to go in, but we see one of the Armageddon Navy issues actually playing a bit far forward. That's Ensign Leon in the Armageddon Navy issue, playing forward and actually trying to screen for the rest of the backline. As the ham rush starts going in, Covert 1 and the Cyclone is the primary from Brave.
Inquisitor is webbed from Brave. That would be the primary for the Volta team. Definitely, I think the good move here, I think they should get rid of those Logifrigs on the Volta side. They need to get rid of them, otherwise they're going to lose, I think. The Cyclone obviously taking damage. This is going to be a hard match for Volta, I think.
And we see the guidance disruption actually going on in the Nighthawk of Sticky Makara at the moment, as well as some other targets. Cyclone of Covert One still in low shield. The Inquisitor of Shivala and Dari actually staying alive for a bit longer than was perhaps thought. Now she is webbed and scrammed up, and there's damage going on to Loose Mucus in the Mauler. But the Cyclone of Covert One now into low armor, and Covert One will be first blood for Brave Collective.
Covert One about to go down. Inquisitor now in half armor. I mean, he's trying to hold on as much as possible. This is such a bad trade, honestly, guys. First blood goes to Brave. Amazing. Inquisitor is about to go down as well. They need to get down the other one straight away and work on these damages on the guns, don't they?
So Brave going for the damage efficient trades, taking out these Squalls next instead of focusing on the Nighthawk and the Lokis. Meanwhile, the Curse of Bruxo Bentley getting some damage on top of him right now, although he is not currently tackled at all. The only people that are tackled are this Inquisitor of King Carnifex, who doesn't have anyone to rep him up, and Jujuk One Eye in the Navy Armageddon issue. As we see Praetorius in the Squall go down, the next Squall is Zapzin going down as well. And Brave is actually doing a really good job with the Rapid Heavies of taking down the low end of WeForm Volta.
Doing really well. Obviously, Volta now realizing, okay, Logifrig down, let's just go for the Armageddon Navy issue. They've figured out they can try and break the reps. I think this is the right play for Volta. They need to get the big ships down. If they waste any more time with the lower ends, they're going to lose. They're going to have whittled down. You know, they're going to lose their ships, aren't they?
Yeah, so they've got, of course, 5 DPS ships currently up and available. Zhaojin in the Squall, very low in shield at the moment, but the Rapid Heavy clips are on reload, so that Squall has not gone down quite yet. Jujuk One Eye currently sitting at about 1/4 armor remaining and doesn't have any reps. Now the Rapid Heavies have reloaded, and the Squall goes down of Zapzin. They're going to go for Zebediah in the next Squall as well, trying to get the DPS efficient trades off, but then they need to take off the Cyclone Fleet issue if they have any chance of winning this match. But Jujuk One Eye in the Armageddon Navy issue now into structure. It's not looking good for Brave.
Super close to dying right now, and as soon as they get that Navy issue off, that's a lot of damage getting off and a lot of control gone off the grid for Brave. A big win for Volta, but the game is still not over. As a Squall goes down for Zebediah, the damage is coming out from the Volta team. I'm not really too sure what they're going to go for. They're going to go for the Inquisitor, I think, get him off quickly, get those reps away, but this is still a tight match.
Yeah, Brave on a Supreme Leader on the Cyclone Fleet issue. Now it's the next obvious target. When you're dealing with a rush setup, you want to go for, much like Dread Brawls, higher DPS over lower EHP is typically the more efficient way to do it in terms of damage, but in terms of points, that's not necessarily the thing. As we saw, the Squalls go off the grid after that Cyclone, and it makes for a really efficient trade for Brave, but they still only have Rapid Heavies on one boat, and the Logi is still alive for WeForm Volta. That said, Navy Armageddon neuting out this Scalpel and the Kieran, they're not repping anything at the moment.
No, and also Kane is doing a fantastic job wasting time right now. He's in structure, but he's still holding on. Volta now deciding to go for the Armageddon of Ensig, which I think is a good idea. They've got 5 minutes left and need to just whittle it down. The Inquisitor is basically out of the game at this point. He's really far away. He's nowhere near the Armageddon Navy issue. I think Volta need to get the damage down. They are holding, though. Supreme Leader Mao is sort of stabilizing, but he's dying a bit much. Planet 6 and No Pro in the Logifrigs. Really talented Logifrig pilots. I'm sure they're trying to manage their cap as best as they can, I guess.
Yeah, under the heavy newt pressure of a Navy Armageddon, 1 newt apiece. Obviously, there's still the Curse and the Pilgrim as well. Again, the fast cycle medium newts, I expect, are getting those newts out as well. Again, the Fleet Cyclone did not have any hardeners. We saw the reload come out from Ensign Leon and is now shooting Supreme Leader once again. So they will be able to take him down. Meanwhile, Ensign Leon going down a lot slower than you expect a rush comp onto a Navy Armageddon. I'm not exactly sure what Volta is thinking about right now. They now have the primary DPS on Ensign. He's now in 2/3 of the armor and he's tackled up. But Supreme Leader Mao staying alive in the Cyclone Fleet issue because there isn't that second rapid heavy threat at the moment.
I mean, Ensig in the Armageddon Navy, she's dying too slowly with Supreme Leader Mao going into armor. He will drop here. It's not looking too good for the Volta team. I mean, he is in half armor now. Maybe the pace has run out, I think, for the Armageddon Navy issue. He might be dropping now, but obviously the Cyclone Fleet issue goes down. If he goes down, the DPS does drop a lot.
Well, the Inquisitor reps are out, but also Brave has a massive amount of rep bots on their team with this Curse and this Pilgrim, the Magus, the Pontifex, and the Vexor and the Mauler, all having rep bots onto this Navy Armageddon. If they can get this Fleet Cyclone, might be able to keep the Armageddon Navy for a little bit longer. 10% structure remaining on Ensign Leon. Supreme Leader still
he's
in
holding
armor.
on.
He's holding on for dear life right now. If Ensign Leon goes down, this match goes the way of Volta, and he's now into structure. Ensign Leon in the in the Armageddon Navy issue, now into half structure. They're trying to take down Supreme Leader Mao,
holding on.
But he's holding on for dear life. Volta with the rush into the Kingslayer of Brave are going to take this this match. Armageddon Navy issue down, and that is all the DPS off the table for Brave Collective. A valiant effort from them, if I may say so myself, but unfortunately I'm going to have to take the big L that we saw Misty take on the desk earlier. See CCP Overload starting to run into the room with the casters, bringing the L for me to wear, but you know...
I think he's got. Here we go.
There we go. Thank you, Overload. But
Oh dear.
But regardless, you know, Brave Collective obviously didn't have a whole lot of scream for this Volta comp. They did a decent job of trying to shut down this Nighthawk early on, but unfortunately for them, they just ran out of steam and lost their Armageddon Navy issues. And congratulations.
I mean, let's just sit back for a second here. I mean, Brave did a fantastic job. I'm sorry, absolutely incredible job. Volta clearly getting a bit of cold feet there, I think, at the beginning. They were kind of not really too sure what to do here for their target calling, but they managed to get it back and get the win, which is good job, guys, by the way. Hopefully they keep going forwards. And obviously, Brave going to lose this bracket. I'll be playing later, I think. I think they will be playing later. So we'll see who they play next. I think is the loser of the next match. I think is who Brave play. Don't quote me on this, but it might be right.
Perhaps.
I think it is. Actually, right now, a bit of a clean-up right now. Supremely the Mao, obviously an absolute legend, holding on. That was a close shave. And also Kane. I'm going to give a big shout out to Kane. Holding on an Inquisitor on his own, burning away, wasting a lot of time. The Volta team did waste a lot of time on him.
I mean, he's ex-Blob. He's one of your guys originally, right?
Well, there we go. Got some good parts in there, haven't we? Bit of a clean-up right now, isn't it?
Yeah, just a cleanup for from Volta. They're chasing down, the Brave Collective side. These recons, obviously go off to the other side of the arena and do what they do from range, which is what the Pilgrim and the Magus and the Curse are good at. But now the Pilgrim goes down, Laden Redden ends up falling, and Volta getting the cleanup, not showing a whole lot that we haven't seen in feeders.
No.
Obviously bringing Nighthawk, dual Loki rush. Surprised that we haven't seen a whole lot of that in this tournament outside of feeders thus far, but. I'm interested to see if any of the other top teams are going to bring a comp like Rush that we've seen before and try to hide things moving forward in the tournament.
I think also some good fights in local right now. Everyone's saying what a great fight. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, Volta literally flying the same thing as in the feeders, the same sort of archetype of comp, and all the matches we saw today were basically being battleships. A lot of battleships, except for the first match where we saw Till Doomsday take down Frat with nothing but battle cruisers and below drones. King Carnifex and the Inquisitor going to be the last blood, and the Magus of Arcosis Deloc stays alive to the end of the match. Brave Collective going down in the lower bracket, Volta moving on, and with that, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, the desk will break that down. We'll be right back after this.
Back, we form Volta taking the W and handing the L to Brave Collective. That was my favorite match of the day so far. That was a very exciting match. It was really touch and go for quite some time there, especially with I think it was Mao in the Cyclone, just like holding on for bare life. At one point, I thought he was going to drop before the Geddon went down, but they managed to hold on. The two Logifrigs of Outlawed No Pro and Planet 6 doing a great job. They would have been under a lot of Newt pressure during that fight, but they managed to keep him alive, and then they took the win. But yeah, that was a bit of a touch and go and a bit of a squeaky bum moment for Volta, I am sure. Moderator, welcome to the desk.
Hey, I'm glad to be here. You've allowed me to escape the casting dungeon, and I'm back on the desk with you guys, and excited to be here.
Yeah, we're excited to have you here. So that was a great match. I want to talk a little bit about the use of Logi frigates, because usually it's pretty easier to use Tech 2 Logistics cruisers, but you can only bring one. Logi frigates, you have to bring a pair. There are less points, and we saw Brave bringing Tech 1 versus Volta bringing Tech 2. Tell me a little bit about why you would bring Logi frigates instead of a Logi cruiser mod.
Well, part of what's going on there is points economy, right? So a pair of Logi frigates, right? If you bring two of the same kind, the Tech 2, so double Deacon, we'll see a lot, right? That's 22 points because of the double point rule. There we saw the Shield one, the Kirin, and the other one whose name escapes me right now. I'm sure Twitch chat will remind me that I do not remember how to play the game, but that's 20 points. And really what we saw going on there is that those are cheaper significantly, right, than having to bring something like a Guardian, right, or a Zarmzad, or really any of those, cruisers. And what that allows you to do, right, is you can spend more of those points on anything else in your composition. However, on the side of Brave, when you go for, a pair of, Tech 1 ones, you don't spend as many points, but they don't tank as well, of course, as their Tech 2 counterpart.
Yeah, and then Bart, I also want to talk a little bit about the use of rapid heavy missile launchers. Normally, missiles go brr, but with rapid heavies, they must stop, think about what they've done, and reload, and that takes some time. So there's like a clip of missiles that go in. You have some strong opinions on these Geddons here.
Yeah, well, so far, they've been vindicated because we have seen a lot of Geddon Navy issues today. And we've seen a lot of losing rapid heavy Geddon Navy issues. And we've kind of talked about it for a few years when the change first came out. They're also bonus to lasers. And lasers also go burr, and they look really cool. And I think that there's been a couple matches today where I feel like the Geddon Navies would have won if they were laser boats, not rapid missiles, because their damage wouldn't stop for 30 to 35 seconds. Additionally, if you're going to double get a Navy issue because of the point inflation rule, you're spending extra points that you could do to spend on maybe another ship, like a Redeemer, which we saw happen all the time last year. We saw, so Redeemers, people think, okay, it's a Black Ops battleship. If you don't fly it like a Black Ops battleship, and you fly it like a line battleship, they do a ton of DPS, they're relatively tanky, and they also have a nuke bonus like the Get a Navy issue. So if you're going to do 2 battleships, why not bring a Get a Navy issue and a Redeemer? Or a Redeemer and a Vindicator, perhaps, which a certain team who is now in the lower bracket basically used to win the Alliance tournament last year. So just things to think about. When your DPS gets stopped, especially versus a shield rush, and you haven't actually taken down a DPS ship or two, you're kind of screwed, right? And we saw it, it looked like they were about to kill a Fleet Cyclone, and then their damage stopped. And then they lost again, and that was it. Yep. If they had been laser boats, they probably won that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the main problems with clip-based things. If you don't kill them before you run out, and their logic is still alive, then all that damage you've done is just going to be slowly undone over the next 30 seconds until you can go back on again. So you really have to focus on clipping, usually is the term that's used. And you also have to try and sync up your clips with multiple ships. You don't want to be splitting DPS. It's just easier for the enemies to rep and not die. But enough about that match. Let's look at our next one. This one I think is going to be pretty lit. It is Truth on a Light versus Bright Side of Death. So Truth on a Light, the multiple Alliance tournament winning team, some of the most experienced pilots in the game for tournaments, just straight up end of sentence. Bright Side of Death are also not a slouch. They have done pretty well. They have certainly got the ability to knock down Truth on a Light. Let's take a look at the bans and see what these teams are choosing to ban out. So Truth on a Light banning out the Jackdaw, the Curse, the Armageddon, and the Armageddon Navy issue. Meanwhile, the Bright Side of Death team banning out the Zarmazd, the Sleipnir, the Widow, and the Crucifier. Moderator, what do you think about these bans?
So what Truth on a Light is really saying is, God, I hate newts, because they've decided that they're going to get rid of, the Curse, which does a really good job at projecting long-range medium newts. You get rid of a Geddon and its Geddon Navy, and you've gotten rid of really what are the 2 primary, battleship long-range heavy newts. And this is not, again, a meta where you're allowed to bring, flagship heavy, bonus newts, but still, those T2 newts are no joke, right? So the Geddons are pretty good at that. We see a lot of these boats, they just fit 7 newts in their high slot, and they're like, hey, we're not going to do a ton of damage, but we're going to do the big suck. And if you have no capacitor, you can't win. So that's what I'm seeing here. The Jackdaw is something that has a lot of utility as a ship. You have those mid slots, 5 of them. You can fit a lot of, things like remote sensor boosters, target painters, a lot of support. Even in an armor competition, as strange as it sounds, you just throw a bunch of target painters, you throw a lot of SIBOs on there, and it just becomes a utility boat. So THL, clearly they've seen something. I know they've been scrimming some of these, Russian teams. So BSOD being what we consider to be the second best Russian team, they might have a clue as to what's going on with the RU meta this year.
Yeah, I think newts are always an interesting one in a lot of Alliance tournament matches, because the longer the match goes on, the more oppressive they become, because the capacitor is gone, and then you can move on to another ship and leave just 1 newt on that ship, and you slowly reduce the effectiveness of any ship. And it's just this sphere of newting death. If you get too close to it, especially if you're in a small ship without a capacitor booster, you might just be completely dead in the water. Vindicators famously do not enjoy being neuted out. They just turn off and become useless 54-point bricks, I think. They look great, just to be clear, very nice ships, but very useless when they get neuted out. Bart, any other comments on these bans here?
I think it just really does show, something like the teams are thinking differently. Like Truth on a Light went with very basic standard bans because they're kind of like, oh, well, whatever. We'll see what happens. And whereas the Brightside bans are like nobody has bans a Widow. We probably won't even see a Widow. I will be surprised if we see a Widow in more than one match in the entire Alliance tournament. But if there's a team that could bring one and do it correctly, it would be Truth Honor Light, because they're kind of famous for kind of weird off-the-wall control setups like that. So it's kind of, there's a little fear. I think Bright Side of Death has a bit of fear here.
Yeah, there has been a couple of like heavy ECM-based comps from some of these top-tier teams. Hydra Reloaded versus Hydra Reloaded in one particular final I'm thinking of, when there was, I believe, a Chameleon brought, ECM bonus chip. And a lot of, like, I think there was also like Rooks and Falcons and stuff as well. Just lots of ECM-heavy control comps. Now, there's a bit of a dice roll, but the Widow, if you're going to roll a dice, it has a very loaded dice. It's a very strong bonus to those new strengths. So it's probably a good chance of getting jammed by one of them. So banning it is a good idea.
Yeah, and Hydra, they've got a history of bringing Widows, right? They had a special comp that was based around these kind of endgame final weekend Widow comps, and Brightside, they may have some, insight into kind of the history book and being like, wow, those comps that we saw that were good in the past are still decent this year, and we really don't want to deal with that. So we're going to ban it out and just not have to worry about that this match.
Yeah, so I think we can head over to this match because it's going to be an exciting one. We have a new caster in the booth now. We have all the way from down under. We have Wingnut Cross joining Starfleet Commander. So let's head over for that match.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Starfleet Commander. With me, I have Wingnut. And on the grid right now in front of you, we have a quick match, don't we? Truth Honor Light, bringing basically medium rail spam. And what have Vsov brought?
Well, they heard the memo and went, well, we do the exact same thing. Two differences here, a lot of damage. Absolute Prophecies, Harp Navies, we got the whole kit and caboodle. It's going to be an aggressive fight, and they even warped in pretty close too. Yeah, they're
warping angles right now, so they're both obviously warping from different directions, but where they are, they're literally about 40 or 50 kilometers from each other, so the damage will come down really fast as the match does get on the way. I think the first primaries here are key. Exactly. Who they go for first, and we're going to see right now. Vigil. I think a really good choice for Beasol to get that.
They went for Deacon Thalia. That's crazy. Going straight for the Logi, and honestly, they might actually get it. Look at that. Thalia went down straight to half armor into hull already. Gone. Boom. Oh wow.
THL wasting no time at all. Thalia down. I think the Deacon will be next. But I think, B-Sod need to make a decision as they do go for the Augur. Do you think, with these matches, do you think the pace is what matters, doesn't it?
Exactly that. Especially these kind of comps. Like they paid for the double Logi frigates against an Augur here. They should be putting a lot of damage down. They're not doing too well. They're starting to go for the Augur, but they're already losing ships doing that. It's going to start just steamrolling one way already.
Yeah, I think, Beastod really needs to get some tackle or get something on the Augur. He's miles away.
Yeah,
Lucas Kwan is a seasoned Logi pilot, knows what he's doing. I think Beastod are not really too sure what they're doing as the Deacon on their side goes down.
That's kind of it, yeah.
They're kind of really on the back foot here. The Omen of Control Freak is now taking damage from B-Sword, but I think B-Sword really need to get some damage down. They push the Augur away, fantastic, but just focus on stuff around you. Get some stuff down right now.
That. Like I said, the Augur is a mile away. He's gone off somewhere else. Everyone's bringing damage around, but I can't see many Logi drones. It's just like full damage going in. They're losing their entire comp. They haven't even killed an Omen yet. They've got 5 DPS ships. That Omen should be obliterated from this planet.
The Omen wasn't tackled, so Control Freak just burnt away, back to the Logi, and he's got reps, come back now, as the Harbinger for B-Sword, Harbinger Navy issue is about to go down. THL, the execution, placing last year, doing fantastic last year. They have strong pilots, strong coordination, and strong target calling, and it shows here.
Exactly. They're very well done team. B-Sod is not a particular sleeper team. They've done some great matches. They've had some great calls, but this just seems like they've been entirely outskilled and outplayed and just destroyed from the start.
Literally, THL lost an Augur. He's down, but I think it's too little, too late. I think. No, he's.
Okay, he just got killed. Fair enough.
I think he died.
Fair enough. I was worried when he maybe got boundary, but no.
I think it's a bit too little, too late.
It's way too late.
On that front, I think B-Sword definitely trying to just scrap and getting some points right now. THL obviously massive commanding lead, and what a difference from the matches we've had today. This was a quick match compared to what we've witnessed today.
I show up, mate. I show up. It's damage central.
Wingnut comes in. The games are over. Within 3 minutes.
They heard the sirens call of damage, mate. It's the way it is, and honestly, it's exactly that. It was a very quick game, and Even these kind of matches, right? They are a full damage rush, but you still got to play it correctly. And Truth on Light showing, okay, we're going to play this perfectly.
With these matches, literally the first, I say 30 seconds are the most important thing.
Exactly
the first target you go for, if it doesn't break, we saw with Beastlaw, they went for the Vigil, lots of damage landed, did not break. On the other hand, THL annihilated the Thalia.
T2 Logi frigates with resist, they managed to kill them both in seconds. Like, that's game immediately. It's like, okay, these things are meant to be hard to kill, already gone.
Literally, as good fights go in local, I think Beastlaw. Lots of good fights, lots of, in local, which is really good. Obviously, the Absolution of Midas about to go down. But I think, could Beastlaw won this one? Do you think they could have won Beastlaw? Do you reckon they could have?
Honestly, like you said, the first 30 seconds, that initial target calling, because they could go for something bigger, kill it, and maybe win the damage race. But it's always that first call. If you get it wrong in these kind of high damage comps, you're basically giving up the comp. You basically like kneecap yourself, and it's like, okay, well now we don't have the survivability, we just die.
I mean, the bans do scream. On THL bans right now, obviously the Get Navy issue, Jacked or Curse, they kind of say like, we do want to bring some armor cruiser, I think, and obviously on Beastlaw banning Zarm, Slep, Widow, and Crusader. We were talking about this before. It's a bit of a random one.
The interesting part as well, the Get Navy ban is actually kind of a ban against like stopping them from bringing Org. If you get rid of the Get Navy, the Org is actually a bit more safe.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. The oppression is not there, so they could safely bring the Org, and they probably know their flags and everything, so they probably thought this is a safe bet for us. On the other side, they brought T2 Logi frigs, which does give more points.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, it makes it so you can have a bit more of a higher top end.
Yeah.
But obviously, it didn't work out. I mean, I think the Vigil for THL, which is why it was the main target, was a good call.
Free application the entire match, and Prophecy Navy about to go blue. There we go.
Well, and with that, we'll take it back to a break, and then we'll get the analysts to talk about it.
Welcome back. Truth, Honor, Light there doing a bit of a speed run to victory with a lot of medium guns. Bright Side of Death, they lost a ship in seconds. Turns out if you bring lots of medium guns, you can just press F1, make the enemy go away. Much easier to win the match. Bart, tell me what happened there.
Yeah, so Truth, Honor, Light basically brought a massive amount of DPS, which so did Bright Side of Death. The comps were very, very similar with a couple different ships, but the intent was the same. The issue for Bright Side of Death is that they brought Logi frigates with MWDs, so they're kind of easy to hit, and Truth, Honor, Light is like, it's such an experienced team that they had locked up, target painted, and killed the Logi frigate in the first 5 seconds of the match, which if they had been 3 or 4 seconds slower, the Logi frigate would have been going too fast, they wouldn't have been able to take it down. As soon as that happens, it's like, okay, well now you're down to a single logistic ship. Truth, Honor, Light's warpins were a little bit better too, and their Augurer, which is a Tech 1 Logi cruiser, which is probably the only Tech 1 Logi cruiser that you ever see with armor, was too far away. So Truth, Honor, Light was able to headshot Logi. They then could just do whatever they wanted. I mean, it was a, 4-minute and 10-second match, which is pretty dang fast. Like, we usually don't see them much faster than that. 7,000 DPS and medium guns. Probably the thing I liked about it is that this is the team that people are like, oh, they're this crazy execution team. They have crazy plans. They took basically the second simplest comp, like the simplest I'd say is a shield rush, and just like, okay, yeah, well, if we just do a ton of damage to you and you die, right? Everybody else we've seen today, they've been like, oh, we're going to go control newts, and oh, we're going to bring all these control ships, and we're going to like do this range control, and they're just like, yeah, we're just going to press 1 on you, and or press F1 on you, and then your ship's going to blow up, and then we're going to move on to our next match, and it was fun.
Yep, I mean, solid execution of a pretty, not to say basic comp, but like you highlighted it yourself. They're such an experienced team that as soon as the match started, the target was called, they banged straight onto it, and they took down that logistics frigate almost immediately. Moderator, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so we saw a little bit of, kind of key differences in kind of the thought process behind those comps, right? So you have these micro warp driving, frigates that can do a pretty good job of getting from point A to point B very quickly, but the thing about them is they just don't have the rep range themselves that a Augurer would have. And people think of this Augurer as being kind of like an inferior ship, but it is compared to the Guardian, but it's 20 points, right? So you're spending the same amount of points on that as 2 of those Logi frigs, but it also has greater rep range. And what that means is that even if you are, taking, more damage initially, the reps can be immediately applied. Whereas in these kind of mid-range setups, you like to spread around a lot, and it can be very difficult for the Logi frigates to actually be in range, of you in time. And also philosophically, you bring a Vigilant, right? The idea is, I'm going to get on top of you, going to play 90% webs. You're not getting on top of a THL comp that's pushing out that much damage. So you spent all this time and points on a Vigilant, it's going nowhere. THL is deciding, okay, our tackle, we're going to bring 2 Maulers. I'm sure they've got some sort of tackle. You've got 2 Omens. It's got some sort of tackle. It's, you know, a very well-rounded setup. Copy and paste, or if you're on Mac, you know, Command V, Command C, if you're unfortunate. If you're on Linux, I don't know what you do. I don't keep up, but copy that setup. It's good.
Yeah. I mean, we are, of course, operating system agnostic here, but yeah, I'm on a Mac right now, and I can Command C that right now. That was an awesome match. It was just a great example of a top tournament team doing what they do really well, which is coming in, executing it, bringing something solid, bringing something that, as you say, Bart, has less avenues to kind of like screw it up. Like if you come in with like some super complicated like E-War control comp where you rely on X, Y, and Z to all go right, and then someone makes a mistake, then it can all fall apart very quickly. Just coming in with, it's like, you know, we have a chef. Like the simplest things are the hardest things to actually make and do really, really well. Like a, you know, scrambled eggs or something like that. That's what they always use to test them. I think it's something similar. Like if you bring something simple, like this medium gunsmith, and you execute it extremely well, it shows like your pedigree as a team. And like I mentioned before the match, such an experienced team with a lot of experienced pilots. We can actually hear from one of those pilots. We have spokespersons this Alliance tournament, so we have some videos submitted by the Alliances from a representative of that Alliance. So let's go to the Truth Honor Light spokesperson and see what they have to say about themselves.
My name is Dexter, and I'm representing Truth Honor Lights. Our team is a honeypot of several old teams, but generally speaking, we've competed in the Alliance tournament several times. You know, under many different groups and names, most notably the Camel Empire, Hydra Reloaded, Skill U, and White Flag. On Tranquility, a lot of our players reside in a C2 wormhole with nullsec static, so they're just bullying Ratters and nullsec groups, roaming around, stuff like that. And others are mostly chilling in Jetto or Amamaki, waiting for filament rooms. Outside of EVE Online, a lot of the team like to play the Coffin of Ande and Lele, which is a immersive adventure horror, and watching Attack on Titan, probably. You should not waste any channel points on us because we're definitely going to throw. And shout out to Volta for rage quitting each tournament and somehow managing to scrape together another roster year after year, loss after loss. Good luck to all teams and have.
And there you have it. So from Truth Honor Light there. Anything else to say about these guys?
Not particularly. I mean, let's be fair. They're one of the favorites, right? They won 2 tournaments in a row. They got 4th place last year, which I think generally we almost consider a fluke, which is something like, oh, yeah, oh, they only got top 4. That's kind of a fluke. So I don't want to say it's an unexpected result. They played really well. It's cool that they used something different, too, to win. But then they did a throwback comp. It is what it is. I mean, we're going to see them do some crazy stuff, probably.
Probably. Yeah, I'm expecting Truth Honor Light to go deep into the tournament. We always do. I think last year was a bit of an unexpected drop from them. I can't remember who knocked them out. Was it the Tuskers code that knocked them out in the end?
I think so.
I think so. And Tuskers, of course. Was it not the Tuskers?
No, it was actually, I believe it was Barcode in the lower bracket, and then Barcode lost to the Tuskers in losers final, and then we had the Tuskers and Fraternity, where Fraternity was able to take it. Not salty that my team lost, by the way.
We couldn't tell if you were.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, let's just have a quick talk about that. That was an extremely good grand final, one of the best in many years, in my opinion. The defending champions, Fraternity, of course, lost their first match today. That was kind of a bit of a bad start for them. So we'll see what happens. We'll see where it goes. But they went down 0-2 in the grand final last year against the Tuskers. And then they came back and they won 3-2, and it was super exciting. I really loved it, and I think we should. I hope for more of that. I think Truth Honor Light are going to have a bit of a chip on their shoulder from getting knocked out, lower than any time in the last probably 5 years or so. That collection of pilots has ever been knocked out. So I think they're going to come back strong this year, but. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, they'll be back later in the tournament. Let's look at our next matchup. It is White Squall versus Genshin Impact Alliance. So the bans for White Squall are the Eos, the Loki, the Blackbird, the Armageddon, and the Arbitrator. Meanwhile, Genshin Impact Alliance banning out the Sleipnir, Eos, Hyena, Ishtar, and the Mollis. Blackbird Pirate, what do you make of these bans?
So we're seeing a Blackbird ban. Blackbirds are one of the bestest sort of ship that you can kind of almost slot into any armor setup, and they're incredibly powerful. So it's really cool to see that. I've always liked seeing Blackbird comps. I know most people hate seeing Blackbird comps, hate fighting Blackbird comps, and hate watching Blackbird comps, but I think they're kind of fun. EOS ban, it's like I said, it's a great ship. If you get banned EOS, you really mess up your ability to fly any armor setup that is not like the ones we just saw. And then, of course, Mike, we got rid of the Geddon. Okay, we know why. Or is it the Geddon Navy issue, I believe?
Yeah, just the Armageddon. Just the regular old Geddon.
Sorry, it's slightly far enough away that I see the ship shape and I see the colors, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's a Geddon. All right, cool. Yeah, pretty standard bans. I do think that the bans on Genshin Impact are a bit weird, if Mod wants to talk about that.
Yeah, so Genshin Impact Alliance, besides being a group of weebs, they're the essentially the Chinese Infinity Avenger Corp of Snuffed Out. They broke off from Snuffed Out for the tournament. Let's see if they can do better than the main team. But what's going on with this one is that you bring in EOS if you want to do any sort of like an armor, drone comp. The Armageddon is also part of that. And so I can see White Squall with the second ban saying, okay, we saw that the EOS is earlier. Now we're going to get rid of the Armageddon. So drones are basically off the board, because if those two are out, you're not really bringing a drone comp. It doesn't work without that. Sleipnir is just a generically good, rush setup ship. And when you get rid of the Mollusk, you get rid of some damps. I agree with Bart that it's maybe not as good as it used to be. The Blackbird has been uppointed a little bit this year compared to where it has been last year. I expect to see a lot of Blackbird bans still, but really it's just kind of like a lot of, I don't like this particular ship, but it's not really focused at anything in particular, just a lot of very generic, very annoying ships that neither side wants to deal with.
Yeah, I'm also curious if White Squall will bring a Squall. Of course, the option is available to them, and it could even be white. They could use a skin, make it white. That would be pretty cool, and I would give them extra points just for style. So Bart, before we talk about this match for another 3 minutes or so, Ishtar. I'm looking at Ishtar, but I find that one a little bit unusual.
I do too. I think that they're not really that good anymore in the AT. So they used to be insane. Like, there's been times when drones were dominant. There's been times when drones are being okay. Obviously, so far, we've seen a lot of drone setups, but, we were talking to Misty about it, and neither of us are really like, these are great setups. I don't think an Ishtar really does anything for a drone setup anymore, though. It's not like, ye olden days where the Ishtar was this, 900 DPS powerhouse, and you'd bring 3 of them, and every single ship on grid was always at threat from these just really, really fast, heavy drones. So I'm not sure what their plan is behind that. Maybe they're just trying to ban out all the ratting ships. I'm not sure. And like Moderator said, you ban the EOS, you ban the Geddon. The Ishtar is out. If somebody tries to bring armor drones here, it's like, this is when you're trying to force your comp in. I could be wrong. Somebody might try and ban or bring armor drones as kind of like, we've mind gamed you. We banned armor drones and we still brought it. But in this case, if you've gotten most of the ships that are good with it, I would be shocked, and I think you're just going to lose because you don't have enough quality ships for it. So yeah, the Ishtar ban's is weird. I don't.
Yeah. I mean, one quick thing on the Ishtar ban. Sometimes you see people bring a Stratios instead. Don't do that, by the way. It's a bad idea. It's just kind of crap. But Moderator, what else do you think about these bans? You look like you have something to say.
Well, when you look at this, you can think, okay, so double battleship control is open, right? You can still bring, Armageddon Navy issue. You can still bring that Redeemer. You can bring a shield rush. You can bring any of the medium gun, spam that we just saw in the last match. There's a lot that's still open, like very traditional archetypes. You think 10 bans, well, that's a lot out. There's a lot that's still open.
There is indeed. Any final thoughts, Bart, before we head over to this match?
Not particularly. I'm very interested to see what they're going to bring on this, just because some of these bans are a little confusing. But thankfully, I'm going to find out really, really soon.
Look what I see on our screen. It says here, this is an exciting announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams bringing flagships. So we might see flagship dies, because one team has to win, right?
Yes, I hope we see a flagship.
According to the rules, there will be a team that wins this match.
And one that loses.
And one that loses. And it goes without saying. So hopefully we see a flagship go down in a blaze of glory. So let's head over to the arena and give the casters a little bit of time to talk about this one. So let's head in for White Squall versus Genshin Impact Alliance.
Welcome, mate, to Genshin vs. White Squall, and we have a beautiful match because we have 2 flagships. We have a lot of control. This is going to be a brutal one. Starfleet, my man, I want you to get this started. What are we seeing?
White Squall bringing their flag bow, obviously, and a fleet Templis with an Aero Sentinel. Lots of E-War, lots of control, and also Genshin Impact bringing their flag.
I know, right?
Get a Navy issue with another Get a Navy issue. A lot of control. Sentinels assuming there's TDs everywhere. There's control everywhere. I think a flagship's going to die today.
I mean, maybe. The damage bars are not particularly big, but the control bars are are even bigger than the defensive bars in most cases. This is massive amounts of control.
Both teams definitely thinking, right, how are we going to play this? How are we going to get through?
How are we going to hit things, man?
How are we going to do anything in this game?
I've got damage, but I'm not sure how to use it anymore. Let's see what do.
It's definitely going to be, I think, quite a slow match. I think we're going to see a sort of ramping build-up. We're going to see a bit of control, a bit of positioning at the start. Then we're going to start getting a gritty, newting warfare. Lots of evil going down with 27 seconds until the match starts.
I had a quick check as well. The Geddon Navies, both rapid heavy fit.
Both rapid heavy. We're going to, plenty of damage on the grid right now. The Flag Balgorn definitely going to be fit. I mean, I wonder, Tobias Webb potentially.
Oh.
We'll see.
That's a big kill mail if that's the case, but.
So essentially, the Balgorn with a Tobias Webb can definitely web out to 60 kilometers
10 seconds, 10
easily.
seconds.
So we're going to see something locked down straight away. And also, we've got newts on the grid everywhere. The damage is definitely lackluster right now, as you said. As the match does begin, I think it's going to be a bit of a slow burn. We're going to probably see them just move in position a bit more, try and get some things locked down. We see some drones coming out, actually some sentries coming out.
Yeah, look at the disruption already coming out. We've got guidance disruptors, we've got tracking disruptors, we've got damps. It's just everything's going out. Both Navy Geddons. They brought a lot of guidance disruptors. They brought enough for both Navy Geddons, so they're already being a bit gimped here.
I mean, I think right now we're going to see a very slow burn, and they're going to sort of move in right now. The Armageddon Navy, she's slowly moving in. Everything is kind of going to be a bit in slow motion until something gets locked down. As soon as things get locked down, the brawl gets started.
Exactly.
Then it starts to happen really quickly.
Both teams as well, they started opposite points as well, so this is a, like I said, slow burn because they're both coming from a long distance.
Balgorn of Yabi moving straight in there, no hesitation.
Exactly. Man.
He's the flag of the match. He's the Balgorn.
He's got to project,
going
mate. He's
in.
got to project. That Balgorn is a big old ball of pain.
Web down on the Armageddon Navy issue of Snow, so he looks like to be the first target for the White Squall team, and also the Fleet Tempest, which I think is the first time we've seen that today, is now the primary, I think, for Genshin Impact. I mean, right now at this point in time, this can go either way. It's, I mean, I love the Balgorn, I love the oppressiveness of it.
Oh yeah.
And I do like, I mean, but also you've got that Navy Armageddon, which also has its own very oppressive newts as well.
Yeah, but the newts are not shiny.
No faction newts on either of these flagships. Obviously, the Balgorn really does benefit with the web, which is super oppressive and super long range, around 60 kilometers, I think.
No damage.
Yeah, obviously
no one can do anything.
No damage right now. A little damage onto the Balgorn. We've got some tracking disruptors and guidance disruptors just on the two their respective ships from both teams are being disrupted.
Oh yeah.
Shock horror.
What a surprise.
So right now we're going to probably see just both teams trying to gauge get through, basically. I think they're going to get in there and probably just try and go for something smaller.
The curious ship here is the Celestus. He can potentially at one point turn off some of the tracking disruptor on one ship and try and maybe force a hull, or maybe even take out the Logi. Neutralize the Logi. But at the moment, it looks like they're going for a Magus. I guess it's the Confessors. Yep, double Confessors shooting the Magus. That's good call there. Confessors are very good for hitting things, obviously.
I really like. I think White Squall bringing in the Neros. I think that's a really good call. I give that as an advantage because he can sit back once the brawl gets started. He can stay back
and stay out of the nuke range.
Yeah, basically stay away. Whereas if the reverse happened, the Balgorn is oppressive. He can just web it down and get it. So I feel like White Squall have a bit of an advantage with the Aneros, just so he can stay back, keep the reps going while the brawl's going on, and a bit of a neuting war going on right now. I mean, again, shock horror.
Who would have thought this was going to happen?
The Balgorn and Snow neuting each other right now. I think both teams are thinking, right, we've both got our flags, and
they're both being gun shy at the moment.
Everyone's kind of thinking, right, we need to be very careful how we get in there. Curator's coming out again for Genshin Impact, trying to get some damage down. I think this could go to Tidal.
This is going to go to Tidal. I get the feeling, unless something suddenly changes, some team really, like, I wouldn't say grow a pair of balls, but, go in for it.
You can't say that. The Balgorn could be worth 100 bill.
The Geddon could be worth 50.
True, yeah. The Fleet Tempest taking a smidge of damage now.
He's finally into armor.
He's finally into 99% armor. So
mate, that's game over, right?
He's actually 98. He's actually the primary right now, taking a bit of damage, probably from the Curators, I think, and probably the Rapids as well, taking a bit of damage on him. I mean, do you think the objective is to go for the battleships?
That's your win condition, but at the same time, it's like if you could remove some of the control at the back, they got Triple Confessor. They actually could go chasing around small ships, but for White Skull, the Confessors, I think are your win condition to start hitting things. For Genshin, it's a bit harder because they went harder on control.
Yeah.
Even the Yoshimi was technically more of a control ship than I want to kill that thing ship.
Obviously, looking at the positions of the teams right now on the screen in front of you, we've got the Balgorn front and center, which is where he should be, and on the reverse side, we've got the Geddons very close to each other. This is such a comp that you need to the positioning and making sure your oppressive battleships, flagships are out in front,
Exactly.
making a wall. The Tempest Fleet issue did burn away. Actually, he's back into the sort of the rest of the team right now. He did take a bit of damage.
And this is where the Baal's really good, right? Because the Baal can either be pushing forward or pulling back and being the wall. And you see this moment, he's playing wall. He's sitting between him and the enemy team and letting him come after him, nuke things away, keep them slow. So this is where the Baal, like the Baal with the web, is really shining, just being a real, let's be honest, a pain in the ass to try and get past.
Definitely. I mean, one thing they got to be careful of is not to get caught in the corner of the arena. Obviously, the arena is 125 kilometers radius around the center, so there's not an infinite amount of space they can move into. So we'll have to try and position them if they want to try and kite away and really just delay the positioning and try and get them to make a mistake, because I think that is what this match is about. It's who makes the mistake first.
And both of them are way too, like, not one scared. They're both being very careful to not make the mistake, but in turn, not really making any decisive actions yet.
No, and also, like, with 5 minutes left, obviously it's been 5 minutes, guys, not much has happened. A little bit of damage tickled on the Tempest Fleet issue. The thing is, like, no team, I've been in a situation where you kind of just, you don't want to gamble and just go in, because you're going to risk a lot of money, going to lose it as well. We're seeing now the Balgorn and the Armageddon of Snow really close to each other now, so I think they're going to start getting locked into combat right now as the Balgorn starts to take damage. So maybe this is the commitment that we see.
Look at the Baal again. The Baal is now webbing out the Ashimu and the Navy Geddon. He's trying to still keep range even now. And yeah, the thing as well, this is actually kind of annoying for Genshin. They have rapid heavies, right? They can't just start shooting.
No.
They have to pick the right time.
This is the thing right now. Look, the Balgorn has the oppressive web and can just get out and just move away.
Yep.
One thing to note as well, the creators that were dropped by Genshin Impact are now really far away.
Yep.
So I think they're basically going to be useless at this point, and that's always a risk.
They're about 20 off of 0, so they've got a pretty good range, but they're still, you're sitting way off.
Curators definitely, if going past 60 kilometers, it's going to be getting out of the damage range. I think this will fall off, but basically fall off at that point. But right now, Balgorn and the Armageddon of Slayer, so flagship and flagship right next to each other. The Balgorn now taking a lot of damage.
Oh, here we go. It begins the actual brawl now.
And now's the time we've got to commit. White School needs to commit. The Balgorn is now locked down, scrammed, and webbed
Honestly,
as well.
the White School, the Confessors need to wake up and start doing things now.
Crucify.
The Crucify of White School getting punished. Like this thing, White School has the anti-small, but they're small being killed.
Yeah, I know. He shouldn't be there. Why are you there? Like, you're so far away from your team, and you're taking a lot of damage. Obviously, they've got the Aneros to keep him up, but the Balgorn, going down.
He's getting punished now for sure. I wondered. I didn't actually look at. I don't think the Balgorn would have a reactive, right? Surely they put something fancy on it, like really shiny.
You probably want to be pimping out as much as you can, trying to make, because you can use faction tank modules. So like you want to maximize with the Balgorn. You're there for the control web, and you're there for the tank.
Exactly.
That's what you're there for. It's a big brick and a big web. That's what you want. A nice oppressive faction.
Cruci's holding.
The nearest just tapping him a bit of reps. Get him up.
And the key here as well, the Balgorn, while he's being pressured, it is rapid heavies. So he's going to get pressure for a while, zoom back up. Pressure for a while, zoom back up.
So the question is can they get through in a clip?
Yes, exactly. And because he's blink, there is no resist to try and be cheeky with.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on, Crucify. I said he was fine, and he's being chased again.
He's got a lot of drones on him, but he's got a lot of bots on him right now.
My god!
He's got Hornets on him from the Genshin, and he's got a lot of bots on him right now. But where is the nearest? He is going a bit. No, he is next to the nearest. He's close enough to get reps. Again, we're just seeing the nearest doing a really good job.
And I think there's clip, by the way. You notice that the damage has suddenly died, and there's your clip. But here's the thing: what have White School done in return while that's been happening?
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about the damage landing on the White School, but not much on Genshin Impact right now. I think they're kind of not really too sure. If you look at the White School team, they don't have much damage. It's just the Tempest Fleet issue.
And the Balgon's guns as well.
And the Balgon's gun.
I didn't check, unfortunately. I don't know if actually use it. Surely it's a gun ball. It's
like
not.
It's look right now. It's definitely got some guns in it.
Yeah, that's a gun.
It's got some guns in it.
I made an assumption there. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, a full new Balgon would be a bit of a ballsy move right now.
It would be like your damage would just be the 10%. But
Tempest Fleet issue now taking a bit of damage. I do think that the nearest can keep it up though.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Tempest is like, it may be called a Tempest, but Tempest Fleet is a way tankier boat than its tier 1 cousin. And it can definitely, with good fittings, just become a real brick of a ship while projecting pretty well.
Genshin now trying to get the damage across the board. We've got Sentinel taking damage, Crucifier taking damage, the Tempest Fleet issue in half armor. Maybe this is the way to get through. Split the damage and get the battleship down.
I'm looking for where the Confessors are. I'm kind of very curious I wonder if maybe if the Confessors aren't killing small ships, are they maybe going anti-drone duty? Are they
I think
drones?
I haven't seen any drones die. I mean, the sentries are still out there. The Tempest is holding in half armor right now. We've got.
He is. Confessor is shooting drones.
Is he shooting drones? He's trying to.
Sentinel's getting lower.
Sentinel. Honestly, guys, we've got a minute left. So whoever kills, if the Sentinel goes down, they'll be ahead on points and win the game.
Could you imagine losing because of one frigate? Oh my god.
Poor Hillary.
Tank's good. Tank's good. There we go. He's back.
The Anero's doing a fantastic job just keeping the support up whilst also slowing that Tempest. He's dying, but he's understanding that he can still keep a little bit of the support up.
I think also the Anero spent some time there, put some reps on the Sentinel, brought it back up, and now he's probably going to go full bore. Honestly, it could be a little bit of bait tank too, just keeping just in range.
I mean, the problem right now is that the Tempest is going into low armor and the Sentinel pressure is still there. I think that's why the Confessors are trying to get rid of the drones, because I think the drones are definitely the main damage on the Sentinels right now.
Definitely real damage, yeah.
I mean, Hillary needs to keep the Tempest up. Crucify going down again.
Oh my, that was 10% armor.
We've got 8 seconds, 7 seconds on the clock until probably going to go to tie-dye.
Reverse tie-dye, here
Reverse
we go, boy.
tie-dye, guys.
Welcome to hyperspeed.
Which basically means that CCP will now speed up the arena. So modules will start cycling quicker.
Exactly.
And reps will land faster as well, but the damage increase is now going to be exponential.
And honestly, it's going to be scary for the Aneros, because again, it's a medium cruiser. Its reps are on the end of the cycle. He's got to get quickly and flick back and forth.
It's over. It's 1-0.
Wait, what? Oh.
It's 1-0.
It's 1-0. I didn't even look at the... It's 1-0. Why did we not see that? Let's go back to break in the studio. They can tell us how much of a fool we are.
We didn't look at the screen.
We were too busy in the match.
Welcome back from one of the matches of all time here at Alliance Tournament 20, where White Squall get a technical victory by 1 point because Genshin Impact Alliance forgot to bring the full 200. If they just had one more point, that would have gone to overtime, and then someone had to die. And to be honest, White Squall were kind of on the back foot. The Crucifier made a positioning mistake. He got too close, he got webbed, he got painted. But hero logic piloting on that side managed to keep him alive. But then the Sentinel started getting ahead. Suddenly the Balgorn was getting ahead. It became really... you had to just survive to win for White Squall, and I think if that had gone to overtime, Genshin Impact would have possibly taken the W, because when it goes to overtime, we're going to reverse time dilation, so the game starts going faster and faster and faster, which I know Starfleet Commander was in the middle of explaining when I had to run in to tell him, like, hello, it's actually over because it's 1-0. Mystical Might, welcome back to the desk.
Hello.
How did you enjoy that match?
I thought that was probably one of the more exciting matches of the tournament. Not because it was flashy. At one point, I was kind of just sitting cross-legged on the floor, very zen. It was a very
we were all sitting on the floor
match.
just in front of this,
Yep.
the TV there where I'm kind of pointing at.
Yeah.
We were all just sat on the floor watching it. And when I realized that it was a 1-0 potential, I was like, okay, now I do not want the flagship to die. I wished for the 1-0 meme.
Yes.
And it happened. I got my wish. Thank you.
It was really well piloted from both the Balgorn, who was spending a majority of the match just making sure that the Navy Geddons in turn were slowing down. They were hitting about 750 meters a second, 800 meters a second. Then they would get double webbed. They'd drop down to about 200. And then the other Navy Geddon would kind of overtake and then also get slowed down.
Yep.
So great back and forth from the Balgorn there. But I guess the real winner of that match was Hillary in the Aneros, who
100%.
was able to keep up. A couple somewhat, flying by the seat of the pants frigates.
Yes.
Being where they shouldn't have been. But yeah, no, great match. Great piloting.
I mean, great piloting on both sides, just to be clear. White Squall is a very competent team. Genshin Impact Alliance were really putting the pressure on them. And to come out of that, having not just fed to a team like White Squall, is actually pretty good morale victory, even if it's not a technical victory. Really good piloting all around. Moderator, anything you wanted to shout out about that?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have a composition that really just maps out to be 199 points, right? And there's not really like another ship you can substitute in for that 1 point. And this is really kind of the risk of doing that, is that if you go to time, that's 1 point you didn't bring goes to the other side, right? You don't get any sort of credit or special, pat on the back for that. You just lose. And we saw that the Balgorn did a really good job of, again, like you were saying, just kind of saying, you can't get too close to me, okay? You got to stay away. But the Sentinels are really kind of the linchpin of this setup, right? We saw that, one side had, one Sentinel, one side had 2 Sentinels, and those Sentinels, what they will do, right, is 70% of your range, right, your optimal range or your missile range gets deleted, right? Because they're that Tech 2 effect. So these rapid heavy boats were being kept away, wanting to hit something, but they only really shoot about 60 kilometers and change. And a Balgorn that's webbing you that far away, you get, guidance disrupted, you really only have around 15 kilometer of range, you're going to be not really doing much. And that's what happened until these Crucifiers, the Sentinels, decided that I'm going to get very, very, very close to the enemy battleship. We're going to make things exciting for the match. And nearly inted themselves, and the Oneros did their level best to, keep everything alive, throwing Logi drones, even to try to save things, and then, spreading reps across the board, basically playing hot potato, trying to keep it alive for his team, and, not securing defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah, that essentially was just the logistics pilot for White Squall in his own little game where he just has to click the right buttons at the right time for 10 minutes, and if he does, his team wins. That's basically what just happened.
Yeah.
The other 19 people were just sort of party to that. They didn't really have much effect on it. But yeah, fantastic match. I'm very happy we got a 1-0 win because it's just kind of funny. But let's move on and look at our next one. It's going to be Paper Numbers versus No Need Loose Face. So let's take a look at the bans. Paper Numbers banning out Crucifier, Sentinel, Arbitrator, Curse. They do not like tracking and guidance disruption. They're getting rid of all of that. No Need Loose Face banning out the EOS, the Armageddon Navy issue, the Astarte, and the EOS. Did I say Oneros first? Okay. But you can see it on the screen. So one's an EOS and one's an Oneros. Mystical Mike, tell me your thoughts about these bans.
I think it's interesting that, again, we're seeing the full kind of tracking disruptor line banned out. We still have the Pilgrim available. I think in feeders we saw similar ban set to, not this, because there were fewer bans, but people trying to remove, like curses, etc., but leaving the Pilgrim in because it's usually an underutilized and overlooked ship. So there's still the Pilgrim if anyone's trying to, counter this TD spam ban out. But I also think it's interesting that the EOS and the Astarte are banned. The Astarte we usually see performing well in medium gun spam. The EOS is a very strong link ship that can be brought with any armor comp, really, because it gives you, I think, stronger skirmish links and stronger armor links, which is kind of what you want if you're going up against an enemy fleet when you have an armor comp. So yeah, I think that these are two interesting bans because it does make it harder to bring an effective armor comp when you don't have those two command ships to lean back on.
Yeah. And Maud, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Paper Numbers really saying, hey, we want to be able to play at range. If you're going to ban out basically everything but the Pilgrim, as Misty was saying. And yeah, you can bring the Pilgrim, but man, for 30 points that it costs, it just does not do nearly as well as its counterpart in the Curse. And even the Curse this year is just very expensive for what it does. And No Need to Lose Face going and saying, hey, drone boats are gone, medium, railguns are getting hit as well. And then you've got the Armageddon Navy issue that's being targeted. People love their Armageddon Navy issue so far today. I think we're going to continue to see that, the rest of the day and tomorrow. And then the Oneros ban is kind of the prototypical armor logic. We see that being used a little bit more than the Guardian just because of the mid slots allow you more in way of sensor boosters and capacitor injectors to self-sustain against E-War. So pretty well targeted, I would say, by No Need to Live Face.
And I was just going to add that it's interesting again to see the fact that the two bans are shared first. We have the potential duplicate bans, and then we have the reactions. And in that reaction phase, when they first saw the tracking disruptor ships kind of banned out, they went for the Astarte to potentially weaken the medium gun spam, and the Oneros to potentially weaken any armor core that was looking to ball up and just project. So it's again an interesting little format.
Yeah, I'm just checking in on you guys on Twitch to see what you're predicting. Looks like Paper Numbers are the heavy favorites here. 1.7 million to just 370,000 channel points. Lots of Mademoiselle spamming for Rote Kapelle. They're not on yet. You may spam when they're on. Please come up with more original spams for the teams that are actually playing. I will appreciate all emoji-based spamming as long as it's relevant to the teams that are currently playing.
Someone is spamming Spam This Pheasant to support Of Essence. They're using a Swan, I think.
7 out of 10.
So,
cool. we can rank these at some point, but yeah, come up with better spamming. All right, let's head over to the arena for Paper Numbers versus No Need Loose Face. Yeah, let's go check that out now.
Welcome back to the arena, guys. I'm Starfleet Commander, still here with Wingnut. I think, well, we can't count clearly or even read.
Yeah, we were told to inject reading comprehension 1. I'm sorry, I need competency 4 to get that first.
But on the screen in front of you right now, we've got Paper Numbers versus No Need Lose Face. And we have a very interesting match right now. We've got a kind of a mirror,
Exactly.
but with armor and shield.
Exactly. So yeah, we've got the old medium gun spam, but Paper Numbers being weird brought shield gun spam, but with Navy Hub, Navy British as well, because, I don't know, they felt like it that day.
It's definitely going to be an interesting one because obviously I feel like No Need Lose Face have a bit of an advantage here with sort of the armor comp, but Navy Prophecies, I mean, the projection on Paper Numbers is quite substantial.
And look, there's one easy target, Augurer.
The Augurer will be, I reckon, the first target, and as we've commentated on the 2 matches ago, the first 30 seconds are usually what makes
And
what
look at the
matters.
Augurer immediately. Bang, 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 bang. Straight away.
Augurer completely getting obliterated down into structure. An amazing vertical from Paper Numbers into structure, completely gone. No Need New Face, not even time to blink.
Exactly that. And that's, again, medium gun spam. Just throw the damage in their face. And now with the Augurer gone, it's going to be an easy pickings. Vigilant next, gone. Navy Omen probably after that, gone after. They even take out the Maul's of Vigi, make it really easy to apply to stuff. This is going to really snowball. They went for a mower, but looks of it first. They're probably one of the tankiest cruisers you can engage.
Probably not the best call as well. I mean, obviously, No Need Lose Face have Prophecy Navy issues, right? So they have got some gut turrets, but mostly it's a drone, a lot of drone damage as well.
Not good against the medium gun spam.
So not really too much. The Mur does go down, but I think it could be too little too late.
Exactly. They got the mower. And unfortunately, the Vigilant and Vigil have both gone. Vigilant and Vigil, both of the Vs.
So I think Paper Numbers still have their Vigil as well. So you've got the TP, which is so incredibly important for their comp. You might be, obviously, the Brutix Navy issue, not traditionally a shield ship, but it can work.
Exactly. And the damage you can get out of it too. It'd be a brutal amount of damage.
Definitely a lot of damage, and also very quick as well. They can shift quite quickly.
Phantasms, by the way, as well. Not particularly a tournament common ship, but they do have their place in times, especially with comps like this. And they're also good against, for instance, Nighthawk Rush comps because you can try and pull away a bit. Or even battleships.
I was saying earlier on, the Phantasm, you don't see it often, but they can be good. They're very hard to kill. They've got the AB bonus as well, so they're very small sig, so they're really hard to hit. Obviously, Paper Numbers doing a fantastic job just getting all the ships down. Obviously, Navy Harbinger, sorry, is about to die in a second here. But I think as these matches go, the first 10 seconds is always
your first target call is the one thing that matters. If you get the first target call and you can kill the target, you win. But there's also the counterplay. If they know you're about to do it, they can try and maybe make that call bad. It's honestly, it's one of those things like people say lost on warp-in or lost on your comp. This is lost on the first target call.
I think so as well. And also, there's a bit of chance with the warp-ins as well.
Exactly.
These two teams actually warped in at 50. Both teams warped in at 50, but because of the angle they warped in, they're actually quite close to each other. I do think that the Prophecy Navy issues were a bit lackluster in this. I
don't know why. I don't know where that came from. I'm not a fan. There's probably a reason. They're probably smarter than me. I'm not going to say that, but I don't understand the Prophecy Navy here personally.
I think they should have gone for more. You can look at Paper Numbers. They've just double down.
Double Navy Brutix, for instance. They could do that, have the same price.
Yeah, they could have done.
Not the same price.
Well, they'd have to change their.
My bad.
They'd have to figure out what they can put in there and probably alter the points to get some more rails in there.
But there's probably a reason. There usually is.
I mean, it's a Prophecy Navy issue is good. It's got a good tank. It can lock down things. It has decent damage, but there's no real heavy projection like Paper Numbers. You saw the oppressive damage, just annihilating your Augurer right at the start, and he didn't have a chance to even really move.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting up to speed still and was still being shot. It didn't matter, and I think the previous team attempted the same thing and unfortunately could not manage it. This is what happens when they manage it. It works.
And also, there's a stark contrast to the last match, which was super slow. It seems today we've got heavy control setups, and we have
old Rush, Blaster Rush stuff. Not Blaster Rush. Sorry, medium gun spam Rush.
We got Ham Rush today. We've got this medium rail and projectile spam. And we've got lots of control stuff right now. Obviously, these matches are more fun because things blow up.
Yeah, they're my style.
Spaceships exploding. 2 ships left for No Lose Face. Obviously, we're going to see Paper Numbers going through to in the winners. And
you notice, by the way, they left the tanky T1 cruiser till last.
Yeah.
It's almost like, let's be honest, shooting a mauler, I would not be a fan of. I agree with shooting T1 cruisers in these kind of comps because you can get free damage killed quickly. The mower is not that. The mower is the opposite of that.
No, I think probably they should have gone for something a bit
less tanky.
I think. But
I mean, even the Phantasms would be a functional option.
But they're hard to get.
They're hard to hit, but the same thing is if you're firing medium guns at them, it's not like you're going to particularly miss that.
No, you can match transversal as well. That will help, but they are hard to kill.
But killing the mowers, you killed it. It's not that much damage. It's a lot more tank forage damage. You kind of hurt. But here we go. Final ship's going down.
Prophecy Navy, she's dead. Mauler going to die. Good fights in local.
Yep.
Mauler's about to go down here. Obviously, congratulations to Paper Numbers to
My boys.
going through. Yeah, your
Rasmussen's
boys.
my boy.
Welcome back. Paper Numbers there, taking that victory over No Need Loose Face. And that was a lot of medium guns, Mystical Mind.
It was indeed. It was indeed. What a blast from the past. Finally, some good comps.
Yeah,
Finally.
but when we saw those phantasms, I was like, we're back in Alliance Tournament 18 once
Yes.
again. We've had a little bit of a history in the last couple of matches. We had a Flag Balgorn with a Tempest fleet issue. That's straight out of Alliance Tournament 16 right there. So maybe 16, 18. Next up is 20. Then that's
Yeah.
where we are. This is perfect.
Have we ever had a 1-point win?
I don't think we've had a 1-point win. Someone who has more brain cells than me can check that out, but I don't think we've ever had a 1-0
Maybe we
win.
have made history today.
Maybe we have made history. Moderator, medium gun spam. Tell me about medium gun spam. Why we saw one there being an armor one being a shield one. Talk me through it.
Sure. So medium gun spam has been an archetype, basically a staple of tournaments for really kind of the last, I want to say like 6-7 years. And it's gone through a number of different iterations. We used to call it kind of Octodad because what you would do is you would bring 8 battle cruisers, right? And then a couple Logi frigates, and you would just push down anything because 8 battle cruisers, turns out it does more damage than pretty much anything else in the game. And things have changed, over time. So you're not allowed to bring, that many of the same class of hull. So now we see that, we bring cruisers instead. We bring some things like the Phantasms, right, instead of, like throwing a bunch of Feroxes if it was going to be a shield comp. And then it's turned into this kind of evolution where a shield kind of setup versus an armor setup. The shield setup, it can do things like put tracking enhancers. It can put, more damage mods in the low slots and maybe out-trade, right? You're really trying to see, I do a lot of damage, but you do a lot of damage. But if I do damage faster than you, I win. And that's pretty much what Paper Numbers did here.
Yeah, I find it interesting as well that one side went for logistics frigates and one side went for a Tech 1 logistics cruiser, so it doesn't have those Tech 2 resists. As soon as we saw what was on grid, I looked at it and was like, this is going to be a case of if they shoot those frigates first, then they win. If not, they lose. And that's pretty much exactly what happened. That Augur went down really fast. You also want to talk a little bit about was it the Shield
Navy Harbinger.
Shield Navy Harbinger,
Yeah.
yes. Tell me about the Shield Navy Harbinger, Mystical Might.
So one of the conversations we were having is when we were watching the match, we're kind of trying to figure out, okay, why are they bringing a Navy Harbinger instead of, I guess, your more traditional Ferox, right? Ferox is already a shield ship. It has its bonuses. It has optimal range bonuses, I believe, on the railguns. So it would seem like a good ship to fit into this comp. But the Navy Harbinger has 5 mids. It has 6 lows. It has its beams. It does an absolute ton of damage, and it's actually fairly quick, which means that it's actually kind of ideal to fit into this medium gun spam because it allows you to close range, to put your multi-frequency damage in when you're not getting shot. If you do start getting shot, you can start to burn away, effectively trying to speed tank or range tank the enemy team and trying to preserve your life a little bit longer. So the mobility plays a huge part in these types of setups, especially when there's a mirror. We saw, in fact, Lost Touch also burning away at one point when he was in half armor in the Navy Brutix, and it meant that they had to switch target. Right, so it's very important to play this positionally, but just the sheer amount of damage and range you can get out of a Navy Harbinger probably means it's more worthwhile to take than a Ferox, which is more likely to die than the Navy Harbinger would.
So, Mod, it feels like medium gun spam has a lot of potential to be a pretty top-tier comp this particular tournament in this current rule set. How do teams kind of counter this? Like, it feels like it's so oppressive with the DPS. It has range, speed. It's we've seen them execute quite well so far.
So yeah, something that we've seen traditionally, the way you can shut these down is you bring tracking disruption, right? If you have a bunch of ships that really want to project at range, but you have things like curses in the past historically that can really take, the incoming pressure. You put full tank on those lows. You're not going to put any, ECM strength mods on those, and you just put a bunch of tracking disruption. You get like 6 or 7, tracking disruption modules that really are spread across the board, and they all do around 70% mitigation. Okay, your medium railgun and beam damage that wants to be at 60 kilometers, they have to be within hard tackle range now to do anything. And if you can, force that to run into like a Vindicator or other heavy battleships, right, you're in a world of hurt. So it's a very high skill comp as a whole. It can be used, by basically people who are starting the game, and it just got used by Truth Honor Light. So it's got a very deep pool, a lot of usability, utility, but it has weaknesses too. It's not like the I win button automatically.
Yeah. And Mystical Might, do you think the no lead loose face team could have done anything different in this particular match that would have led them to victory, or do you think it was just out execution?
I think it's tricky to say without being able to look at the fits, being able to understand exactly what they were going for when they came up with the comp, and then how their practices have also gone over the course of like the couple months leading up to the Alliance tournament. My initial reaction will probably be that they should have better range than the shield setup because they have their mids that they can put towards tracking computers, sense boosters in case they were ever worried about damps, for example. So they'd be able to pull back and force the shield comp to fly into them, which doesn't quite have the same effect since it's guns. So, you know, there's instant damage with missiles. For those of you that don't know, missiles have flight time, which means that if you burn away from a ship that is shooting missiles at you, the missiles will often burn out, even if you're within range, just because of the way that the flight time works. That doesn't happen with guns, but it would still allow you to draw the shield team out. Some ships are going to be faster than others. It would allow you to potentially like kind of burn around and turn back around, like we see with some teams that burn towards MJD beacons, and it may have allowed them to isolate some fights that would have allowed them to pull ahead a little bit with the damage race. But outside of that, I mean, yeah, that's
just
all
do better.
Yeah, just win. It's just that easy, guys. Just win.
Instead of losing, have you considered winning?
Yeah, or stalemating and then winning by
1 point.
Technicality.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to seeing some reverse tie-dye matches. We had one last year in Alliance Tournament 19. It was the first time in quite some time we saw a reverse tie-dye match, if I do recall. And it was very exciting to watch. It's always a bit chaotic. For those of you who don't know, we talked about it briefly, but if it goes into reverse tie-dye, everything just happens really quickly, and that means like your modules cycle really fast, your overheat increases super quickly, and it gets faster and faster and faster and faster as the match goes on, until modules that used to cycle like this are just going like and you like accidentally overheat for a moment and bang, you have just burnt out all your guns. It is chaos incarnate, but it's very fun to watch.
It's good stuff. I don't think I've ever been involved in a reverse tie-dye match.
I've been in one. I flew a Tinker Tengu Logi in Alliance Tournament 14, I think. It was a Bomber Tinker as well. So it was against another Tinker Bomber setup, which is why it went to stalemate, because we just sat and shot torpedoes at each other for 10 minutes and then shot them faster for another 5.
That's one of those matches where what we need is like a heart rate meter on each side's Logi to see, like, you know, you start out and by the end you've done a marathon, you've just won like the Olympics, because your heart is just given out at that point.
Exactly. All right, so we have another match coming up, and of course, we have lots of spamming of the Mademoiselle to support Rote Kapelle, but let's take a look at some of the other things that you have been spamming, and let's have a look at the rating. So, Mademoiselle for Rote Kapelle, currently 200, which is pretty good. Cucumbers for paper number is ranked pretty high, 300. I'm questioning that one, cucumbers for paper numbers. I mean, unless you're saying it in a really weird way, I don't know how that one rhymes, but all the numbers for paper numbers...
that one's worse.
That one's worse.
That one's worse.
It makes more sense.
I'm team cucumber now.
It's too wordy.
Yeah.
Too wordy. But I like pheasants for of essence. That's my favorite.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like the fact that we haven't included the emojis they're using in this, because again, it's not pheasants. There are no pheasants on Twitch, I believe, and they are using doves or swans or something.
That's close enough. It's a bird.
Yeah, I guess.
But yeah, I mean, Mademoiselle for Rote Kapelle is a classic. I will be spamming my Mademoiselle. I always spam my Mademoiselle for Rote Kapelle. Rote Kapelle, very experienced tournament team in general. We usually think of them as one of the sort of a gatekeepers to the upper bracket. They've played in tons of matches over the years, going back a long, long, long time. And they usually do pretty all right. And if you can get through a team like Rote Kapelle, you're probably like above average. I'd say they're definitely a solid team. They have last couple of matches that they've played in Alliance Tournament, Alliance Tournament 19, they lost to Exodus and also Hidden Leaf Ninja Village, whatever the hell they're called again. Those are two pretty tough teams, so they didn't do so well last time. But they have, overall, they are 21 wins to 22 losses. So basically average, perfectly balanced. So technically, according to this, they will lose, and then it will be balanced. But we will find out. All right, let's take a look at the bans, though, for this match. Of Essence versus Rote Kapelle. So, Of Essence banning out the Armageddon, the Scimitar, the Sleipnir, and the Cyclone Fleet Issue. Meanwhile, Rote Kapelle banning out the Nighthawk, the Loki, the Orthrus, and the Zarmazd. Moderator, your thoughts, please.
Yeah, so the Scimitar is something we actually haven't really seen a lot of bans today on. And when you have the Scimitar out, you have the Sleipnir out, and the Cyclone Fleet issue out, you're really hitting at like every single heavy missile kite ship or like an artillery kite has been popular. But also with the Orthrus and the Loki out and the Nighthawk out, it's like, man, Shield Rush has no ships left at this point. And it makes me think that we're not going to see a Shield Rush, we're not going to see a Shield Kite. So really, the relevant bans we've got left are the Geddon Navy issue and the Zarmzad. And the Zarmzad is a very interesting ship compared to its counterpart, the Guardian and the Oneros, where it does a lot of ramping right onto a ship as opposed to kind of a split rep. And we saw that to great effect, actually, in the very first match where the Fraternity, Mystical Might's team, actually did not win because a Zarmzad was very effectively being able to deal with the incoming rapid heavy damage. So Armageddon Navy has been something we've seen banned most of today. We're going to keep seeing it banned, but Zarm is a little bit out there.
Mystical Might, your thoughts on this as well?
Yeah, get that Zarm out of here. Yeah, don't like it. Just don't like it. I think it's interesting that we've got a Scimitar and Zarm ban. I think the Sleipnir ban's kind of interesting. The Kizrael on TQ, I think, gets used very, very rarely by like small gangers, people that kite around quite a bit and want to spend that extra money on something that's shiny, not necessarily because it's way better than a Sleipnir or a Hurricane Fleet issue, but because it's shiny. But in a tournament setting, I think you could probably replace the Sleipnir with Kizraels, you could probably place it with Hurricane Fleet issues, and still kind of get the same was it Fly Killer?
Yeah, Flight Killer would be
so
that kind of composition, but then you see like the ban of like the Orthrus, and you're like, man, that and no Loki, it's like...
I don't think you've ever needed the Loki and the Orthrus for a Fly Killer setup. I think you'd probably be leaning more towards Hyenas and things like that in your lower end, just to have the webs and the target painters. And then you've also got other ships that you could probably replace the Orthrus with. It's not going to be the same because light missiles were nerfed on things like the Navy Osprey, but... your Jackdaws are still in, for example, if you wanted some light missiles in the lower end that are also fairly cheap. You've also got Squalls, which you can also kite around with heavy missiles if you wanted to, or light missiles. Wouldn't recommend it, but heavy missiles, yeah. So there's still options to bring a like discount Fly Killer if you wanted to. I think the Sleipnir bans these days are not as efficient.
Yeah, I like the Scimitar ban on the Of Essence side. Rote Kapelle haven't necessarily been the most innovative in terms of like the comps that they tend to bring. They tend to stick with the known good ones and just try and do them really well. And the Scimitar plays a big part in a lot of these sort of like kiting execution comps, especially from tournaments past. And I would expect like that's the type of comp that teams like Rote Kapelle would love to fly. So I think that's a good targeted ban of Essence, from Of Essence, you guys with your silly names. But yeah, and then Sleipnir, classic. I think it's probably the most used tournament ship basically ever anyway. It was a long time classic. But yeah, we can head over to the arena. Rote Kapelle are fielding their flagship in this match, by the way. So this should be an interesting one, hopefully. I mean, I do kind of want to see flagships die because it's fun, but also I am spamming my Mademoiselle for Rote Kapelle, so hopefully it doesn't die this time. Let's head over to the arena for this match.
G'day, mates, and Overlord just stole my thunder because that's right, Rote Kapelle brought their flag, again, Navy, in a drone control comp. What has Of Essence brought for us, mate?
Of Essence has brought a more armor projection setup with big DPS coming from the Paladin, Redeemer, and Abaddon. They've got a little bit of control of their own with that Crucifier and Maulus to sort of damp things out, maybe disrupt the rapid heavies on the Armageddon, but I'm really worried about these arbitrators from Rote Kapelle. This is going to make the... application from those big laser boats kind of sweat, and it might let Rote Kapelle utilize their large control bar in order to grind down this match.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those painful things like, hey, I've brought these 3 great damage projection ships, and I can't use them.
Yep. Scorch has long range unless the arbitrators are tracking disrupting you, so it'll be a little bit of a slow start, and that really does favor the control comp of Rote Kapelle.
I'm also curious what kind of drones they're going to drop first from this, mostly drone comp with a very shiny, rapid heavy Armageddon Navy flag, by the way.
Yep. It looks like we've got those DPS drone, heavy drones coming in. No sentries here, so those will be streaming across the arena to the lucky first recipient of the damage, which we will see an
Arbitrator being shot first. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, mate. Get rid of that before it gimps us, please.
Yep. We know exactly what our problem is here, and that is that we need to be able to shoot. Although looking at the effects, there's no tracking disruptors going out here on the Essence team. And as I say that, there one goes. So it might be a little bit of a missile-focused thing, or it might be that they were damped off.
Not damped at the moment. It looks like it's just potentially one, or they've stacked a lot onto the paladin just to bring it down enough.
Yeah, those Marauders have quite good range on them, but realizing that they're not that tracking disrupted, perhaps they're switching over to the Stratios. Meanwhile, the damage from Rote Kapelle going onto the Ashimu of Zypher.
Yep, Stratios is now pulling back into his team, so he's now pulling back. Ashimu is still being pressured, but it looks like he's, at the moment, holding somewhat comfortably. By the way, the Logi on that team is an Inquisitor and a Deacon. So there's also a potential really big weak spot on the Inquisitor if they can potentially get the damage down on it.
Yep, yeah, and those Logifrigs, that's rough because they have to get in range of their target. They have to stay close to their target. And the great thing about drone ships is if you don't have to use your high slots for weapons, you can use your high slots for neutralizers.
Oh, yeah. And also the ever-present, ever-scary random wrecking shot.
Yep. So we should be seeing some risk to those Logi frigates, which are happily trying to keep up their Ashimu. He's holding quite well. Meanwhile, and speaking of Logi frigates, Rima in the Thalia is the primary for Essence. So Essence trying to take out the sustain from the control comp.
Interesting. They're going to have a bit more trouble with it, but I believe it's just a bunch of drones on him at the moment. Yeah, a bunch of warriors at the moment being on the Thalia, and he's not doing all too well. He's going to hopefully get saved by this Deacon, or he's going to start going poorly. Meanwhile, Chad Flame is now being primaried.
Yep, and Chad Flame taking a big chunk of damage. Those heavy drones from those bonus boats can deal quite a bit of pain, and while sometimes their tracking struggles, it doesn't struggle against a Paladin.
Especially if a Paladin is not trying his best not to move particularly fast. Yeah, Dominic's being pressured as well, so we've got a Thalia being pressured, and a Deacon, I believe. Are they in the middle of the fight? No, they're away. So Dominic's actually on his own a bit being attacked, but no, he's next to the Logi. We're good.
Yep, yeah, and honestly, this is just... The longer this goes, the better that the newts from Rote Kapelle start to be, neuting out that Paladin. It needs Capacitor in order to deal damage. It needs Capacitor in order to use its effects. And this Navy Armageddon, hoping to stay alive, flagship, hoping to be able to bring that damage to bear against the enemy team. But this Dominix is in deep trouble.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. There's an Abaddon well within range. So at this point, now it's going to be a race to kill the Dommy, and I think they're going to get him. Like, it doesn't matter how much you track and disrupt us. He's right there. He's the size of a moon. We can kill him.
Yep. So Dominix into structure. Galente holds quite a lot of hold, but there's no reps for that on field. So it'll be tough to see if this Dominix can survive, and if it goes down, trading for nothing, that's going to be a tough spot.
Exactly that. They're doing a great job trying to keep him alive. You see the reps coming constantly in, but that's not looking good. And what are they doing in return? Well, they're finally going for the Inquisitor, but it looks like that's not particularly going well, which happens. And they're kind of, I don't know, it looks like they're between targets at the moment.
Yeah, that Inquisitor, it's a potentially squishy target. Tech 1 resists, not as good as the its Tech 2 Deacon buddy.
Oh.
Yeah, we're all looking at that Dominix, that last tiny sliver of structure.
And
it's the most important one.
The Inquisitor too. That can also, there you go. Inquisitor goes down, which means the Deacon is now a potential target as well. The Dominix is still creeping down. They are trying, there he goes. Never mind. Pop.
Yeah, although that Deacon... absolutely the primary, and if Rote Kapelle can get down the Deacon, then they'll have the Logi advantage against Of Essence, and that'll be a win condition for them. That means Rote Kapelle will have sustain, Of Essence, no sustain. Those battleships have quite a lot of buffer, but it's just buffer. You can grind through it, and that Deacon is just taking chunks and chunks and chunks of damage.
The Stratios and Ashima, by the way, they're tackling each other mutually right now, and you can tell it looks like the Stratios is the one getting the bad end of that deal.
Yep, so Deacon down, Stratios down, Rote Kapelle definitely behind, but not out of it quite yet.
Indeed, but it's like not looking too good. But here's the thing: flagships can turn a match solely on their own sometimes. We saw a bunch of years back a single Scorp Navy just basically soloed a team at one point. So if they can get a position, maybe the Navy Geddon can carry. But with the opposing team still maintaining all of their damage and basically all of their control, it looks like we might potentially be losing a flagship at the moment.
Yeah, Con Paso over there definitely sweating. As Proxe in the Prophecy also quite heavily tank boat, but that damage from the 3 projection battleships still available, still all applying. And speaking of flagships carrying, Compasso has a little bit of a problem, and that problem is the Crucifier of Knight Mollorant. The Crucifier did show up with missile guidance disruptors, and this rapid heavy ship is going to be suffering in its ability to apply to anything, meanwhile also suffering a little bit in the capacitor department.
Notice that the Redeemer now is starting to creep down. Now they've got rid of the Logi, they can potentially try and eat through this guy. They've got a lot of drones, and they've got a lot of potential here, and they could maybe start slowly eating, and looks like it's starting to go that way. That Prophecy is being what Prophecies do, tank. They're bricks, both in terms of flying capability and in terms of tank.
Yep,
It's
so
not looking good.
this is exactly what Rote Kapelle needs to turn this back, is get that Redeemer down, start working on the other ships. If they can hold the Prophecy and get the Redeemer down in time, that'll be a big bunch of damage off of the of Essence team, and they'll be able to start continuing to use their Logi, still alive, even though Rima and Nathalia is...
Being pressured, yeah. I was going to say next as well is that this is where these T2 Logi frigates can do really well, because they don't have to keep you alive forever, just long enough. And they're doing very well here, keeping this Prophecy alive for long enough that's actually starting to threaten this Redeemer.
Yeah, and Rima, Stu, both getting consistently neuted by the of Essence team. Good call from the of Essence team. You don't need to kill the Logi frigates if they don't have any capacitor. They can't rep if they have no cap. But they're injecting through it. They're doing their best. And that Magus of Quinn Rhodes, just quick swap, get the links down.
Yep, Pop gone. Prophecy's still surviving as well. It's getting real close. We have 3 minutes left in this match. And it's looking very, very dicey, honestly, for both teams.
Yeah, Rote Kapelle's gone for the links. They've popped the Magus. They've popped the Pontifex. They're really trying to push the advantage that they have in sustain in order to start getting one of those big targets down. And having said that, they're switching to the Ishimu, just trying to get as many points as they can in the remaining 2 minutes, especially with Proxy dipping deep into hull.
It's also killing off damage as much as they can as well. The Ishimi is kind of some free damage and nukes they can just delete here. And it's definitely, seems like this change in strategy is definitely working as they're starting to kill a lot of ships. Prophecy, look at that, there's like 5% destruction. Oh, and he's starting to get wrapped up again. That's 8% destruction, my apologies. And he's just holding it, and I think his armor's going up. Yeah, it's going up.
Oh no, there goes the Ishimu. That is a huge bunch of pressure off of this Thalia and Deacon. That Ishimu has newts. They cycle very quickly. It's very effective at disrupting the repping abilities. So
look at the score as well. Look how close the score is with this thing. There he goes. There we go. Okay. All right. The crisis averted, for of Essence at least. But they still have 2 minutes. You think they can take down a flag Navigating in 2 minutes, or you think they're not going to try?
I think they're not going to try. I think they need to get out of this with their lives. If that Redeemer goes down, or if that Paladin goes down, it looks like all the tackles on the Paladin right now.
Yep.
Then Rote Kapelle still have a chance to pull this out. Rote Kapelle 55 to 85. Those battleships 48. Any of these battleships would do it for Rote Kapelle.
I just noticed where the Deemer is, by the way. The Deemer decided to just leave the vicinity and is now on the other side of the arena. So that Deemer, that's why he's still alive. He decided to leave, but the Paladin now is the one who's taking the absolute spanking from a flag Navigating.
Yeah, and if that's got purple launchers, that can plug out a massive amount of damage. And
that's starting to look not good. They
got
1 minute. 1 minute. Obviously, has to survive 1 minute of this. There is a flag that is beating you to death, and they got 1 minute to try and do it. But I think Chad Flame's about to go down.
Mademoiselle has done it. Rote Kapelle up ahead on points, pulling this one out by the skin of their teeth. And this is the most important thing in the Alliance tournament. It is not over till it's over. And this match...
that is absolutely brutal. Yeah, the Demon on the other side of the arena, there's nothing they can really do now. They've got not enough damage. They're going to go for the Abaddon, but I think with the newts on him, he's probably going to be particularly useless. So yeah, Rote, with literally a minute on the time, goes from being in a losing position to a winning position.
Yep, and very well flown from Rote Kapelle. Of Essence, pretty good match too. Of Essence, they're a newer team. They've made it through the feeders into the Alliance tournament. These days, the feeders are a play-in qualifier, so much more competitive. Great job to them. Great showing here.
Exactly. Very good showing for them here.
Yep. Rote Kapelle, we've seen them a lot. We'll see them more in the winner's bracket. Very well done. And Compasso surviving in the flagship. Their investment is safe. They can bring it back another day.
Well, with that, let's go to a break and come back to the studio after.
Very touch and go for some time in that match, but they managed to hold on. delete some ships, enough ships to win, and then did in fact win. Mystical Might, as a pilot in the Alliance tournament, when the match begins, what should you do?
Well, according to my manual right here, it says that I should sit still in my Redeemer for 28 seconds and do absolutely nothing in the match, which was a very effective play for Rote. Yeah, I don't know. We usually look to see how long it takes for teams to actually get off the starting line. When the match begins, I think especially newer pilots in the tournament have a tendency to double-click just before ships are unlocked and you can move around, and it won't send that command through. So you'll just end up sitting still. You'll be like, oh, I'm going to be heading in the right direction. I'm going to be burning towards the enemy team. And then you realize 30 seconds in, okay, I haven't moved at all. I've been running my prop mod probably. So
just turning capacitor into nothing.
Yeah, it is something that newer pilots do need to get used to. I think that people that have experience in the tournament usually know when they can actually start moving. They usually spam the command as well, just as the timer ticks over. I think that Of Essence actually had a really good chance at winning. I was saying that the Redeemer, the Abaddon, the Paladin was a decent comp to bring. We saw that it was working fairly well towards the beginning, but I think that the Paladin just having to suffer through the Navigeddon newts for what was the entirety of the match meant that when they did switch to the Paladin towards the end, it had no capacitor, and it seems like they weren't able to trade cap charges over from the Abaddon to keep that Paladin alive for a little bit longer. So.
Yeah. Now, we had a little bit of a meme on the Redeemer pilot for forgetting to move for the first 28 seconds. However, I did want to call out his Chad Gamer move of being shot at, realizing he was being shot at, sitting still on the beacon in the middle, allowing himself to be shot at until it was time to vacate the premises, and then he just MGD'd away into safety and survived. So, Overload approved. Well done. Blackbird Pirate, anything else from you in this one?
Yeah, I think I feel like Of Essence had that because we saw Dominix and we're like, and then the Dominix did something that everybody knows potatoes are really good at, and skillfully slipped away from the triple battleships. And we were kind of watching it, and you know, I hate to say this, and it's obviously I'm not sitting in the pilot seats of any of the battleships on the other team, but it felt like they might have right-click approached the Dominix in a bunch of slow battleships, and so when the Dominix turned space left, which is different than regular left because it's whichever direction I feel like it is at the time, the battleships did the classic, like, oh, we're following the path of you as opposed to cutting it off. So it took them, I would say, probably almost a minute longer than it should have to tackle a Dominix.
Kiting Dominix.
A kiting Dominix.
Yeah. Tackled by the number one...
tackled by the other number one kiting battleship, the Abaddon.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the Redeemer or the Paladin could have also done that, or any of the ships could have done that. And if they had gotten it down just a little bit faster, they could have won. But you know, I will say the Rote Kapelle flagship pilot, you know, recognized the fact that his ship has long range and never was close enough to get crushed. Like I think they looked at that and was like, oh, that's a lot of damage. Let's not get killed by that. And then you know they kind of barely squeaked it out, but they did. And I think that it was Of Essence's fight to lose. And I think that they had a little bit of piloting errors that caused that to happen.
Yeah. And yeah, like you say, it was probably their fight to lose. And I think a couple of those little errors, they kind of all compounded. And I mean, we saw how close it actually still was at the end. Like that match was not really over until it was. There was certainly a number of opportunities where they could have taken the W there, I think, over Rote Kapelle. But anyway, solid win for Rote Kapelle. They're going to advance along the winners bracket. Of Essence dropped down into the losers bracket. This is a double elimination tournament, as is tradition. So you can lose once and everything is okay. It just means more skins if you win some more. But it can be a grind dropping into that lower bracket. Of course, they have a lot more matches to do. So congratulations. I'm pretty sure this was all down to the spamming of the Mademoiselle. Without that, who knows what would have happened. All right, let's look at our next match now. It is going to be the Tuskers versus Unspoken Alliance. This should be an interesting one. The Tuskers they won before. They won Alliance Tournament 14. That was a while ago, but they still won. And they've always been quite good. I would say definitely like a top 4 team. Last year, they were in the grand finals and lost to Fraternity. So certainly a different team from the Alliance Tournament 14 teams. Not very many members are the same, but they still showed that they, as an organization, are very good. I'm looking for the bands. I don't think I have the bands for this one yet, so I'll just keep talking until someone tells me the bands are available. Blackbird Pirates, what do you think of this upcoming matchup?
So it's kind of a similar situation with like Truth, Honor, Light. Like we expect Tuskers to win this because Tuskers has not been in the top 4 for years. They're an incredibly good team. They have some of the wildest, crazy, off-meta theory crafting of anybody. Mirachiv has always played its own game. Tuskers plays their own game, and that makes them very, very difficult for teams that are not maybe on that same level of just kind of like theorycraft madness to predict and fight against. That being said, there's always the chance, we were talking about it last night, that sometimes Tuskers will kind of out-meta themselves, and we don't know what they're going to bring yet. This is the first match Tuskers is played this tournament because they didn't have to play through the feeders. I would expect some really weird stuff, and I guess, we'll have to see, but I do see that you have the bands up.
I'm
stealing your spot. Oh, we should talk about the bands.
Yes, great segue, Bart.
Excellent.
Let's talk about the bands.
Oh.
So the Tuskers Co. are banning out the Curse, Crucifier, Armageddon, and Armageddon Navy issue. Unspoken Alliance banning out the Orthrus, Hyena, Brutix Navy issue, and Ferox Navy issue, ? Hyena, good ban, I think, against the Tuskers. Mystical Mind, what do you think about these bans?
I think the bans are kind of interesting. I don't think the Ferox Navy issue ban is quite so much a question mark. We've seen it be fairly strong in some of the medium railgun spam comps that we've seen. It does fairly well. It puts out a ton of damage, which is why it's a very popular TQ ship as well at the moment. The Navy Brutix also basically fulfills the same role. You can probably shield fit the Navy Brutix more than you can armor fit the Ferox Navy issue. So by removing those two ships, it seems like a fairly decent way to counter the two initial bans that they are seeing, which is the Curse and the Crucifier. Again, both tracking disrupting ships, which means that they're able to respond more effectively to what the opponent might be trying to aim for and try and curtail that a little bit. I think the Hyena and Orthrus bans are also fairly interesting because, it plays more into the Tuskers playstyle, which is making sure that you can't get on top of them, kiting around, bursting to something with light missiles, and then kind of waiting out that reload time by just flying around the edge of the arena.
Yeah, and interestingly, both teams choosing to field their flagships, both bringing flagship Balgorns. It makes me feel like we're back in Lance Tournament 16 all over again. Flagship Balgorns, which are back. You can pimp them pretty heavily, especially with some webs. And of course, the Tuskers are they're not afraid to pimp. They're going to be pretty expensive. They're going to have probably, at least at the bias web, maybe a Gokhan's web. Those will web out to like 60 kilometers with links, heats, etc., etc. But they are extremely expensive. I think Toby webs are normally like 80 billion or something like that. If you can even find someone who will sell you one.
Yeah. I think your best bet, if you really want to upgrade your Balgorn, is to go up against a team that has a flagship Balgorn and then kill it.
Yeah,
and then
higher drop
win.
rates than trying to find the officers on TQ.
Does the drop rate event also work with the AT?
That's a good question.
That's a good 90% drop rate in the AT. You should be killing the flagships.
Yes, that is a very good point. Someone can clarify that. That is excellent. Yes, it does. It does. GCB Zealous has spoken to me from somewhere else in the building and told me that, yes, the 90% drop rate does. Okay. I completely forgot about that. That's hilarious.
The secret tech is just
kill
win.
The flags.
Yeah, just win and kill the flags.
All right, let's go see some flagships die. Let's head over.
Hello, and welcome back to the arena. I'm Ali Aris, here with Fearvina, and we are watching Tuskers versus Unspoken Alliance. Tuskers have brought a Balgorn with a medium gun spam setup, and that is their flagship Balgorn. Fear, what have Unspoken Alliance brought?
Well, they have brought a Balgorn with 2 more battleships to make it a triple battleship Balgorn comp, and both these teams have brought flag Balgorns. As you have mentioned, the desk was just saying, hey, we want to see some flagships get blown up. Well, this is a good opportunity because both teams have a rather large attack bar. Unspoken Alliance with a little bit more control here, just having a Mollis on their team comp might be able to help against the medium gun spam, but either way, with the match is now underway, and immediately the damp goes out onto VLD in that Balgorn.
Yep, and immediately we can see that Balgorn web onto Ace Echo, presumably the harbinger of some damage going out, and the Thalia just getting deleted from Unspoken Alliance.
Yeah, Thalia not able to get up to speed nearly as far, was webbed up by the Balgorn of VLD, and unfortunately, goodbye with the medium gun tracking as soon as you're webbed like that. The Omen of Ace Echo staying alive and living to win thus far. Hasn't really been under a whole lot of threat from these battleships as the Deacon goes down from Unspoken Alliance. They are now without their Logi, and it looks like Tuskers are going to move this one bottom up with the medium gun spam and save the battleships for last.
Yep, and this is just a textbook medium gun spam setup. You have these guns, they have great tracking, and if you want to kill a flagship, it's going to be much, much easier if there's no Logi to rep that flagship. So we take out the Logi, we take out the Pontifex, we're taking out every single bit of sustain that Unspoken Alliance might have.
Down goes the Pontifex and this Omen, living to win Ace Echo. Even though they've been webbed, they've been grappled, just has been wasting so much time from Unspoken Alliance. Now there's damage onto this Fleet Tempest, as Tuskers have decided that they don't need to deal with the low end, or the frigates from Unspoken Alliance, and instead moving right onto the battleships. The attack bar from Unspoken started this match a bit larger. This time Tuskers getting more of that applied damage, the red part of the attack bar going in favor. As I say that though, Grunt Kato currently tackled with the web and grapple. So this Astarte might be a little bit out of position for them, but if they trade onto the Fleet Tempest, it's definitely worth it for Tuskers.
Yeah, and with the triple battleship setup, you've got more of your damage concentrated up in that high end. So that Fleet Tempest going down is going to be a much larger percentage of the Unspoken Alliance attack bar than Grunt Kato's Astarte. So Tuskers will still be applying damage after this trade goes out, but Fleet Tempest going deep into hull, it's not even going to be a trade. Tempest is down. Grunt Kato might even stabilize with that source of damage off the field.
Yeah, the only damage remaining from the side of Ragequit, or of Unspoken Alliance, is the lasers from that Abba and from that Balgorn. They go ahead and go through the Magus. I want to see this Balgorn die. We have 7 minutes and 26 seconds remaining in the match. I expect Tuskers to turn this Balgorn any second now, because they really do not need to kill this Abba or really anything else to win the match, so why not give us a shiny kill mail? And the Balgorn is now the primary from the Tuskers, already into 2/3 armor.
Yep, and that Balgorn could be fit with a whole variety of shiny modules. Hopefully it'll post. Hopefully the desk will be able to tell us what the total value of the Balgorn is, but it is absolutely not going to survive the onslaught of the medium gun spam. Medium gun spam, very high damage, and we are seeing that being applied very well continuously in this match.
And thus we say goodbye to our first flagship of Alliance Tournament 20. It is a flag Balgorn, one of the more popular flagships of this tournament. See a lot of teams going for the Balgorn, a lot of teams going for that Armageddon Navy issue, and we'll see how it's fitted. I'm interested to see, what kind of webs were on it. I think that's always the first question you ask when a flag Balgorn goes down. We haven't had flag Balgorns in the tournament for quite some time, have we?
No, flag Balgorns, they were banned for a long time. Now they're back. The ranged web bonus is quite amazing on that Balgorn. We've been talking about it all day. They can really reach out across the arena 60 kilometers more with those officer setups. And with the points changes, a little bit more granularity, it's time to bring them back, time to see how they do. And they've been quite popular in this tournament. This is the first one that's dead, but not the first one that's been fielded. That White Squall match earlier, we saw a flag Balgorn there doing its best to use the long-range webs for control. So here, both teams similarly using the long-range webs to try to help the rest of their team apply damage. But Tuskers, they're much more successful with their damage application than the Unspoken Alliance team.
And the desk was talking a little bit about how Tuskers has Mirror Sheave, this kind of interesting mastermind behind a lot of their comp design. This is kind of one of those examples. I think a lot of teams going into this tournament, when we see Balgorns, don't necessarily associate that with medium gun spam, because medium gun spam, you're thinking of relatively fast ships, even though they're armor, that can kite or choose to brawl at any time, and a Balgorn doesn't typically fit that niche. But as we see in this match, so long as you have the right matchup for it, and the Balgorn is able to keep control and keep your medium gun spam applying, then it pays dividends and doesn't bring too terrible damage either with officer guns and damage mods. This Mollis, the last member alive of Unspoken Alliance. Will we see an Edge of Glory? We've only seen a handful today.
Yep, Mollis is running away, doing their very best to damp out every single member of the Tuskers, but of course you can only fit so many damps in the mids of Mollis, and you cannot damp the entire medium gun team. So kiting, trying to live as long as possible.
Oh, the Mauler caught up to the Mollis here.
Oh no, all right.
So Mauler did not seem to be fit with tackle, as this is a, I'm going to take a look at the model. Should be a gun Mauler considering the setup, and in fact, is a gun mauler. So, not having the tackle in the mids, because that's not really what this comp is designed to do with any of their ships. But as we see that, finally a scram lands on top of this Mollis as more members of Tuskers get on top of him, and Taj will eventually die. Before the Mollis falls, do you have any final words before we send it back to the desk?
Great job to both teams for bringing the flagship. Great job for Unspoken for putting it on the field. Our condolences for your loss, although we are very excited to see what was inside that delicious pumpkin treat. One thing that might not have been mentioned already, 90% loot drop during an event right now on TQ. So if there were any shiny modules that got dropped, it is very likely that the Tuskers have taken them and added them to their war chest. And with that explosion, we are done with this match. We'll send you to a break and then back to the desk.
Welcome back. There we have our first flagship has gone down. A flagship Balgorn has bitten the dust. It is a relatively modest fit, very demure fit for this particular Balgorn. Bart, take me through what happened in that match.
So it's really funny because we were talking about Tuskers being off meta and they make their own game up, and they did, except that they didn't really. They went back to AT16 and brought basically the setup which was the reason why flagship Balgorns more or less got banned from the game for 3 years. Obviously, it's a little bit different. Points are different. The game's a little bit different. But yeah, it was a ton of DPS with a flagship Balgorn. Right off the bat, they did exactly what you said they could do, which was web down anything in the entire game. They webbed down the Logi ships, and they blew the Logi ships up, and then that was kind of it. I was really impressed with how much DPS the Tuskers actually put out, considering that they had so many points with the flagship Balgorn. It was kind of rough. I think, both teams had a similar idea. Tuskers probably, I'm not even going to say they necessarily executed it better. I think this was literally a case of Bling letting them win. Because if you looked at the other flagship, which I can tell you it's on Zkill. I don't know if we can post it immediately, but it was not the spiciest fit. In fact, I would say that it was very poor. It was a poor fit.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about the Balgorn is, of course, the web. We talked about it earlier on, and I can look at this one here. You can see it's a Dark Blood Stasis Webifier. It's a pretty good web, but there are plenty more. But this is one of those things where the price starts to get prohibitive very quickly. That's why you get those like Tobias webs, like 80, 100 billion or so. But there are plenty of other ones, and like we said, 90% loot drop event. Completely forgot that was on. That is affecting it, so you can see most of this dropped. So if that had been a spicy potato, then you would have been able to get a little cheeky upgrade, perhaps, for your ship. So you should all be shooting flagships. Don't not shoot flagships. You may have noticed the Australian in the room. Seems to be Convict.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing all right. That was a really cool match. When the Logi wing got basically eviscerated in the first 45 seconds, I was like, I just hope they'll be able to kill one ship in order to save face, and they got the Omen. So I'm like, all right, okay, you got some runs on the board. Yep. To use an Australian euphemism. Well, English invented cricket, doesn't matter. We're better at it now. But no, that was a really super cool fight. It was kind of sad to watch them go plinking off one by one. I think the Pontifex and the Mages also basically just got like one shot, it felt like.
Yeah.
But good job Tuskers. Let's see if they can at least make a top 4 again this year.
Yep. I mean, losing to the Tuskers is... It's like, I mean, it's
former
like,
AT champs.
You don't have to come away from that feeling anything less than like, we gave it a good run. Mm-hmm. We brought our balls to the table. We brought our flagship.
Yep.
Like you go up against a team like the Tuskers, you kind of think this is going to be a tough one. And Tuskers obviously showed some respect as well and brought their flagship, saying, hey, we're taking this seriously. We treat you like an enemy. Mm-hmm. And of course, they just managed to execute in this instance. But
yes,
CCB Convict.
Yes.
First of all, welcome.
Thank you.
It's lovely to have you here.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah. Now, you have come along to talk about a little shindig next year, I believe.
Yeah, just a little thing we throw back in the boondocks here in Iceland. Evon eFanFest is going to be back in 2025 from the 1st and 3rd of May next year. We are inviting everyone, as usual, to come. And I'm here to give you a little bit of information on the event and also a warning. I think it's going to sell out.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's going to sell out as well. We sold out last year. We've got every reason we think that we'll sell out again this year as well. And so I'm not trying to FOMO hype, but just letting you know, if you are planning on coming to FanFest next year, probably get your tickets sooner rather than later, because if you leave your run too late, you might not be able to get your hands on some. Also, earlier in the week, or was it last week now? It's been a while. We released a news item where we announced a whole bunch of tickets for side events so that when you're coming here, you can also experience some other parts of Iceland, not just be trapped inside Harper with a bunch of sweaty nerds for 3 days, as I
that's not great.
Which is something I delight in, mind you, because those are my people.
Yep.
But yeah, there are tickets for things like the Golden Circle Tour and the LAN party at the top of the world, which was a little side event that the community team did last year, but it was so popular we decided to make it part of the program.
Yeah.
So we'll take like 50 people off on a bus, sit them down in a big LAN arena, and we have a live-streamed MPSI fleet, or an NFSI fleet, if you think about it. And with a bunch of guest FCs from CCP and the player community. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was super good. Like being in this big sort of LAN center in a fleet with all the people around you, and then you hear someone like, "I've got points," and it's like from just over there.
Yeah,
You're
that's
like,
right.
Thanks.
All right,
like,
cool. Yeah,
it's super fun. Yeah.
For roaming, and during this event, we use special CCP internal use only 100-person needlejack filaments, so we can get the entire fleet to wherever we need to go. We just yeet out there with like 50 people, 60 people. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's definitely a great event. I have the list of other events up. Some of these ones are amazing. Obviously, you mentioned the Golden Circle and the LAN party at the top of the world. There's also just cool general things like the walking tour. There's like
walking tour around downtown Reykjavik to see the sites with a tour guide that explains to you the history of the city. Things like fly over Iceland. Some of you may have experienced something like this before in other places where you just like sit on a giant mechanical wreck with a huge IMAX screen in front of you. And in this experience, you get flown around the sights and sounds of Iceland. It's a really cool experience. It helps you cover a lot of the country without even getting out of your chair. It's quite delightful.
There's also things like the pub crawl, which is always a smash hit.
Yes.
There's been some incredible pub crawls over the years. I remember, I think it was 2013 FanFest, someone had a great idea of giving each of the team a flag with their team number on it. It turned very quickly into capture the flag.
Yeah, that's right. It did. I also tried to obtain a couple of flags myself that year. We don't do flags anymore.
It's wise.
We don't do that now.
It got very competitive.
Yeah, it did. It did. Well, you give a bunch of EASE players something to covet, something to take off their neighbour, and they'll do it. You'll get dragged through the street holding on to the end of the pole while someone tries to get into a taxi with it. Happened.
There's a couple of other things as well. So I see Party at the Top of the World. That's a great one. And then, of course, the Sunday soak afterwards in the Sky Lagoon.
The Party at the Top of the World is included in the price of the FanFest ticket. So you get to come to this awesome show that we do at Harper on the final night. It's always a blowout. We get some really cool musical acts and have just a giant concert. It's absolutely mind-blowing. If you go back to previous years, there's a lot of really cool footage from the Party at the Top of the World that sort of makes it onto YouTube and things like that. Definitely something you have to be in Iceland to experience, though, at FanFest time.
Yeah, it's definitely awesome. But yeah, as CCP Convict says, buy your tickets. It's going to sell out. So I'm here to instill the FOMO. Buy them.
Do it.
Buy them right now.
I have one more thing to say before you move on to talking about the next match.
Please.
All right, Twitch chat. Which camera am I on?
Just look straight in the center one.
This one? This middle one? Yeah. All right. Twitch chat. The swords. Okay, the swords. If you work at CCP for 10 years, you get given a sword, and it can go on the wall here, or maybe you can take it home with you. So that's the reason for the swords. I'm this close to just making a bot trigger, like exclamation mark swords. So for all the people who keep coming into there's like 6,000 plus people watching, and it feels like every other person who comes in is like, hey, what's with the swords? So it's like it's a gift from CCP for 10 years of service. So
CCP Arcade told me we could get a couple of them out and have a sword fight later.
We were actually going to like take the cases off the swords and just leave them exposed, but I was worried like someone would bump into one or something and just like get necked on stream. Like, oh, it'd probably be great for viewership, but you know.
How do you fill out that insurance form? Like, how did the man get decapitated at the gaming event?
Yeah, sorry, my sword was loose and it fell out. Awkward.
Yeah, but yeah, they're swords. They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
There's, like, you guys can't see because the camera's kind of tight, but there's quite a lot of swords. There's also behind here a big double-handed one. For 20 years, that one belongs to Hilmar. So it's a pretty cool thing that we do here at CCP. And each sword is custom, by the way. That's why they're all slightly different. They're customized to the person who gets them. You get to pick like the pommel, the type, the length, a whole bunch of stuff. It's pretty cool. All right, I guess we have to talk about spaceships again instead of swords. I like swords, but I think we should talk about spaceships. Okay, our next match is going to be Ragequit Cancel Sub versus Plug N Play. And the bans for this match are Ragequit banning out the EOS, Orthrus, Armageddon, Scimitar, and Plug and Play banning out the Loki, the Blackbird, the Cyclone Fleet Issue, and the Nighthawk. Blackbird Pirate, tell me about these bans.
Ragequit Cancel Sub banned a sword, so you can't be happy about that, right? This is a scimitar.
There's 2 reasons to dislike
Yeah.
them.
2 reasons to dislike them.
Apart from the name.
Ooh,
Don't
it is
listen-
a.
don't listen to 'em.
Yeah, I
No,
would say.
you should be, instead of cancelling your sub, you should buy your FanFest tickets.
Yeah.
There you go, see?
You know what I miss is I feel like I used to
should
be
be
able to be
marketing.
toxic, and then now we have you guys have taken it away from
They're
us.
like,
and
man,
it's
Bart's,
they're like,
Bart's starting to come
It's like,
look a bit
ah,
salty out there.
getting
Quick, send out
old.
Convict to be even meaner, so he looks good.
No, I mean, they're pretty standard bans. I do like Orthros bans are cool, but I do really like the Scimitar ban because it basically says, hey, we don't want plug and play to do anything kitey versus us because you can't do shield kite without a Scimitar. I say that, people try, and then they die because their alternative Logi ships just they can't keep up or they don't take enough. So there's a thought process behind it. Plug and play is like, don't shield rush us. Like, straight up, do not shield rush us. But I'm wondering if it's a mind game, because like I always love when somebody bans out shield rush and then they shield rush themselves to kind of be like, haha, tricked you. So, but I do know that Plug and Play is a pretty experienced team that's been kind of put together from a bunch of different places. Ragequit cancel sub, I think we were looking through it and we're kind of like, oh, okay, it's awesome that they made it through the feeders, and I don't say that in a disparaging way. Like it's hard to make it through the feeders, but they're unknown, and that can be really scary.
Yep, and I see they're also bringing their flagship Vindicator to this fight.
Yeah.
So Vindicator, the favourite ship of our other Australian who's here today, Wingnut Cross, very good at slowing things down substantially. Very, very strong webs on that thing, especially when you can flagship it, which obviously they have done. However, it also gets screened very easily from things. But, again, very good web, so it can just kill whatever screens it. So it is sort of like a, yeah, maybe. It can do it, but it can be pretty risky at times. Predictions, CCP Convict?
I will go with plug and play.
I think that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with plug and play because I don't want to get added by Radicos, like where you being toxic to me, and we'll save that for later.
I want to see if what Twitch chat's saying and just go with them. Plug and play, they agree.
Oh.
Wow. Unanimous.
So
all
either
right.
we're all going to be right or all wrong.
We're all going to be right or wrong together.
Together.
That's the
That's what
important
matters.
part. And do you
It's
know where else we could be
friendship.
together at? FanFest.
Well, do you want to? Let me
Should I
step
be
in. You
marketing?
should do
Yeah,
this
yeah,
bit.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's hand over to the arena for this match.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Firvana, joined by Ali Aris, and we are ready to go with Ragequit cancel sub on the red side, bringing their flagship Vindicator in a triple battleship armor brawl setup. What have Plug and Play brought?
Plug and Play also have a triple battleship armor brawl setup. We have a Navy Armageddon Redeemer, Abaddon, all three strong pulse laser gunboats. That Draugr also going to be quite vicious against the Ragequit cancel sub backline.
Yeah, especially that small stuff does not like dealing with the small entropic disintegrator that the Draugr brings out. Of course, a ship that has been up and down in popularity across a couple of tournaments. It's always nice to see a Draugr as the match is now underway. Both teams warping in at ranges, of course. A bit more projection from the Plug and Play side, so they had warped all at 50, but they are now boating in as Ragequit cancel sub starts boating away.
Yep, and Ragequit cancel sub, they have the tracking disruption for the Redeemer and the Abaddon. They can bring down the ranges a little bit, but it's just one tracking disruptor. Meanwhile, Plug and Play, they've got some damp, so both sides have a bit of control, but that control is going to be less and less effective the closer they get. And this Ragequit cancel sub Vindicator, with its close range webs, is really more of a brawler than it is a projection ship.
Yeah, I mean, it's the shortest range out of all of these ships and the most likely to die to a Crucifier. But as I say that, Lucius Van Cleef in said Crucifier, getting some pot shots taken at them. Of course, the Draugr's #1 priority in this match is to get this Crucifier and Maulus off the table while staying in links range of the ships it wants to give its links to. As I said that, though, the triple battleship core from Plug and Play are onto the Armageddon Navy of Irina Arthi as their first primary target.
And both teams still just kind of skirmishing, moving around the arena a little bit, trying to find the right opening for their team. So, again, Plug and Play, a little bit extra range, minus the tracking disruptors, of course. Ragequit still just looking for a way to bring that Vindicator to bear, because the big thing with the flagship Vindicator is it is absolutely deadly to anything within 20 kilometers, but it really has to get close in order to do that most important damage. So what we usually see with the Vindicator is, worst case, you go in, someone sets their tackle on you, orbits you at 500, and then all the webs in the world aren't going to help you kill a Confessor, kill a Punisher, kill just some tackle free. the Draugr, the Pontifex, any of those could potentially shut down that flag Vindicator. So the Vindy doesn't want to go until it's with the rest of the team. So we should just see these teams sort of jockey for position.
Yeah, and obviously a flag Vindicator can bring Officer Webs under Lynx and Heat. They get about 30 kilometers out. Ragequit Cancel Sub is a team made up of primarily tournament vets from other tournaments, so I wouldn't be surprised if they have an Officer Web on that Vindicator, but we will not know unless that Vindicator dies. Meanwhile, Plug and Play, Icer XX, currently being the target in the primary, got under those 90% Vindicator webs and is now about to get brawled out by this Vindicator. Meanwhile, actually gets away. The Newt cycled from the Redeemer and the Armageddon Navy, stopped the Vindicator from getting the web out, and the Navy Armageddon gets out, and now the Ashamu dealing with some pressure from one of these other battleships, the Grapple.
Yeah, so both teams still just jockeying for position, and that Ashamu really in a tight spot, tackled down, webbed, neuted, not going anywhere, not really going to be able to get away from the oncoming brawl. And we can see the Vindicator debug just heading straight for that Ashamu.
Yeah, and obviously, Ashamu acts as the screen for this plug-and-play squad, so is the one who's trying to keep the Vindicator off. But as we see, if the Ashamu gets caught and the Vindicator gets on top, there's really not a whole lot an Ashamu can do. For a pirate cruiser, it's not particularly tanky. And obviously you have Deacon and Inquisitor for your reps, so not anything that's going to be able to keep an Ashamu under the full brunt of a Vindicator. That said, Plug and Play with the Redeemer and their Armageddon Navy, they do have 4 bonus newts on their team, assuming those are full newts in the highs from both those ships. So they could potentially shut off the Vindicator's guns if they play it smart. But right now they're focused on this Navy Armageddon, keeping it neuted out while some damage is going on the cruiser fire in the background. It just seems to be drone damage at the moment, as he's not tackled up by this Draugr or anything else.
Yeah, so really sort of a slow evolution of the game here. Ashimu moving off of that, moving on to the Redeemer. Those newts are quite threatening to really all 3 of the gunships on the Ragequit Cancel Sub side. But that Armageddon Navy of Arena on the Ragequit Cancel Sub is taking a huge chunk of damage from those plug-and-play gunboats.
But Dalton, the Redeemer, ended up getting caught and is now under the full might of a Vindicator, the full webs, the full blasters, with as much bling as Ragequit Cancel Sub could put on that Vindicator. So the Redeemer still has those Tech 2 resists, so it's going to be a bit more difficult, and obviously has the reactor, the reactive armor hardener potentially. As I say that though, this Crucifire, Lucius Van Cleef in the back line seems to be going down.
Yeah, this is a smart play. You just put your drones. Oh, and one of those deacons just disappeared, wrecking shot straight to the face. But yeah, this is a smart play. You put your drones on a Crucifier, you put your drones on a small ship while pressuring a big ship, and you're splitting the logistics up. Both teams here are running those Logi Frigs. They're close range. They can only really rep one thing at a time. The Crucifier and the Navy Armageddon don't really want to be best buddies. They don't want to hang out together.
And the Inquisitor gets melted too.
All right, with the reps off the plug-and-play side, this is looking a little bit sketchy for them. They might be able to trade it for Arena and the Navy Armageddon.
Well, the Draugr got caught. The Draugr caught trying to take down some of the members in the backline. We see the Draugr actually webbing Nexium in that Thalia at the moment and trying to take out the Logi, but get absolutely deleted, and down goes the Draugr, and the Thalia will lose their webs in a brief moment. Daltz and the Redeemer, meanwhile, also going down, and Ragequit Cancel Sub starting to run away with this match.
Yeah, that was a really good reaction from Ragequit Cancel Sub. One of the things that we see good teams do is when something is happening in their backline, they're able to quickly turn around and react to that. Some of that is the positioning, making sure that your Logi aren't too far away from the rest of the team that can really impact something. Some of that is just the team, being aware of the whole grid, not getting too tunnel visioned on. So very well done by the Ragequit team. And yeah, they've lost their Navy Armageddon. That's a chunk of their damage, but that Vindicator is still perfectly healthy, perfectly fine. They still have reps, even though Nexium and the Thalia is tackled. They've got newts on the Logi frigates, but Ragequit's in a good spot here.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for Plug and Play that they ended up not being able to outkite this Vindicator. It all starts with the Ashmu kind of getting caught and getting in range of those Vindicator webs in an attempt to scream. And with that, just starting to get picked apart, a little bit of an overextension from the Draugr after the Deacon and the Inquisitor get volleyed basically by Ragequit cancel sub. And the match just starts snowballing from then on, and they're out. Ragequit cancel sub. They'll lose to Navy Armageddon. That's fine by them. Some damage onto this ABBA, but plug and play really don't have a whole lot left in the tank.
Yep, and that is, while Plug and Play do have a flagship Navy Armageddon available, they've chosen not to field it in this particular matchup. So the only flagship on field is Debug in the Vindicator, and this is not going to be another one of those matches where we get to see a flagship kill mail. So well done, Wingnut. You've got one on the board here for your Vindicator scoreboard. Very exciting news.
The Vindicator, one of the less popular flagships this year. Kind of the same place as the Barghest in terms of the amount of teams that have brought it. It has been popular in previous tournaments, but obviously with the return of flagship Balgorns, a lot of teams really have gone into that one this year. I hope we see some more flagships. Obviously, we've seen a lot of flagships on day number 1, but we're not quite done with our first round. After this match and after the break, we're going to take an even longer break as we get ready for the second half of the day. So be ready for that. There will be a couple of matches for the remainder of the round 1 matches, and then a couple lower bracket matches after that. So do stay tuned as everything develops throughout the rest of the day. Navy Armageddon of ICER XX, as you mentioned, not a flagship, but still being melted under the full might of a Vindicator and ABBA, and down goes that Navy-Geddon.
Yep, and we can see that the Vindicator is doing the correct thing for the battleship versus battleship piloting. If you just take a look at the speed over there, the speed of the Vindicator is 0, because for these very large battleships, in order to fully apply and not just cause tracking problems for themselves, you really just want to stop your ship, apply void directly to the enemy hull.
It's a very fun dance.
Indeed.
I hate control space because you're not going anywhere. Either way, some more damage going on this ABBA. 30 seconds left in the match. Do you have anything else to say before we hand it to a break?
Not right now. Just enjoying watching this Ragequit. Like you mentioned, a bunch of experienced tournament pilots on the team formed under a new banner, Plug and Play. We saw them be very strong in the feeders, so I'm hopeful for a very strong lower bracket run from them. And we will see, as Fear mentioned, lower bracket later today. And since we see lower bracket later today, that does mean that some teams will be going home on day 1. Very exciting. I'm hoping we see more flagships. I don't know that we're going to see any more flag Vindicators. They're not that popular. Probably going to see more flag Bals, flag Navies, in particular in the lower bracket matches, because if you have it, you better use it to keep yourself in the game.
With that, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, the desk will break that down, and then we'll take the even longer break as we get ready for the second half of the day. We'll be right back after this.
There you have it. Very, very brightly painted Vindicator taking the win there for Ragequit cancel sub. Exciting match. It looked like it could have gone either way for a while. Blackbar Pirate, talk me through it. What happened?
I mean, basically, the Vindicator had the dream match of any Vindicator pilot ever, which was nobody controlled them. They were not neuted. They were not screened. They were not tracking disrupted. They were not ECM'd. He just flew around and tackled things with 90% webs, and then was like, okay, oh, I'm in range. Stop my ship. Press F1. Oh, look, I do Vindicator DPS for 10 minutes straight, and then they won. I mean, he looked amazing. Like that skin. Yep. That is exactly. And I think that I think someone's going to be interviewed about it later. But that is exactly what the vision of the CCP art team was when they put in that. They're like, yes, yellow with like rainbow spots all over it. Yes. Yep.
Awesome. Now, I can't hear you, CCP Convict, but I assume the stream can because no one's shouting at us. But no, they cannot hear you.
Oh,
they cannot hear CCP Convict. That is. Can you hear the rest of us? I assume they can hear the rest of us.
We can
okay,
swap.
I'll be CCP Convict.
Oh,
good day, mates. I'm here to talk about FanFest. Take this thing. You can talk.
Yeah. This is
Bart,
more
you are
important.
demoted. Be gone. Be gone.
I've already spoken about FanFest, but during that last match, I went off and sent a telegram to CCP Roughage, who is responsible for running the event, and I said, hey, you know what would be neat is if we had a couple of tickets to give away during this Alliance tournament. So he said, that sounds like a cool idea. So in just a second, CCP Swift, I'm sending you a message telepathically. Press the button and start the raffle for the AT ticket. So it'll be starting up soon. All you have to do is type !FanFest in Twitch chat to enter. We'll draw one ticket today, and we'll draw another ticket next Saturday. If you win the ticket, come to FanFest. You know, now that's a good $300 worth of value taken care of. So maybe that makes it easier for you to get here. If you still can't make it to FanFest, don't feel bad. We'll send out your swag bag and the other things you would have got if you were here in person. And if you already had your ticket to FanFest, well, find a friend, make him come along, make him join you. And that's that.
That's that. All right. So
did I do good?
I think you did great.
Oh,
we're all very
thanks.
proud of you. All right, so we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in about 20 minutes or so. But in the break, CCP Jotun will be coming on to have a bit of an interview and a bit of a discussion with CCP X-Type. So stick around for that. Until then, we'll see you back in about 20 minutes.
Back, everybody, to the intermission. I am CCP Jotun, joined alongside my very good friend today, CCP X-Type. Thank you so much, CCP X-Type, for joining us here at the desk for this intermission interview. We have a few minutes, and we wanted to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about our friends here at CCP, of which I am one now, which is crazy. But we wanted to shed a little bit of light about what we do here, the people we have here, their experiences with both the game and life and everything else. So CCP X-Type, please introduce yourself to the friends at home.
Yeah, so I'm CCP X-Type. I'm a senior software engineer here. I've been working at CCP for 7.5 years now.
7.5 years.
Yeah, so
not too far from a sword.
I'm getting there.
Which, by the way, just in case it's clear, chat. Swords, if you're here for 10 years, you get a sword. CCP X-Type, 2.5 years from getting a sword. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah. I'm going to have to start thinking about the design because you get to design it yourself, like, pick the handle and all that stuff.
Extremely cool.
Yes.
Extremely cool. So CCP X-Type, not only are you a developer, you're a software engineer here at CCP in Reykjavik. You've also been an EVE player for a long, long time.
Yeah, I started playing in early 2007. So yeah, if my math is right, next year I'm gonna have spent half my life playing EVE Online.
Wild.
So, I mean, the game has obviously had a profound impact on me and my life.
I was gonna say, I mean, would you have ever imagined in 2007 when you first started? I imagine you were a much younger man at the time, as we all were. Would you have ever imagined at that point that you would be standing here right now in this studio?
No, and when I started, so I was playing from a net cafe, and I was, spending too much time there, arguably, and all of the people there were playing EVE, and to me, it was kind of making fun of them. Okay, it's blue squares versus red squares. What the hell is that?
Yeah,
and then they got me to try it, and I got hooked, and I had no idea, it would just, take me on this journey. I've lived amazing things in the game, met so many people, and ended up here. It's amazing company, amazing job, amazing country. So yeah,
not bad, right? Not bad at all. So let's talk about your EVE career a little bit, because I think there's this sentiment among a lot of the players that none of the EVE devs actually play the game, outside of the ones who they know play the game for sure. Yeah. But there are people in software development, engineers working on the foundation of the game right now who are active and have been active EVE players for a long time. So let's talk about your EVE career. Where'd you start out?
Yeah, I mean, the very start, I started as a parrot in this tiny low-sec pockets, like Enderallen, Kubinen, and Tuniden.
Yeah.
And then I quickly moved on to nullsec. I joined Ursrakan just a month before CVA.
Oldest alliance in EVE.
Oldest alliance in EVE. It's still going strong. So yeah, I did nullsec roaming with a Shrakan, basically just roaming around Provian Catch, killing CVA and Sylph for about 3 years. Then I wanted to kind of change, and I ended up joining Rooks and Kings, for which I flew for a little over 3 years. And after that, I fooled around in lowsec for a bit. Then I joined Tuskers for another 3-4 years, I believe. Very, very good times too. And then I joined CCP, and so there was a little bit of a break there. I got back into PvP, and then I decided I wanted to have a interesting change, and I started my industry corporation
Hell yeah.
for a few years. I thought it was going to be easy peasy, and I was wrong.
Yeah.
I've gained so much respect for all of the E&D guys out there because
it's nuts.
My God, it's like, second job. You get in, you check your emails, run your projects, but it was super interesting. So yeah.
You skated right past it. I'm glad that chat managed to catch that. You did say Rooks and Kings.
Yep.
Rooks and Kings, legendary EVE Online PvP corp. With a storied history, and not only were you in Rooks and Kings, I'm pretty sure you're a bit of a movie star yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be involved in the Clan Call 3 movie. It's I think one of the best fights I've ever been part of in EVE Online.
Oh yeah,
and yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things that, especially when for people like myself coming up in the game, because we started about the same time. For somebody who was less involved in EVE for a long time, but stayed connected to the community and through, to what was going on through videos, through these stories people were telling. Clarion Call's one of those. I mean, that was a big one. That is a. I mean, it's a huge deal. Does it feel, to you now, or in the moment, did it feel to you like it was as big a deal as it ended up being?
No, and I think to this fight in particular, when you're having the fight, you're just busy fighting, right? But after, and a lot of credit goes to Lord Maldoror, like the leader of Rooks and Kings, for his amazing talent at putting together stories and videos, and that can actually reach a lot of people.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think when on the moment, you just don't really realize that something's really cool's happening and that you're doing a good job, and yeah.
And you've got a little bit of Alliance tournament experience too, haven't you?
A bit. I flew with a Shrakan back in, maybe 85, 6 or something. Yes, to the chat, Celaya. You got me. And then with Tuskers, I played. I didn't play in the matches. I did a lot of training. So it was like a good shooting targets for many of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, so and even if I haven't flown in the 80 so much, I've always enjoyed watching it. It's always super interesting to just And
it is one of those things that I think, especially for people within CCP who maybe don't have the same kind of experience that like you or I have, or any of the people here who have been players of EVE for a long time or have participated in the Alliance tournament for a long time. This is a cool experience to give people elsewhere in the company that kind of exposure. I mean, you guys don't see it here, but this is the room we're in right now is the main thoroughfare at CCP's headquarters in Reykjavik. I mean, there are literally offices there. The canteen where we all eat lunch is right across the corner. So throughout this entire next week, this set is going to be taking up the dominant space in CCP's HQ here at our headquarters in Reykjavik. Like, this is one of those really cool opportunities we have as players and developers to share what we do and why it's so important with the rest of our team.
Yeah, and I think it's only second to FanFest to getting everybody in the company just really exposed to the community, and I think it's always very good and healthy for everybody.
I agree.
Yeah.
Now, as a developer, and I know we're getting close on time. As a developer now, you've transitioned not so much to being a player first, but a developer first. Yeah. Do you feel like your experience as a player now has driven your interactions with other developers and with the game as a whole? Now that you're kind of with a hand on the wheel.
So, as an experienced player, working on the game has a big impact because, it's a very large game. There's a lot of things, to know, and so when you have this experience, it's always very useful to be able to bring that and say, bring some insight into how things might get used or abused, all of this.
And there's a lot of those, a lot of both of those.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And as a player, it's interesting. It was a bit different when I joined because there were stricter anonymity rules.
Sure.
And so that was actually I tried playing anonymously. It was very hard because you can't join a group. You can't really engage with people, make friends like I used to before.
Yeah.
But that's gone now. And so
yeah, no shit.
Now it's just. It's slightly different because you got a slightly different point of view on the game.
Absolutely.
It's very weird to play with features you've worked on because all you see is the stuff. Oh, okay, well that should work better or something. But it's very interesting.
Do you feel a sense of satisfaction though when you see something that has been only really in an abstract for such a long time finally get pushed to development and then pushed into product? Like, does that make you feel something like down inside your soul? Does the kid inside you playing Eve feel that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think it's super, satisfying. If you work really hard on something and it just goes through, it's just like really, really, feels really good.
Extremely cool.
Yeah.
Extremely cool. Well, folks, thank you so much for staying with us here. We have another couple minutes left in our break here at the half for today's matches and Alliance Tournament 20. I have been CCP Jotun, joined alongside my very good friend CCP X-Type. We'll be back in just a couple more minutes. Until then, get something to drink, get up, stretch those legs, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
Thank you very much.
Go back to Alliance Tournament 20. We've had the first half of the first day. We've seen explosions, we've seen victories, we've seen a couple of upsets as well, but there is still plenty more spaceship on spaceship violence still to come. And the next one will be in just a minute. So I'm going to quickly go over the bans. We have Deteriorated versus Slow Children at play. Deteriorated banning out the Oneros, Blackbird, Pontifex, and the Magus. While Slow Children at play are banning out the Sleipnir, Loki, Cyclone Fleet Issue, and the Abaddon. Interesting sets of choice. CCP Aurora joins us on the desk. CCP Aurora, in 30 seconds or less, tell me what you think about these bans.
Yeah, so it sounds like I can't quite see them. Deteriorated is on the left, right?
Deteriorated's on the top.
Oh, Deteriorated is on the top. Okay, so it sounds like Deteriorated really don't want to see armor matchups. So by banning the Magus and the Pontifex, they're very much indicating anything that would require these ships is removed. It does leave open, however, the battle cruisers as a potential option, but it very much limits the scope of what you could bring in a standard armor comp.
Awesome. And with that, we will head over to the arena for this match.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from the break. I am moderator joined by Wingnut Cross, and we're going to have a very exciting match where Deteriorated looks like they are going for a drone and ECM comp. What if Slow Children at play decided to run with?
They brought the max guns. We know what it's like. It's a good old medium gun spam, but it's going to be very interesting because medium gun spam is one of those comps that kind of can go against this Widow comp, but at the same time, it's not going to be exactly a pleasant experience. And the Zarm backing this Widow, that's a big investment, but it's one of the few times I think the Zarm is good.
Yeah, the difficulty here with Deteriorated is that we can see their attack bar is very tiny. Their control bar, massive. Slow Children at play, large attack bar, very small control bar. So Slow Children, they're just going to want to punch through the Zarm, punch through the Draugr, any of these ships that are not that tanky before the reps can spool. And the Maulus, I see why you would pre-rep it, trying to make sure that you're not going to take a ton of damage. But already we're seeing cross jams across the board from Deteriorated, trying to do the level best to try to get all those racial jams spread across the board. And the Harbinger, the Executor, Navy Augurer, these are all pretty good targets. And it looks like they might be pretty heavy into what look like Galentia jams. Now the jam coming off of a Vigilant, maybe trying to go back onto the Brutix.
Might be cycling around, but just being very annoying with it.
Yeah, trying to cycle between things. But the Svipal is taking a ton of damage. The Confessor getting webbed very heavily here.
Yep. Says Vip getting punished, and this Vip Widow is trying his best to kind of force them to come after him, which point the Zarm can hold him. But at the moment, seeing damage coming back on an Inquisitor in response, trying to get rid of the Logi to start off.
Yeah, I can understand why you would do that. So Deteriorated, you're not going to have a ton of damage, right? So punching through any of these main core ships, not going to make sense. But you break the Inquisitor, then you break the Navitas, you work, low end down. Exactly. And Slow Children, they're going to try to knock through the Confessor.
And they might get it too. He's already into hull.
Yeah, no, they do. They do actually get the Inquisitor down, and
there's the Confessor. Okay.
So that makes a lot of sense for Slow Children, right? Deteriorated, they don't have a lot of damage, but the damage that they do have is going to be in that Confessor, the Svipal. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Exactly that. Losing a Confessor there, it doesn't seem that bad for a lot of other comps, but for this comp, it's actually quite painful. You're losing a lot of very good applied damage, and honestly, a good chunk. Navitas goes down now. They've got rid of all the Logi from Slow Children. Now it's just going to be a grind before they lose their damage. So the Vexor now is getting full-on spool repped, and the Maulus is taking chunk damage. I don't think it's going to be that impactful, really, the Maulus in this composition. Slow Children, what they're going to do sooner rather than later is they're going to realize that we're getting webbed, we're getting scrammed by a lot of things, and that's going to be the Vexors doing a good job, the Draugr as well at screening. And speaking of the Draugr, though, look at the man. Yeah. He's gone. Wow. Wow, he's surviving in just a sliver of hull. I was checking the number. 4% structure. And getting full reps. Look at the reps. Yeah, exactly. God, what an excellent play by Matches. So the thing about these kind of ECM setups, right, is that they become more and more effective the less ships are on the field. Right now, there's only 8 ships. We see 6 jam attempts.
and the Spiteful getting down rather low. The Zarm having to, split, and the Vigilant actually
there
dropping.
We go. That there is going to be one of the keys with Deteriorated. They've removed the damage ship now. Now they can put that next gem on the next damage ship. Getting rid of the Logi is a good start. Now, the more they kill the damage ships, the more they can whittle the targets down. So all they can shoot is the Widow.
Yeah, I mean, now the Mauler's completely scrammed off, getting killed off by drones. And with that, I mean, you really only got 6 ships left. I mean, Deteriorated. Their attack bar was tiny at the beginning, but now it's gotten rather massive. And their control bar fully applying. Soul Children at play is just getting picked apart right now.
Exactly. Logi's gone. They're losing the low end, and they're not really being able to do anything. And soon, that Widow is going to force them all to target the Widow, at which point the Zarm will just point Logi, and it'll be game over. If it's not already going to be game over before they even get there.
Yeah, so now we see that the Zarm is actually being chased down by the, looks like one of the Prophecy Navy issue, and a cloud of rep bots are coming after it as well.
Yeah, there you go.
And yes, good call to kill the Zarm, but it feels like maybe a little too late. I know you want to kill the Confessor, you wanted to try for the Spiteful, but really, if you're encountering an ECM comp, you cannot let the Logi live long. You cannot let the ECM live a long time, or it's going to hurt you.
You can't let the core of what this comp does survive so well. And at the moment, the Widow Zarm is a very potent combo. Because you notice that the Zarm's starting to rep up now, because the Widow can just go, you stop shooting, and just keep them off of the Zarm long enough to win. Which is what you're seeing.
And I mean, look at the way that the tackle's being spread across. I mean, there are damps, there are scrams, there are webs on top of all of Soul Children at play.
Kitchen sink too, mate. They're throwing it all at them.
There's even some newts and some nosses in there. It's Soul Children at play. It is painful to live right now. And speaking of painful, that Brutix is down into low hull. It's about to drop, and that's going to be yet another jam. Hey, that's another racial jam, that Navy Brutix. You can throw it onto the Astarte or to, any of these other Amarr ships. And the Zarm is not stabilizing. It's still rather low, but even if they do kill it now, they've lost so much on the Soul Children side.
They've lost too much. It's done. It's finished. It's over. I don't like calling it that early, but this is one of those comps that once you let it build up to this rate, it's done. There's nothing they can do. The Widow now has full control. He can do whatever he wants. If you want to turn off one ship on its own, done. Turn off all ships, he can try. It's really powerful. You can see the Zarm now. I don't think he's even repping. I think he's just sitting there.
Yeah, I mean, the Zarm is, taking a bunch of damage from drones, but, I don't even think anything can lock it right now because those Widows, they have really, really, really strong jam potential. Interestingly enough, the Widow being the only ship this Alliance tournament that is on the flagship ban list.
Thank God. Thank praise Bob, because I would not want to be the parts going against that. That would just be pain. I'd probably just eject out my ship and leave.
Yeah. Well, now, speaking of leaving the grid, we've got Katsuko, the Augur, be the next victim of this Widow combination. This is a very kind of interesting and unique take and spin on kind of the ECM comp. A lot of what we've seen has been a combination of 2 Rook or 2 Blackbird or 2 Falcon if that Rook or Blackbird had been banned. But really seeing a Widow, this is the first time we've really seen anyone bring it and be successful, with the exception of Truth, Honor, Light.
I think a year or two ago we saw a Widow Guardian version. I think we've seen a Zarm version. That's honestly I kind of like. Again, I'm not a fan of the Zarm. I hate these triangle things, but there's this kind of comp is where the Zarm shines because you can just keep focusing and pushing them where you want them to go. As another ship goes down, it's just Slow Children, pleasure to meet you here. I'll see you in the next bracket because there's next bracket, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a next bracket. So this
I was
is
worried
still
they were the losers. For
this is still the winner side. So Slow Children at play, they do lose here, but they will have a chance tomorrow or later today to redeem themselves in the bottom side of that bracket.
I think it's just the drones that have been constantly just scratching that Zarm because he's not moved any further up in armor. It's stayed basically exactly where it is, constantly ticking up and down.
Yeah, there's just a handful of armor maintenance bots and some handful of warriors from this Harbinger Navy and Prophecy Navy chasing after. So the thing that the Prophecy and Harbinger are dealing with is that the only thing they can lock, of course, is a Widow. But good luck killing a Widow under Zarm's ad rep. So this is something where you either have to kill the Widow or you have to kill the Zarm because
early on, at the start, exactly. And this is the kind of comp that theoretically should be able to do that. It's got 8 ships that can all shoot. So they have the potential to potentially break through something. But going for the Confessor, honestly, most other comps I probably agree with that. But when you're getting this Widow Zarmag comp, you kind of need to see what the core problem is and how to break that.
Yeah, and like you're saying, right, you look at the Slow Children composition. It's basically a Octo, missile. You're speaking there. It's medium gun, right? So you've got essentially a ton of those Navy cruisers, Navy battle cruisers, and even a Vigilant and a Mauler, right? 8 just core DPS ships, but they don't always necessarily have the greatest of sensor strength. And usually what you're fitting in those mids is usually going to be like targeting range. But that's going to be all for us. We can send it to a break here and then the desk to break down Widows. Why do they work?
Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 20, and we see our first Widow on the field. The strength of RNG was on the side of Deteriorated there, and they paired it nicely with a delicious Zarmazd. CCP Aurora, why is that pairing so strong?
Yeah, so the Zarmazd spools up reps over time. So the longer that it reps a single target, the longer that those reps stay spooling on that target, the more they rep every time. The Widow has an ECM bonus. So what they do is they fill the mid slots with ECM modules, they fill the low slots with armor tank, and then the whole goal is to taunt the other team into shooting you, because if you're jammed, you can only shoot the person that is jamming you. So everybody hopefully shoots the Widow, and then the Zarmazd spools on the Widow, preventing all of the damage because it's allowed to spool on just a single target, which kind of lets that Zarmazd really shine in that scenario. What we saw, however, was they knew that that was the plan, and they wanted to instead kill the low end. They tried. The Widow rolled really good on its gems. They weren't able to kill what they needed to kill, and they lost the match.
Yep. I mean, I think they came in and they were like, "Ha! I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to make us shoot your Widow. Well, we shall not do that. Instead, we shall die individually." So it's a bit of a shame. But the power of ECM is one of those things. It gets stronger and stronger and stronger as the match goes on, because at the start there's 10 things that have to be jammed, and then there's 9. And then eventually you have one poor fellow with all the jams just cycling continuously. For the last couple of minutes of that match, I'm pretty sure they couldn't lock anybody. I'm pretty sure they were all permanently jammed towards the end. Mr. Gomat, you're a massive fan of ECM. Tell me about ECM.
Yes, historically I'm a massive fan of ECM. Old ECM really sucked. You couldn't lock anything, but modern day ECM sucks a little bit less, because you can lock the ship that is jamming you. So with the Widow jamming in this match, you would have been able to lock the Widow, but you wouldn't be able to lock anything else on the grid. It basically funnels all of your targeting towards one person. If there are multiple ECM ships on grid and they are both jamming you, then you're able to lock both of them. So when it comes to having multiple ECM ships on grid, you want to be coordinating jams that you're not overlapping them, especially if one of your ECM ships is getting shot. You usually let those jams drop, jam it with something else, and then they'll have to move over and shoot the other ship. Or they can wait about 20 seconds and hope that they don't re-roll that jam. I think in this match, one of the ways that the slow team could have won is just diving in and trying to shoot the Widow at the very beginning. While the Zarm is fairly strong because it does increase the rep amount each time that it cycles, the Widow also has a paper-thin armor tank. On TQ, you can kind of get away with it a bit more because you can, Imperial Navy plates, you can do some C-type enams if you want to keep it kind of cheap, but also a little bit more survivable. In the tournament, you don't get that luxury. Widow is the only ship, I believe, that cannot be a flagship. And you've seen how strong it can be, even as a normal ship. So imagine a flagship. That would be amazing. We should bring that back. But, yeah, you don't get the luxury of a faction tank. So I think just shooting the Widow would have actually allowed them to break through it, and then they'd have a free run at the rest of the comp.
Yeah, we saw a Draugr get caught in a sliver of hull. It was clear that some jams landed just at the right time to save that Draugr. I forgot to ask how many hull points it was would survive, but I assume it was not that many because it looked extremely toasty towards the end of that match. But yeah, with that, Deteriorated, they win that fight. It's a pretty good match all in all, although I'm sure their opponents are feeling very much the opposite. We were discussing if there was going to be a sound effect for trying to lock while under jam. It should be like the sad trombone noise. Because it is very frustrating just sitting there spamming like, lock you son of a bitch. But there's nothing you can do except wait to die. All right, let's look at our next match. So this one is going to be OnlyFleets versus Post-Pod Clarity. A stupendous pairing of names here. I'm very pleased with this one. OnlyFleets banning out the Arbitrator, the Armageddon Navy issue, the Typhoon Fleet issue, and the Abaddon. Post-Pod Clarity banning out the Loki, the Armageddon, the Abaddon, and the Scimitar. CCP Aurora, your thoughts on these bans?
Yeah, some of these are fairly standard. The Armageddon Navy issue is a really popular ship that we've been seeing in almost every match where it's unbanned. So it seems that that's just kind of a meta pick that they're saying, like, we don't think we would win in that matchup, so what else can we bring? The Loki pick on the other side kind of signals that they don't want to see that standard Nighthawk Loki rush that we're so familiar with. Arbitrator, we've been seeing a lot of those, so it's just kind of a general, maybe we want to bring missiles or or something other than
maybe
drone
we
comps.
shall bring some weapons.
Yeah. Yes, possibly. It's a little bit like the OnlyFleets bans are pretty wide, so they're just kind of like taking little chunks out of different things to hopefully maybe pick some holes in what post-pod clarity's going to try to bring. Maybe they're also trying to obfuscate exactly what they want to bring, because they don't have a lot of like cohesive. They didn't ban out like all armor ships or something in their set. So
yeah. Mystical Might, any further thoughts? I find it quite interesting that they're banning out the Scimitar and the Loki.
Yeah, I think the ban order is quite interesting as well. Banning out the Loki originally, then banning the Armageddon as well. We've seen a few Armageddons towards the other matches of the day. We've also seen the Armageddon Navy quite a bit. It hasn't really performed that well from what we've seen so far, I think. So it's still interesting to see that teams are banning it out fairly early on. The Scimitar ban, given the amount of basically like armor battleships banned in the first wave, right? They're not going to know that they banned the Abaddon and the Typhoon Fleet issue in the second wave until those bans are shared. The Scimitar ban just seems like another way of going, we just want to make sure that we're not seeing any like super tanky shield rush. Or kite, really. But yeah, I mean, it does seem kind of out of place as well, because there's other options that you could go for the Scalpel, you could go for the Kirin, you could bring a Basilisk if you really wanted to. An Osprey is actually quite fast and reps quite well, so yeah, there's other options.
Yeah, and the Armageddon Navy issue has been quite popular to bring, usually with a Geddon as well. CCP Aurora, there was a big buff to the Navy battleships about a year or so ago. Tell me a little bit about the Armageddon Navy issue.
Yeah, so the Armageddon Navy issue is a very effective ship. So it usually, a lot of people are running these with rapid heavies. It can bring a lot of newt power, and being a Navy battleship, it has just an incredible amount of tank. So it is a very well-rounded ship. Sometimes we talk about ships on paper looking better than they are in practice, but I think this is one case where it looks as good as it is. The amount of HP and the amount of damage and the amount of control, it just kind of does everything really well. So it's just kind of a really good, solid central pick for a lot of comps.
Yeah, I think it's the most picked flagship this year as well. And speaking of flagships, I've just been told that we're going to have a flagship in the next match. OnlyFleets are fielding their flagship bar guest. This will be our first bar guest that we're seeing so far. A couple of teams have chosen that. Personally, I think the bar guest is a great choice for a flagship. It can be both armor and shield. It's probably the least tanky of most of the flagships, but it has so much utility and like different things you can do with it. Like we say, if you have a flag Balgorn, you pretty much only bring it with an armor comp. No one in their right mind is going to bring a shield Balgorn. Don't do it. It might be one of those things you can make it work in Pi-Fi. Please don't. All right. But the Barghest can be fit into both of these.
Yeah, that's correct. I think, especially with the new band setup, where you get 4 bands each, and you're able to react to the initial bands, I think it's a lot harder to bring some of these like typecasted flagships like the Armageddon Navy issue at the Balgorn, because it's easy to remove the support wing from out underneath them, whereas the Barghest, like you said, slap some plates on it, slap some reps on it, slap some shield boosters on it, it's fine. It does the same job. It's all good. Yeah.
Nice. Some might even say it slaps.
Nice.
There
it does.
Go.
It slaps.
Yeah. All right, let's head over to the arena for OnlyFleets versus post-pod clarity in this match of Alliance Tournament 20.
G'day there, mates. Welcome back to the arena with OnlyFleets versus Post-Pod Clarity. I'm, of course, joined by Mod, and it feels like Groundhog Day because Melinda's in a new team, but it's still flying a flag bark.
You know, Melinda does as Melinda does, and, you know, Melinda's going to be in that flag Barghest looking to project excellent damage across the arena onto this, you know, medium gun mirror, excuse me, thinking missiles because that Barghest is going to want to do that projection. So keys to victory, that Crucifier's got to be, you know, doing really good, you know, disruption, trying to mitigate the incoming damage, because Flag Barghest, rather unique with how much damage they do.
Exactly that as well. Yeah, actually, the Crucifier's probably got at least one GD on there, right? As well as a bunch of tracker disruptors, so they're going to see a lot of damage going on. That Crucifier, if he can survive, is going to do a lot of hurt potentially to this opposing team. But the match is about to go underway in about 5 seconds. So I love seeing a Bellicose show up again. You see them on occasion. They're always really good in these sort of comps, especially because it's free target painter, more damage.
Yeah, I mean, Bellicose, we see a lot of, Vigil, we see a lot of Hyena, but a Bellicose, is it going to have... It's going to have a little bit more survivability. They're relatively quick being a Minmatar cruiser, but already we see that the Zarm has, PTSD, is pre-repping the Crucifier, who we did see have initial missile guidance disruption onto the Barghest. But the Barghest, it looks like, that team, both of them, are actually going towards their respective micro jump drive beacons.
Yep.
Looking to do a bit of positional play, it makes a lot of sense to me. Neither team is going to want to immediately close into the other one.
Both wants the right moment to go in. And one team because, they've got a good comp and they need to know at the right time. The other team because they've got a right comp and they've got a Barghest. So they want to find the right moment. But look at the Bellicose slowly being whittled down a little bit here.
Yeah, there'll be just some chip damage from kind of the Barghest, who is lobbing some missiles at range, presumably, or maybe some starts at long distance. So, it's not that impactful when you have a little bit of shield damage right now.
It's just more one of those indicators, what are they potentially going to go for,
It's like, where's their thought process at for what they want to kill? Does telegraph a little bit, but right now both teams are both just kind of chilling on the beacon, not really doing anything just yet, but we see a Thalia on the side of, OnlyFleets being a little bit slow to catch up to, that beacon. The teams are just kind of figure out, okay, what do we want to do now? No one's being very committal, and now the blue team is spooling, and they jumped.
Look at the Bellicose
to another micro jump drive beacon.
Look at the Bellicose. I think the Bellicose might have just made a big mistake.
Oh my god, the Bellicose, he must have double-clicked or gone away, and he's going to get absolutely picked here. Either that, or this was somehow...
He's getting back. He's going to get back to his team. No, never mind, that's a false alarm.
Either that, or it was five-head bait, and he was able to chip some damage off of a Barghest, make it dump a little bit more clip, force a reload.
Because, of course, it is rapid heavy, so yeah, they might be trying to force him just fire a few missiles and then try and go in. But hey, he survived. He's pulling the drones back to him, so maybe kill a few drones. That was a bit of a heart-stopping moment.
Yeah, but I mean, we see around 20, 25 Valkyries across the arena get on top of that Bellicose trying to do damage, and then some medium rep bots. One of the benefits of being in these kind of a start comps is you have a pretty large drone bay. You can throw out some pretty effective...
And a versatile one. You don't need to do damage. You don't need to do logic. You get an option to go, what do I think this comp needs? And it's one of those comps I love for that particular reason.
Okay, and now the jump drives have gone off again. Battle has been
look right on zero.
joined.
Look at that. Look at that. Right on him.
Okay, and the Barghest is actually in a relatively good place. You want to be able to use, in armor, you want to use those faction officer scrams to really keep things away from you.
Vigilant hard tackled as well. Vigilant's the first thing he went for, which is fair. Lightest tank, best damage, hopefully easiest kill.
Oh, but the Barghest has a scram and web on top of him, but also at the same time we have a scram on top of the Zarm, so it's going to be a quick race here. You want to kill the Zarm probably if you're on the side of OnlyFleets, really get rid of any sort of logistics and then pick apart the low end. But also, I'm scared if I have my Barghest getting held down like that.
Exactly that. Your Barghest being held down. Meanwhile, the other side, the Zarm is held down too, which they are probably also just as scared. Both these kind of the linchpin ships with the comps, and both of them are sitting there worrying. Pontifex just getting casually deleted. Didn't really exist. He got removed.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be links off the grid. Mm-hmm. That is somewhat important, a little bit later.
Exactly.
You're going to have a start and a Navy Brutix for links, but it's still something.
Well, Bellicose getting primaried again, and this time it looks like, he's probably going to tank again, because here's the thing, they can probably spread damage here. They've got a lot of damage ships, but they're all targeting one ship, which is perfect for the Zarm. The Zarm is loving this.
But meanwhile, the Vigilance is getting rather low. So if I trade a Vigilant and a Pontifex for a Bellicose, that's not very good. The Vigilant is dropping down pretty low, and Post-Pod Clarity, this is a power of a Zarm, really, on Showcase, you keep spooling, you build up those resistance, and now you're doing, I think, the absolute right call is you get the web on top of the Thalia. You're not going to fully focus on top of the Barghest. You're going to try to work on that support core, and then, only then, when you've secured the victory on the low side of things, you work your way up onto the Barghest.
And here's the thing, they need to refocus. Bellicose is fully harmed, go somewhere else. This is the problem with the Zarm. You need to kill things fast, or it will make your day worse. And if they start spraying damage, problem solved. But it looks like they're starting to lose out. The Thalia's about to go down. At that point, it's just going to start to really just snowball too far for them to catch up.
Yeah, and I mean, this Thalia, he looks like he might be outrunning the Deacon a little bit. It's hard to see, but like, yeah,
Man's running for his life.
the Thalia is just running, and it's like Benny Hill is. There's an entire flight of like small armor bots and damage drones they're trying to keep up, and that Thalia is going to drop here.
Yeah, it's a bunch of Valks and Infiltrators chasing him down. And to be fair, he actually got out of range of some of them, so maybe.
It's possible he might have broken some drone control, coming back with a little bit of armor, but the Zarm now taking a decent amount of damage. We see that the Scram is on top of it, but it's popping around 700 kilometers, which tells me that's an afterburning Zarm, and Scrams don't shut off afterburners.
Exactly. But you notice they're going for the bug. And look how quickly it's going down. Wait, what?
Yeah,
Hold on, what?
That's the problem with an armor Barghest is if they get held down and they get applied to, it doesn't have a lot of low slots for tank. It has a lot lot of mid slots.
This seems
for
so
utility.
familiar. This is Groundhog Day. Melinda's lost a flag bug before. I commentated that one. This is happening again. This is a curse. Melinda's going to potentially lose another flag Barghest.
Yeah, and I mean that Barghest it's having those X-type reps. You can see doing its level best to keep it up, but it's lost a Thalia. The Deacon is webbed, I think, away from it. He's got nothing to keep himself up right now.
He's trying his best. Look how he's repping his absolute heart out. 4% strike.
And
There
he's
he
down.
goes.
He will go down. So post-pod clarity secures the loot, presumably.
Hopefully.
Someone else will probably try to race for that Barghest, but I mean, they're solidly in the driver's seat. They're going to win the match at this point.
That is goodbye, good night. I feel like, again, this is a weird world where I'm watching Melinda lose multiple flag bugs, and I feel like I need to start questioning my life choices. But looks like post-pod now, this is going to be almost a clean sweep, potentially. It might get a full 200-0 here. Just well played, seriously. Honestly, very well played.
And the issue that post-pod clarity really didn't have to deal with is that, they got their Zarms that had Scram, but that was an afterburning Zarm. And
it was almost bait, wasn't it? It was like, Scram me, please.
We see the Deacon goes down, but you really needed to web that to be able to apply full damage, even with heavy missiles and some of these ships.
Railguns, yeah.
With railguns, with those long-range beams. So, Fenrir Chainbreaker in the Crucifier, I mean, we talk about these 8-point disruption frigates, doing work against, much more expensive 36-point ships or even a 54-point Barghest, Even people in smaller ships, newer players can have that effect in New Eden.
It always can. Yeah, like one Crucifier, one guy disruptor, suddenly your ship becomes kind of useless. It's one of those joys of the AT Alliance tournament. I mean, Brave's infamous for it. That one Griffin just saving the world, But, here, a Crucifier might have potentially ruined a Barghest day, and it was a very shiny, very expensive bug. I wonder how many Crucifiers you can get for that.
A lot. The entirety of the Brave JoJo is probably not as expensive as that Barghest kill mail will be, but, now it's pretty much just cleanup here, post-pod clarity, trying to see if they can kill anyone that might have scooped any of the loot if they didn't get it themselves. So that's the game they're trying to play right now.
Might be the old game of loot whack-a-mole. Someone blows up, someone goes to steal it, next person blows up, goes to steal it. But yeah, this Navy Bridge going down. Honestly, the start of this match looked like it was pretty even. Both teams playing smart, slow, careful, and controlled. But the moment the fight started, fleets kind of fell apart a little bit, and post-pod just managed to pick it up and just run with it.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we see that these teams, and both of these teams are pretty good. I mean, you want to play that kind of initial positional game. It's not super exciting for our viewers at home, I realize, but it's what you have to do when, you're really facing, hey, we're dealing with a flag Barghest. What does that mean? It's going to scram us really far away, so we have to be very careful positionally or we're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, not get caught in the wrong spot, exactly like that. You said it's a very dangerous ship. You want to say, get in when it's the right time and not before. Started going down now too. Goodbye to him.
So something interesting, of course, for our viewers is that we are in the middle of the Blood Harvest, which means that the drop rate, the loot fairy, has been extra generous.
Oh.
No longer half of the time does the loot drop. It's now 90% of the time, and that applies to not just tranquility, in these fleet fights, but it also applies to the Alliance tournament as well.
Oh, mate, the loot fairy is giving us all the stuff we want here. That's going to be great. Post-pod's going to be like loving this if they've got the stuff, of course. It could be one of those moments where someone else stole the loot. But yeah, final frigate's going down, mate.
And I mean, this is an opportunity, right, where you can get, maybe a better officer micro warp drive. Maybe you can get a better officer scram.
Trading up, man, trading up.
I mean, how many times in the past have we seen where a team with a Balgorn that has, an okay, but maybe not the best officer
mid-range web, yeah.
They kill, Tuskers, I think, did this. They killed Pandemic Legion. They upgraded their web, but they used it later.
I swear there was one time one team did it twice, but I can't find when. If someone knows, please let us know. But yeah, I remember one team doing that. But there we go. Match is over. Well done to post-pod. and let's go have a break and then see what the studio thinks about that one.
Clarity there with the flagship kill. F's in chat, please, for Melinda1 and his flagship Barghest. F in chat, because that thing was expensive and it's very dead. And I hope you guys managed to get the loot, because 90% loot drop, and lots of the good stuff did in fact drop. Just looking at it here is Officer Rapid Heavy Missile Launchers, of course. 5 of the 6 of them dropped, so that's a cheeky 11 bill right there. And then all of the like fancy Scram dropped. That's 4 and a bit bill. The Cormac Sensor Booster, 7 bill, that dropped. Only thing that didn't drop was the expensive damage control, another 11 bill. That went poof into oblivion. Mystical Might, what went wrong? This is an experienced team. I mean, a lot of Twitch channel points were reallocated to the masses there. Most of you going for OnlyFleets, 1.5 million channel points. You can actually, in chat, you can at CCP Arcade, !refund, and he will give you your points back. So, Mystical Might, what happened in that match there?
Well, we found out that the Barghest does not, in fact, slap. It got slapped, in fact. Yeah, it was a very, very rough match. There was a very interesting MJD play that came out from the post-pod Clarity side, where they MJD'd onto a secondary beacon and then down into the OnlyFleets team. The problem is, a Bellicose decided that he was going to go his own way, out into the middle of the arena. I think the collective response from the desk team was, "Oh no," over and over again, as we saw the direction that the Bellicose was going. And then OnlyFleet one-upped him by just not shooting. I believe the attack bar on the OnlyFleet side had the tiniest tinge of red for half the match. I'm not entirely sure what they were going for. I mentioned that they may be trying to reserve the Barghest clip because it takes a while for the heavy missiles to reload when you're using rapid heavies. But that doesn't stop you from using your medium guns on the rest of your ships. So I have no clue what they were doing. They fully committed to the Bellicose towards the end and just decided, I guess, when they saw that it wasn't breaking, that they were going to run the Barghest away. And that didn't work either.
Yeah, there was a lovely camera shot when I think OnlyFleets realized that it wasn't going to go their way, and the Barghest is just flying away from the rest of his team, like, see you later. I'm going to go try and hide somewhere and survive for the next 6 minutes. That did not happen. He did in fact die.
Someone has pointed out that the Pontifex may not have plugged in a mine link, but it's also possible that they were carrying 2 mine links, one for skirmish, one for armor, depending on what links they had fit. So
yeah, there's some top gamer plays by doing things like that. Like you can pull out the implants and stuff before the match. Now, one of the other things that was asked in chat, actually, is a good point, was can you refit or mess with your flagship fit between rounds? Absolutely, you can. The number of times in the Alliance tournament where Team A wins a match by killing Team B's flagship, they scoop the loot, and that stuff is better than theirs, so they just upgrade their flagship. So you kind of like build a better flagship as the tournament goes on. Not only can you do that, you can change it however you want in general. So for example, we talked about it before, you don't have to have 2 flagship Barghests that are fit differently. You can just refit one. So you can have an armor one and a shield one. If you just have all the fits ready and waiting, you decide which one you want to use, and you fit it. And you just have to pull off a couple of rigs, but I mean, who cares about rigs? CSP Aurora, is there anything else you think that OnlyFleets could have maybe done in that match?
Shoot the enemy would have been good. It looks like they it looks like they kind of gave up early. I'm not sure exactly what they were hoping to do, exactly if they misplayed. Post-pod Clarity did the right thing mostly. We were worried about that Bellicose when we saw it, but it actually lived to the end of the match. They managed to use the micro-jump drive beacons at the start of the match and landed right on top of the other fleet. That's kind of where they wanted to be, because those rails, they can load their close-range ammo and shoot back, whereas the Barghest doesn't really care about its range. It actually doesn't want to be that close to the enemy team. They lost their Pontifex really early. They weren't able to keep that up, which is the right call from Post-pod Clarity, which means that after a minute, those buffs fall off, and all of their ships are like 50% weaker than they were before. And then they just got shredded after that. So I think they basically misplayed in the first few moments of the match in terms of trying to find the right positioning. They let the other team get right on top of them, didn't control the field, and they lost the game.
Yep, and of course, all thanks to that Chad Bellicose gamer. We thought it was a mistake jumping there. Turns out that was the plan all along. All right, let's look at the next match, which is going to be Barcode versus Goonswarm Federation. I don't see the bans just yet. I believe they are coming. And we actually, before we do that, I see we have an infographic for the flagship. So let's show that. Let's throw up the flagship infographic, which comes courtesy of Squiz and zkillboard.com. I think, I can't tell if we're showing it. I'm just going to assume that we are. Enjoy. All right, moving on, and let's look back at Barcode versus Goonswarm Federation. I don't have the bans just yet. When I do, I will let you know what they are. This is always an interesting one for me. Goons, very successful alliance in the history of EVE Online, done a lot of things. Currently moving. Historically, pretty terrible at Alliance Tournament. There's really not any really good moments they've had. I mean, they brought the Matani once, and that was pretty fun. But they usually then go on to lose.
Moment, yeah.
So they're most known for legitimately a kind of a meme in Alliance Tournament. I always want them to win, though. I think it'd be great to see Goons finally having some success in Alliance Tournament, like proper success. One of the memes, of course, is they're so annoyed that they're unsuccess at Alliance Tournament. They made their own tournament. But they're going up against Barcode. And Barcode is an extremely competent team. Mystical Knight, your thoughts?
I think Twitch chat should go all in on Goons. Look, the returns are going to be incredible, okay? Put all your points on Goons right now, okay?
Shall I check the
Okay,
script?
for anyone who's also already put that... Okay, now put your points on Barcode. Barcode is definitely, in my opinion, going to win this match, but anything is possible, right? I think Barcode came third.
Yes, they're a very good team.
Yeah, last year. Yep. So they've already shown that they can kind of reach those upper levels. They have very talented players who have a lot of experience. One of the questions that always comes to mind when we're discussing teams like this, maybe not Barcode so much because they have performed well, but teams that are usually made up of very good, like individual solo small gang players, sometimes it doesn't translate well to the tournament, and you have to kind of find your footing there because it's a completely different play style. It relies on different types of communication. You have to play differently. There's less agency in some things and more agency in others, and you need to communicate that properly. Barcode, I think, has found a great way to make that work, which saw them reach third place last year. So I think it'll be interesting to see if they've developed any new strategies or tactics in this upcoming match. But then Goonswarm also has, I believe, Dirk.
Yeah,
And
they
Azor.
have some good pilots, and good theory crafters, people who know tournaments.
Yeah, Dirk, I believe, helps run the Anger Games, right?
Yep.
So he has experience running tournaments. He has a understanding of like what the metas look like.
I just remembered something. Goons do have something there first in. They have the record for the boundary violations. They have the furthest ever boundary violation. I just remembered that. It's like 234 kilometers, I think. Azur and Argent managed to bend physics of space-time and get that far out of the arena. So well done, Goons. You're number one at something. All right, let's take a quick look at the bans before we go to the match. Barcode banning out Arbitrator, Curse, Sentinel, Crucifier, so all the tracking disruption off. And Goonswarm banning out Abaddon, Armageddon, Navy Issue, Loki, and Deacon. So interesting sets of bans, mostly focused around tracking and guidance disruption, and then just some normal standard ones. The Deacon one, I think, is quite clever. All right, let's head over to the arena for Goonswarm Federation versus Barcode.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I was a very nervous moderator, but now I am a very happy moderator, seeing that my good friends and teammates in Barcode are in a medium gun spam composition against a heavy assault missile rush.
Yeah, very eclectic heavy assault missile rush. Some curious things about this combo force. Goons banned out Loki, and then brought heavy missile rush. Usually requires a Loki. They went, no, we can do it with an Onyx. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We got this, guys. This is our plan. So what do you think for Barcode? What's the win condition at the start?
The win condition for Barcode is literally just do not get caught, and that won't be too difficult. Really, the threat that you have is basically going to be the Jaguar or, the Onyx getting on top of you and catching you. And the thing about the Onyx is it's pretty slow relative to a lot of these ships. I mean, people don't think of Omens as being like a heavy armor ship. It's more of
even
a fast screener.
The Mole is even, you think like Mole's a thick boy.
And you notice that this Barcode setup is very, very similar to the one that we saw at Truth, Honor, Lightbring. So yes, the Jaguar is going to rush. They're going to get tackle on this Harbinger.
Yep.
But the Squall is the immediate primary. Then the Jaguar is being held down. It's probably going to be, the next immediate primary. We see target paints on top of the Jaguar. And
he should go down really quick. These are all medium guns. They can apply reasonably well to him. He is low sig, but enough shots will get through.
Yeah, this assault damage control is about to fall off in a second, and now that it does grunt, Ataro does drop. The Harbinger no longer tackled by that, but is being held down by the Onyx, was able to catch up eventually, and now the Burst Bantam are the targets.
Yeah,
these are going to get cycled through instantly. And
were they there? Are you sure? Did we see their ships?
Not anymore. Not for the Bantam. The Burst is likely to follow shortly, but it looks like they may have changed their priority a little bit to the Navy Drake and to the Alligator. Initial stram on the Alligator and the Navy Drake. So the Onyx did eventually catch the Harbinger. They did get tackle on that. And these Omens are doing a very good job of screening the front line of Goonswarm Federation. And you just kind of sacrifice these, cruisers that are relatively free so that your more expensive, ships with, more damage and the links in the Brutix and the Absolution can live to win.
In fact, they brought four of them too, like two Maulers, two Omens. It's like a lot of we've got some really good cheap T1 Amarian cruisers. We can project, we can suicide, we can do whatever we need to do to make this comp function. And it's done very, very well. I'm quite happy with it. Also, kind of a nicely perfect result because you brought a lot of lasers, you're versing all shield, you're having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, you're very happy to be shooting EM and thermal into essentially most of these Kaldari ships. Of course, you don't want to shoot, EM thermal into like a Claymore or to a Jaguar, which is probably why they're not shooting the Claymore. You had to shoot the Jaguar early.
Forced to, yeah, no matter how much you didn't want to. It's like, that one's got to go first. Exactly that. Alligator being absolutely deleted. They got rid of an Omen, so, they're not getting entirely wiped out. They are fighting back a bit, but Omen going down, there's still another one left. Still two more Maulers left to get in the way.
Yeah, and the reason you would take the Alligator, right, is it's got those medium bonus drones that are very effective. It's basically, you can think of it as a giant, Gila that was relatively recently introduced, and now the Onyx fell apart rather shortly, and then the Orthrus, just taking apart these targets of opportunity.
Exactly
you
that.
Look at kind of, a wide pan view of these barcode ships. They're just kind of all spread around in a ball, very much making it difficult for Goonswarm or any of these heavy assault, missile rushes to get on top of one ship.
Exactly.
And that's the thing that you want to do when you're in sort of these kite comps. You want to make sure, okay, yes, if you rush us, you can get on top of one of us, but then the other 9 of us are going to be, very far.
Exactly
and
that.
Meanwhile, Barcode can keep shooting. Goons have to jump from 1 to 1. And it's difficult to play that.
Exactly that. We've heard a few times people saying oh, how do you beat Rush? It's like, just move away, Lamau. It's like, yeah, just move away, scatter. We saw, I think it was Snuffed and the Feeders did that very well. They managed to fully starburst every direction, which is like, yeah, you can rush me all you want, mate. You're only going to get one ship. You're not going to get through the rest of us. And yeah, they're down to the Nighthawk now. Leave the tankiest to last. They're very thick.
Yeah, Nighthawks are an incredibly thick ship. Especially so when they're being supported by Logifrigs, but thankfully those are gone. So I saw Ollie RS was a little bit here. She was about ready to, presumptively hand me my L had Barcode dropped out of the match. But thankfully they will continue to go on, and they will face the winner of the next match, which would be Pandemic Horde and Evasive Maneuvering. I'm very much looking forward to this match. Goonswarm dropping down into the lower bracket means that, if Pandemic Horde loses, we would have a Goon and Pandemic Horde lower bracket match. But that's something for the analysts to talk about after we send it to the break here.
There you have it. Goons doing what Goons do best and losing in the Alliance tournament. You know what? They did all right at the start. I thought that actually, I looked at it, I was like, hey, whoa, they're killing some stuff. And Barcode's a good team. At least they didn't get, clapped, which is nice. But they're not out. Goons are back. Goons will be in the lower bracket. They have still got a chance to win plenty of skins. And as it was pointed out, I bet you those elite nanogangers wouldn't try that kind of stuff in 1DQ. So
true.
You're still the kings of there at least. Well, until you finish moving. Bart, what happened?
Oh, so many things. I said this when we were watching the match. I think that was actually a really good performance from Goons, and they just kind of got countered a little bit by a team that knows how to counter a rush setup. I loved the Jaguar pilot. I think his name was Grant or something, just rocketing in, overheated, ramjagged in, instantly tackled the Harbinger Navy issue. The rest of Goons followed up and killed the Harbinger Navy issue, so good job.
Start. Yep.
The problem is that when you go up against a pretty experienced team, they land on grid and they look at you and they're like, oh, you're bringing a ham rush, and they immediately starburst away. So it's like, yes, you will kill one ship, you'll probably kill 2 ships. The rest of them starburst away, and then they got DPS down. And it is what it is. I mean, like I said, Goons, they flew their comp pretty correctly, I would say. Like, they made the right choice. It's like, oh, crap, they have a ton of medium guns. We can't outrange this. So they rammed in. Didn't
They
work.
get better every time, I feel.
They do. I think Goons have continuously improved. I know you said it on the desk a little bit ago. I also want to see Goons win some matches. Maybe this is the year. You know, they still have a chance. They still have a chance. I'm just saying.
I'm a Goon stan in this. Like, I want to see some Goon victories, some big W's in the column.
Yeah, we said this about Fraternity last year. Remember, we are on team. We want the underdogs to win.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now Fraternity's not an underdog, so they can lose as much as they want. But
he's just trying to save face because his team lost earlier on.
You know, it's you and Goons are on the same tier right now.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Losers bracket.
Yeah, losers bracket. Yeah.
It's all a ploy to get more skins.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's part of the plan.
Excellent.
Yeah. No, I think Goons did okay. Like, honestly, they flew that. It was a decent comp. They flew it correctly. They got countered because the other team was like, oh, you're rushing with the shield rush. And I've said it for quite a while now. If you don't know how to beat a shield rush with your setup in the modern Alliance tournament, your setup is trash and you shouldn't fly it. Clearly, Barcode was like, oh, yeah, okay, well, we've practiced this. We know what to do. And Goons are just like, crap. Next time. They get another game. In fact, I think we find out who they'll be playing relatively soon.
Yep, that's true. We can take a look at the bracket at some point because some of the teams have to play again today because they went for the odd tactic of dropping themselves into the lower bracket for, quote, more skins, end quote, Mystical Might. Misty, could the Goon team have flown that differently and come out with a win, or do you think it really was like kind of a counter just straight out the box?
I think it's very difficult to execute a rush setup against medium gun spam when it can just kind of separate out. Like you said, it kind of starbursts, and you have to spend 20, 30 seconds chasing down each individual ship, and in that time you are constantly taking damage. I did question whether it would have been better for the Jaguar to tackle the Augur at the beginning and allow the Onyx to get in and then spread a couple hick scrams across a couple different ships to keep them in place. But I'm not entirely sure that clearing the Augur at the beginning would have allowed them to go on to chase down and break through some of the other DPS ships. So I think they could have played it better. I don't think it would have actually led them to a win without Barcode mis-executing the comp, right? Like accidentally keeping a couple ships together, they both get tackled by the Onyx, and then they both die in quick succession. That, I think, is the only way that Goons would have been able to come back into that match.
Yeah. Plus, it's always good to, like Bart says, we always want to root for the underdogs. And then if we say mean things about you and then you go and win, you can claim that you won out of spite. And then we feel good because we helped you win. Also, you get great content for adverts. I don't know how many times I've made cold takes that have been turned into adverts. Turns out I'm wrong a lot. Who would have thought it? But that's just how it is. All right, we have about 10 minutes until our next match, which is going to be Evasive Maneuvering versus Pandemic Horde. Horde came through the feeders this year. Let's roll this one back. Everyone came through the feeders except 4 teams. So the top 4 from last year got direct entries, but no longer can you just come up with some plex and buy your way into the Alliance tournament as it was before with the silent auction. Every single other team, for the other 28 slots, they had to go through the feeders. There was no such thing as just like, hey, look how much money I have, buy your way into the Alliance tournament and then get clapped, which we saw happen in Alliance tournament 18 a bunch. I think it was a bunch of rich teams of, I won't name any names, but they'd been around and had done successful tournaments before but weren't as good anymore and then bought their way in and then lost very badly. That can't happen anymore. You have to actually get in on merit now, which I think is a great improvement. What do you think about that, Misty?
I think it's good. I think it leads to more exciting matches. The upside is that we also get another round of weekends where people get to play and participate in the tournament, even if they don't make it into the main tournament itself. I believe there's the opportunity to win skins in those feeder matches, so you're not walking away from it with nothing. Those feeders matches also take place on
Thunderdome,
yeah. In the Thunderdome.
In the Thunderdome.
Yes, I was going to say Tranquility, which is not the right answer.
No.
But it's, it's a test server essentially for tournaments where you'll be given a max SP character, you get to make a ship out of thin air, so you're not losing anything either apart from your time, but hopefully you're having fun in trade. So I think having people play through the feeders is an excellent way to give newer teams the chance to learn and participate, while also ensuring that teams that have put in that effort do have a basic understanding about like what the meta may be that year based on the rule sets, get a chance to then get into the main tournament and have a good run, or at least a good attempt at a run.
Yep.
To get those prize ships.
Yeah, and you get skins for wins in the feeders as well now. So it basically costs you almost nothing to participate, and if you manage to like eke out a win, then you're going to get like quite a decent return in just skins alone. I did see a comment like a while back asking like how to get into tournaments. That's a great way of like find some friends, make a team, join the feeders. Might get rolled, might not. You never know. You might roll someone unexpectedly by bringing something kind of cheesy. That happens. The big teams are always kind of a little bit extra afraid of the really unknown new teams because you can kind of predict what an experienced team is going to bring, like with a fair degree of accuracy. But some of these like new teams who've never done the tournament before, they just come up with like these crazy off-the-wall cheese comps that 99% of the time won't work, but that 1% could be against you, and you look kind of silly when that happens. So if you're looking to get into tournaments, try that. Also check out the community-run tournaments. Obviously, we mentioned it earlier on, but the Anga Games, it's run by some of the guys from Goonswarm, Dirk, and Sothrasil. Check that out. It's also on Thunderdome, so you're not losing stuff. And there's usually a couple of other sort of little tournament things that float around in the community. So check it out.
I was going to say something, but then I'm not sure if it's announced yet.
Yeah, I don't. I was thinking about it too, but I don't think we should do that.
But it was mentioned in Vegas, so I feel like it could be said.
I couldn't possibly say.
Let's just say there may be a cup for captains next year. Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? All right, we have Evasive Maneuvering versus Pandemic Horde. Let's talk about that. Okay, so Evasive Maneuvering, they are going to ban out the Armageddon Navy issue, the Loki, the Keres, and the Curse. Meanwhile, Pandemic Horde banning out the Prophecy Navy issue, the EOS, the Arbitrator, and then the Harbinger Navy issue. Interesting sets of bans. Blackbird Pirate, what do you think?
Yeah, it definitely is. I think that the Pandemic Horde bans are a lot more exciting, I think, because they've gotten rid of some of these ships that nobody's really banned them out yet. Like we haven't seen these Navy battlecruiser bans. I think we saw Prophecy Navy once so far today, but that's very much a like they've gotten rid of almost the entire like main DPS ships of a medium gun armor setup, which is interesting. We've seen it perform extremely well today so far, so that makes sense. But it's kind of weird that that's the thing that they decided they don't want to deal with. Obviously, EOS bans very good. Any armor setup banning an EOS is just like good choice. Extremely tanky, good DPS, brings amazing links. Yeah, I hate Mollusk bans. Is that a Mollusk? That's a Mollusk. That's a Keres. That's even worse. I hate Keres bans. I hate Keres because like that's even worse than a Mollusk bans because Keres are a ton of points.
That is true.
A Mollusk at least like you can kind of be like, okay, maybe we got like 6 or 7 points. Okay, yeah, bring a Mollusk. But like Keres, it's like the thing that makes a Keres good in Tranquility on small ganging is that it has a really long point range. Points are pointless in the AT. So if you didn't know, there's a big old bubble that means that if you leave 125 kilometers, your ship gets blown up. Scrams are great, prevents people from running away. Points is just kind of like, I mean, what are they? They can't warp off anyways, right? So I hate Keres bans. I think it's a wasted ban. I like the Pandemic Horde bans. It's different. They're thinking differently. They're getting rid of probably one of the better comps. Evasive Maneuvering, it's kind of weird, but also they're a team. Like they're like a good team. I don't think we talked about who they are exactly, but they're a very experienced team. So if they're doing something weird, they have, the brain is working in some way. It might be in a different direction than our brains usually work, but it's definitely like, ooh, they have a plan.
Yeah, sometimes you see weird bans coming from teams, especially if they have like exclusive practice partners, because they get themselves into this mindset when they're scrimming against each other that they think X is really powerful and Y is not, and there's something that they really don't like to see, so they start banning out things that normally happens in their scrims, and then they turn up and just get like either it works coincidentally or they get stomped because they were just in the complete wrong postcode. Misty, what's it like when you're like trying to practice and think about like banning strategy and not getting yourself into these like weird little pits of uncertainty?
I think different teams will have different practice strategies. I think it's been mentioned a couple times where you want to have at least a baseline competence for the comp where you know that it can beat some cookie cutter stuff, right? If it can't beat some of the very basic things that people will bring, like some of the medium gun spam or some hand rush, if you execute it properly, then there's no real point practicing that comp because it's not likely to do well in the tournament. Sometimes there will be comps where you can't win, but you can ban out enough of the comp that it's unlikely that you'll see it in that incarnation at least. But there's such a variety of ships in either line that it's easy to sometimes replace some of these ships like the Nighthawk. You can kind of bring the Alligator a little bit. It doesn't quite do as much damage. It does have that dependence on drone damage as well, but it's the same points and it fills the same role. So there are ways around some bans. Not ideal ways, right? But there's some ways around it. So yeah, I think you establish a basic competency for the comp. You know that it can beat the basic cookie cutter stuff. You run it until you are comfortable running it, right? So if you land on grid and you see it, you'll be like, hey, we know how to do this. This is fine. We'll just burn away to the beacons, or we'll burn around the arena, or we'll rush in and we'll kill this first. That's where you want to be. And then you can start practicing, okay, here's what we think the meta will be this year based on the rule set. Here's how we think it will work and develop. And then the important thing is practicing midweek. So the first weekend is when you start seeing the meta of the other teams come out, and sometimes you'll be like, oh, the hell is that, right? And it works. I know, it's incredible, right?
You should be so convinced.
Yeah. And you'd be like, wow, what is this? We've never seen this before. We need to practice against it to know how to beat it. And sometimes you'll run it once and you'll be like, oh, this is super easy. I don't know how this other team lost against this matchup. And sometimes you'll run it and you'll be like, none of our comps work against it. Maybe we just start running this, and then you practice it into all the other comps that you have and also the other baselines to understand how well it works, right? So not only are you practicing it so that you can fly it, but you're practicing it so that you know how to beat it using different setups and where its weaknesses are. Basically, a lot of work, right? To go to that level. You can take it pretty chill and just ram, right? Just
approach
ram
F1.
Yeah, and it works, right? Like
sometimes.
Most of the time.
Yeah. I mean,
80% of the time it works every time.
It is harder. It's harder to execute a comp with a lot of moving parts than it is to point at somebody and go, approach.
Yep.
So
Rushes have their cheese moment, and rushes can be very successful. The Nighthawk ham rush, for example, very strong. It's very DPS-y, and it's very hard to slow it down when it's coming at you. So I think we're almost ready to go to the match. I see that Horde, Pandemic Horde, are fielding their flagship Vindicator in this match against Barcode. No, sorry, not Barcode. Evasive Maneuvering. We just had Barcode. We have these 3 matches coming up before we go into the lower bracket, and those are going to be elimination matches. So stick around. We're getting close to people being kicked out of the tournament for good. But until then, let's go see if Evasive Maneuvering can defeat Pandemic Horde.
Hello and welcome to the arena. I'm Aliaris here with Starfleet Commander, and we are here watching Pandemic Horde versus Evasive Maneuvering. Pandemic Horde have brought an armor brawl setup featuring their Flag Vindicator. Can the Flag Vindicator go 2-0? We'll find out today. Starfleet, what have Evasive Maneuvering brought?
Oh, my boy, Faffy Waffy, Evasive Maneuvering, amazing comp they've got. They've got a Nighthawk with Fleet Cyclones and the Cyclone Osprey. A bit of a kiting thing for them, I think. They're going to try and stay away from the Vindy, aren't they? Yeah,
that Vindicator, bad news to any ship within 20 kilometers, but stay a little bit further away and you can just sail away and not have to worry about it. Baden, big chunky amount of damage coming out from the Pandemic Horde team, so if they're able to get on top and apply that damage, will be good. If Evasive Maneuvering can evade the incoming damage, then they should be in a good spot.
I think it's really important for Evasive Maneuvering the positioning for their comp. They need to not make a mistake. If they make a mistake, get catched, they're dead, basically. And I also think that, well, Villy in the Vindicator, Captain, they're going to have to go straight in. Or go for a jump drive beacon, maybe.
Yeah, and as we can see, the Evasive Maneuvering team are indeed backing up to start out with. Pandemic Horde are heading in, they're sort of splitting up. Most of them are heading in. A couple of the small ships are taking a little bit further back. Those Crucifiers looking to apply disruption potentially, but I don't see any disruption going out onto the Evasive Maneuvering side.
Not much. The primary for Evasive Maneuvering is the Nurgle, a bit of damage on the Crucifier, a bit on the Cinnaball. I think they're just sort of testing, seeing what's going out, what they can get through. The Nurgle's taking some damage. Villy is in the Vindicator going out in front, which is the correct call. Get the battleship out there, try and lock something down. But Evasive Maneuvering, they're not slow, they're quick.
Yeah, and Beat 'em Aderon in the Hyena is Evasive Maneuvering's ace in the hole here. Beat 'em Aderon's #1 job is making sure that Viley in the Vindicator does not get anywhere close to the rest of the team.
Yeah. That's his one job, basically.
Yeah.
keep Villy away.
And we can see that web going out. Villy's webbed off. He'll slow down. while Beta Materon just kites out of range, and it looks like the damage is going on Vili right now.
A bit on Vili. The Nurgle is in half armor. Honestly, it must be a very frustrating match for like the Vindicator pilot, just being webbed down. As soon as you get a bit close, you get webbed down and webbed off. But anything that overextends on the P-Horde team will get killed, as the Nurgle is in structure. The Oneirus is trying to keep him up, but we'll see if he can hold. He should both go back to the Oneirus, get the reps, maybe reset and try and regroup, but he might go down here.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard for those Logi cruisers to hold the frigates, especially with the high alpha of the long-range weapons. So light or heavy missiles, they'll all apply all at once. The light missiles from the Jackdaw, they'll all apply in big chunks of HP. Meanwhile, those Oneirus reps don't cycle as fast as some others.
Yeah, well, the Oneirus reps cycle at the end of the cycle, so their HP comes in at the end. So you have to take into consideration a delay of reps coming onto it. As now the damage on the Cinnabal, which will have quite a small armor tank, and he's actually bleeding. He's actually going down pretty fast. He might actually go down here.
Yeah, and that fast swap is exactly what evasive maneuvering needs to do in order to get some ships off the field. Once they get a couple of points on the board, they can potentially just kite this one out. They don't have to risk anything, and that's what they're hopefully going to try to do. Again, Pandemic Horde, very dangerous and close. Evasive maneuvering, they want to avoid that.
Yeah, Cinnabal goes down, so they're already ahead on points at this point. And also, Cinnabal is one of their main tackle ships as well. Pretty quick. Maybe, I think he was out of position a bit. Went a bit too far forward. Now, P-Horde are in a bit of a pickle now. They need to commit something, to get something. They need to get something. They need to push them into a corner or try and lock them in, because the longer this goes on for, the worse it is. I mean, they do have an Oneirus, so they got reps at range, P-Horde, so they could push out things. I think now Vili is trying to go back in there, but he's again webbed by the hyena. He's not going to get close.
Yeah, it's tough. Battleships, Vindicator is not the slowest battleship in the world, but it's nowhere near as fast as these shield cruisers. I can see a couple of the Pandemic Horde team maybe trying to sort of circle around, cut this evasive maneuvering team off, but so far none of those decisive moves that they really need. There goes the Nurgle.
Nurgle down. I mean, it's just chipping away, aren't they? Evasive maneuvering chipping away at P-Horde. It's so frustrating. And the piloting actually from evasive maneuvering, we should actually say really well done. They're staying together, moving around, making sure they're away from everything, keeping the webs as well. Maulus is now taking damage, and obviously now the Crucifier taking damage, but I think the Maulus will be the next to go down.
That's a really good point. We've seen a number of kites in the feeders, and some of the kites that we saw in the feeders, you would see them make that initial run. They'd back up, and then they didn't quite know where to go yet. Evasive maneuvering, they know where to go. They're in the right place.
Really? Oh, did we just get a boundary violation from Faffy Waffy, the captain?
The boundary's closer than you think.
It creeps up on you. It really does. Honestly, a huge loss for evasive maneuvering. Their captain dying to boundary. A massive win for P-Horde. Obviously, the Magus is still going down. But, I mean, I think they can still hang on, I think, evasive maneuvering. I don't think it'll be that much of a problem. They've still got plenty of damage to project outwards. And I think P-Horde are lacking in the tackle department. Still 5 minutes and a half left. I mean, Vili's still alive.
Vili's still alive, and we saw it earlier. The flag battleship able to clutch out in the rope match. Vili, again, if Vili's able to get into the middle of the evasive maneuvering team, get those webs on, and start applying the blasters, this will start hurting. But one by one, the evasive maneuvering team is doing a very good job of taking out the ships that could make that happen.
Yeah, literally, it's just like finding that weak point, getting one down and going for the next one, getting one down and then try and get the next one. 5 minutes remaining. Evasive maneuvering just needs to keep on, just keep holding on. Honestly, for evasive maneuvering, it's like a super difficult match because you can't make really any mistakes. Faffy Waffy throughout the arena, but the rest of the team need to continue on. Even with that loss, they got to just get focused. I'm not too sure who's doing the target calling on their team. Might be Faffy, so a new guy needs to take over and sort of get everyone, together. They've got to stay together, which can be stressful because your Osprey, when you're kiting, you need to keep your squad together. Otherwise, if you get split up, you're going to get isolated and get killed.
Yep, not to mention that once you get split up, you can't apply your damage anymore because someone will call a target and 3 other people say, I'm out of range, I'm out of range.
Yeah, he's 30k away, too far away from me. Vili in half armor, though, taking a bit of damage. I don't think he'll die, though. The Oneirus will definitely keep him up. We also forget they're having a Baden as well. I keep forgetting that exists in this match. He has got a bit of protection, but it's not going to be much. A bit of tickling coming into Sky Killer, but I still think as they keep this going, I think evasive maneuvering is going to be good.
Yep, yeah. One of the things that we haven't really seen in this match, but we can see, I've flown Osprey in some kiting comps. The Osprey, it's a Tech 1 logistics ship. Its cap is not very good.
No.
And hitting your MWD and repping anything is eventually, by 5 minutes into the match, you're just like, I'm sorry, guys.
You've got to be very considerate of your cap and making sure that you're, you can move away and stuff. But I think he should be okay in this match. There's not much that can really affect him at range. I think it's only the Abaddon, and even then, he's so slow. And you can just see right now, on the screen in front of you, the two battleships are just right next to each other and just going around and trying to get something, but they've lost all their tackle at this point, the Horde. So there's really not much they can do. I think the only thing is a Ponty, and he's been shot now.
Yeah, the evasive maneuvering team has been switching back and forth between the Ponty and the Vindy, Ponty and the Vindy, Ponty. Press F to pay respects for Flip there. And that is the last fast tackle ship on the Pandemic Horde that Abaddon has been boating around at less than 1k a second. Abaddon's known for their HP, not known for their speed.
He's doing his best, though. That's the main thing. I think Evasive Moving should just go for the nearest right now. Maulus just goes down. I think go for the nearest, get it over, and just kill everyone. I mean, good piloting from Evasive Maneuvering. Unlucky Faffy Waffy boundary violating what would have been just a clean, perfectly executed kiting comp. Unfortunately, boundary violated. Oh dear. I don't think. Looking at this from the get-go, I think this was just a difficult match for Horde. I think from the get-go, I think they really would have struggled. I think they just don't have anything really solid to lock down anything. That's the problem. Or like any long, like a Balgorn would have had long range webs or something, but they'd have to change the comp. They don't really have anything to lock evasive maneuvering down.
Yeah, exactly. And in this type of situation, it's really rough. Potentially, Pandemic Horde could have gone for a beacon, tried to make some sort of jump, in particular like a spread out jump. So doesn't matter where you are, but that's the kind of thing you have to do in the first minute of this match.
You kind of have to potentially sacrifice a frig for Vili to get something.
Yeah.
To lock down a key ship. Something like, I mean, Faffy's dead, but like, you want to get like a battlecruiser down and then immediately have him go to something else. But again, it's super difficult. A jump drive, as we saw in the match previously, I think, the Bellicose went off on his own by mistake. So it's really hard to execute properly as a team. If you practice enough, you can do it. 1 minute and 28 seconds left. I mean, evasive moving still tickling away on different things. They really are. Just whittling down slowly, aren't they?
Indeed, indeed. And that's what we see with a lot of these kiting comps. Game balance being what it is, you cannot fly quickly away from things, apply damage at long range, and also apply lots of damage. So most of these kiting comps have a little bit smaller attack bars, and that's what we've seen from evasive maneuvering, but it's consistent. You can't get away from it.
And also, evasive maneuvering is a really seasoned team. Faffy Waffy, Asli Pandy, Skykiller, all really pilots that have played a lot of tournaments in different teams, all in the same with the same people, but in different alliances. So this is a lot of dark side guys right here. So a super seasoned team, one to watch out for, I think, as the Aneros is about to go down here, and he's going to structure. He should have been. I think they could have got him earlier on, but I'd say a good show from evasive maneuvering.
Yeah, and I think as you said, very good show. I think the target calling that they did was focused on keeping themselves alive, minimizing their loss conditions of, okay, well, what if someone gets tackled? Very good job staying in it despite the boundary violation. That can be a little bit alarming.
We'll look over that one.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah. No, but it's
okay.
it's a good thing. No, it's a good thing to do to like stay in the team, like keep kiting, don't just fall apart because someone made a mistake. Yeah, very well done from them.
I think we've got 5-6 seconds on the clock and a little countdown. No, I think there were some good fights in Yokel. No good fights late in Yokel, but I think the match is ended, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and the Vindicator lived.
There we go.
There you are. So evasive maneuvering managed to maneuver themselves into a victory, but not without a little bit of a mistake from Captain Faffy Waffy, who maneuvered himself out of the boundary of the arena, thus having his ship deleted by the great ever deletion finger of CCP Zealous. If you're new to Alliance Tournament, first of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us. The fights take place in a bubble, about 125 kilometers in all directions. If you leave that bubble, you die. It's simple as that. Just bang, instantly. So don't do that. Is my pro tip. I would say stay inside the bubble. Faffy Waffy, extremely experienced captain. A lot of experience on that team as well. Some Vidra Reloaded former members from the winning teams. So I expect to see them go far. I honestly think Horde, they did all right at the start. Like that was a pretty good showing against a really experienced team. Mystical Mind, what do you make of it?
It just really is unfortunate that Horde essentially had very limited lower-end tackle. A lot of it was committed towards Evil Frigates, which meant that they had no real way of catching up to the Evasive Maneuvering team. And we saw the Evasive Maneuvering team just running circles around the Horde team because there was nothing that they could do, besides push them towards the boundary, apparently, which was a very good strategy, and they should have continued with that. But there was a point where the Pontifex managed to tackle, I think, Sky Russian Killer,
Yeah,
something like that. Yep. Some combination of all caps, by the way. And I thought that the Vindicator may have been able to get into range to keep that tackle once the Pontifex died. Unfortunately, not quite in range to do so. I think the Hyena was webbing down the Vindicator when it started getting close. I think that was really Horde's only chance to get back into the match. If they'd managed to kill that Cyclone Fleet issue, they would have been up on points, I believe. And it seemed like the Aneros was doing a reasonably good job of keeping people alive when they were in a good position. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think with a couple of mistakes from evasive maneuvering, Horde could have won, but that's not really the position you want to be in an Alliance tournament match. You want to be able to decide, hey, we're going to win because we're going to do this, not, hey, hopefully they screw up and we'll get flitter, you know? So, yeah, tough times.
Yeah, but I mean, I think playing against a lot of other teams instead of evasive maneuvering, Horde might have come out with a W in that one. They were able to take advantage of a mistake. They almost caught the second one and got it down. That would have, like you say, probably flipped it. So, you know, the scoreline will show one thing, but those of you who were there will know the opposite. So there you have it. And at least it wasn't, 200 to 0 or anything, because Faffy Waffy gifted them some points, which was very nice and very generous of you, Faffy Waffy. We appreciate it. Okay, so shall we talk about the next match? It's not quite ready for bans by the looks of it, but it's going to be Snuffed versus Odin's Call. Now, this is an interesting one, because Odin's Call... half the time I don't know what they're doing. They're either good, and then they're really good, or they're just really not. There doesn't seem to be any middle ground for Odin's Call. I believe previous years, like they came second, for example, and other years they went out pretty much immediately. Like it's just kind of 50-50. So I'm excited to see what happens there. Snuffed Out also spent a lot of time hanging around near gates and low sec, smoking something and coming up with very bizarre comps. 4 Demuses, for example, springs to mind. There's a point inflation rule, by the way. That means it costs tons to bring 4 Demuses, and it went about as well as you might expect it to go. So I'm looking forward to this matchup, because I think this is going to be hard to predict, because both teams are quite inherently unpredictable.
I think it's hard to predict because, so looking at the feeders, Snuff played really well. Like, Snuff played
exactly
the way that you look at, like, they played better than, I mean, some of the teams that we expect to play well. Like, there's a moment where they were getting rushed, and they did, like, the perfect, like, if you were going to teach somebody a class on how to starburst and not die to a shield rush in the Alliance tournament, you could play that replay and be like, look at the positioning. Everyone is in the exact perfect spot. And that's not something a team that brings 4 Demoses does.
Exactly. Just what is going on in low sec these days, because like they have the potential to be really good based on what we saw in the feeders. Like, they are a competent team. They clearly have some good theory crafters and some great pilots. And then sometimes they have this like great, well thought out plan, and they just toss it away and bring 4 Demuses. So I don't know which Snuff we're going to get today. We might get 4 Demuses Snuff. We might get good Snuff. Mystical Might, any further thoughts on that?
I wasn't sure if you wanted to add something.
I was going to add that Odin's is in the same boat, because 2 years ago they were the second place team, and they were fantastic. And last year they were kind of dog. But I know it's the same players this year. So this is the coin flip, right? We don't know who we're getting. I think it could be really, really good. I do think Snuffed is looking very strong, and Odin's might have won because of having just a really... It was a meta that played to their strengths, I think, is a way to put it.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the Twitch channel points. You can predict in Twitch, by the way. I don't know if I've mentioned this, but you can go into Twitch and you can predict with your channel points, and you can redeem them for skins, which is pretty cool. You can also gamble them all away on matches like this. This one, at the moment, looks like your guys are mostly favoring Odin's Call, 1.8 million to 900,000. I think if it was my channel points, I would put them on Snuffed Out.
Incorrect. Wrong. Wrong. Here's why Odin is going to win, okay? Look, Snuff, they have flown really well. They brought a shield medium gun spam in the feeders, managed to kite away, managed to spread out, managed to make sure all their DPS was on target. However, Odin's brought an armor medium gun spam in the feeders and beat a shield medium gun spam in what was essentially a mirror matchup. Now, if anything, if this match is going to be anything like the feeders in the way that these teams are thinking, I think that Odin's will probably be a little bit more comfortable taking on some of these mirror matchups or these situations you don't necessarily want to be in. Presumably, I think it's because they will have practiced these matchups and they'll know the inherent weaknesses. And also, I'm making all of this up in terms of I have no idea what the hell these teams are going to do. But I'm right, and I would bet on Odin's. So that is my stance on this.
Okay, we might have to get the L back out at some point, but
I see.
the bans are available. Let us peruse the bans. Snuffed out, banning out the Eos, the Orthrus, the Blackbird, the Loki, and the Typhoon Fleet issue. Meanwhile, Odin's Call choosing to ban the Eos, the Zarmazd, the Abaddon, the Crucifier, and the Scimitar. Black Bart Pirates, your thoughts on these bans?
Well, I mean, we have the, EOS bans are great. You don't need to talk about them. Yep. We've talked about it. The kind of weird ones here. So Typhoon Fleet issue by Snuffed Out. It's not AT-13.
Yep. Demos are available, by the way.
They are. They could. Well, I mean, you wouldn't ban that. Come on, you got to say like, look, we left your ship here. Go ahead and take it. No, the Snuffed Out Typhoon Fleet issue ban is very strange. They are not good ships anymore in the AT. They, especially in a time when the Get Navy issue is basically the same thing, but like better in every single way. I do like I like the rest of them. I think they have a lot of thought behind them. Scimitar bans are great. You don't want to get kited. We've seen the Zarmazad do really good today. Like even the match where the Zarmazad team lost, I feel like the Zarmazad was not the problem. It actually did fantastic. So yeah, it's just a lot of interesting. Like I said, Typhoon Fleet issue. I don't get it. But hey, we didn't get the carries ban last time, and then as soon as it came out and we saw it, we're like, oh, that's why. It's so they can win the damn war. Okay. Duh. But, so maybe Snuffed Out has some secret sauce. They're like, yes, well, if you ban the Typhoon Fleet issue, Odin's can't defeat us.
Yeah. Well, I think, if I remember correctly, Odin's used the Typhoon Fleet issue quite a lot in previous years. It's kind of good opportunity to be both armor and shield. It's kind of like almost like a poor man's Barghest in some ways, but it has this like heavy newts as well. It's pretty fast. If you care about that kind of stuff, it's pretty fast. So maybe this is a targeted ban specifically at something that Odin's Call have brought a bunch. Snuff looked at they've reviewed the tapes, and the tapes say, hey, they use a Typhoon Fleet issue, and the fact that it's the last ban as well, also could be to do with that, or it could just be that they didn't realize it was another ban and then scrambled and picked that at the last minute. Don't really know what else to say.
We'd have to ask him. So it's like, what? So why did you ban the Typhoon Fleet issue? So yeah,
someone would be like, wait, we banned the Typhoon Fleet issue? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess we could go find out why they banned the Typhoon Fleet issue. So let's do that. Let's go to the arena for Snuffed Out versus Odin's Call.
The ships are not on grid yet. But in the meantime, whilst they come on grid, we can't. Yeah, we have to wait until they're on. Oh, they are there on the grid.
We can see them.
We can see them. So well, Snuffed Out have brought. Snuffed out brought Templis Fleet issue and Armageddon Arbitrator when they get on grid. What have Odin's Call brought right now?
Odin's Call have brought a triple Navy Armageddon comp, and we can't look at the launchers or weapon systems on this Navy Armageddon, but with three of them, I'm assuming these are going to be rapid heavies.
Yeah.
One of them, Toast Brought, is in a Toast Brought is in a flagship Navy Armageddon. So that is going to be a Kingslayer setup with lots of rapid heavy damage right on top of the key ships of the Snuffed Outside.
We've also got a lot of well-known players across both teams. We've got Doswell Elf, we've got Destroyer, and on an Odin's Call team we've got Crazy Vanya, and we've got who else? We've got Colonel Kurtz as well, another good well-known team. Well, Snuffed Out team with the Fleet Tempests. I mean, they have to go straight in. They got a lot of high damage, but I think they might struggle against the Navy Armageddons.
Yeah, and these Navy Armageddons are going to be outrange those Fleet Tempests, assuming those are the most likely AC Fleet Tempests, which certainly would track with the attack bar. Odin's Call, larger attack bar. Odin's Call really needs to get down enough stuff with their first clip of their rapid heavies. I'm just going to double check those are rapid heavies. They really need to get down enough stuff with their first clip so that they can really get something off the field before they have to clip out and reload.
5 seconds to the match starts. We've got also Odin bringing a little purifier, a little bit of damage on the back end, which I think is a really nice addition to the team, especially when there's a lot of battleships being fielded right now. And both teams going to have to get in there, get the damage on, I think, especially the Fleet Tempest. Obviously, they need to get in. They need to completely brawl in, otherwise they're not going to be doing much. But right now, both teams off to a bit of a slow start, which is often the case in these things. Both teams want to see what the other one sort of does, and then they make a decision right now. As the hyena comes out, throws a little bit of a web out, is staying at his distance, which is good. But he needs to probably keep something from burning away, I think.
Yep, yeah, and you can see the Snuffed Out team reacting very quickly to that hyena. Let's get some newts on it, get some light drones on it. Martin Conrad, a former Alliance mate of mine, very frequent tournament light tackle pilot, turning around and heading back for reps and the safety of the rest of his team.
Yeah, Odin's cool sort of moving in now as a unit with the battleships right now. Really good. Stay together, keep getting and catch something. Don't get split. One of the bad things you can do with a battleship comp is get split up. You could just charge him with a couple of battleships and one gets left behind or gets tackled behind, and then he's just not really in the match anymore. Snuffed Out playing very reserved though at the moment. The Geddon's out in front, but they're not, I don't know. It's very reserved from them when they should be. The Fleet Tempest need to get in there.
Yeah, and this is you have an opportunity to come in and kill Toastbrought in the Flag Navy Armageddon. You have an opportunity to get an amazing Armageddon kill mail here.
I think. I mean, this is one of those matches where it's tempting. But they want to win, so they're going to try and win. As the webs come down right now, Templis feature of the webs, I'm going to start seeing the damage come down really quickly. The brawl is now started. Plenty of Ewell on grid as well, lots of drones out as well. So I think the damage will be on the battleships. Yes, we've got damage on Nuke on the Tempest Fleet issue. He looks to be the primary for Odin's Call, taking a lot of damage though.
Yeah, Odin's Call, that attack bar is big. They are firing all in at Nuke Michael, and indeed these are rapid, heavy Armageddon Navy issues, just piling their clips into that enemy to battleship.
I do think in the terms of the DPS right now, where is the DPS coming from Snuff? Guys, what are you going for? The Hyena's taking a bit of damage. You've got battleships next to you. I think just go for the battleships and try and break through.
Yeah, it looks like they might be trying to get the Logi of Aethel and Kura. She's tackled down and might be in a bit of a bad spot, but her partner, the Inquisitor, right next to her, able to rep her up, and honestly, the Logi frigates are not that easy to hit with your battleships.
Not really good. I think if you don't have a Vindicator, and you don't have loads of webs and TPs, it's going to be really hard to apply. Tempest feature of Nuke almost going to go into structure. Huge win for Odin's Call if they get the first battleship blood, get the first battleship down, and you're so far ahead at that point. You have more damage, you have more nukes, you have more control in the top end, and also you're going to win on points at that point. And also, Odin's Call already 1 point ahead. So from the last match, I've noticed. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, but unlike the last match, the teams ramming into each other and trying to brawl it out in classic armor battleship style. Snuffed Out, Low Sec Alliance. They've done lots of heavy armor brawls in their time. Odin's Call in Wormholes, specifically that's C2 nullsec, and they've done some heavy armor themselves, so this should be a comfort place for both of them.
I mean, Nuke is still holding on, though, which is actually fantastic, but he's holding on, but they're not really, the Navitas is barely, even if he's dying, he's not really dying, but Nuke is bleeding into structure. I really think that Snuff need to focus on the battleship, get the damage, get the application on him. I know the Navitas is sort of dying, but like you said, the application is not going to be there.
No, and with Nuke goes down, these Tempest Fleet issues, they have utility highs, they have mids, and boom, that's a whole bunch of control as well as DPS off the field for Snuffed Out.
There's plenty of DPS gone off the field, and now this is the problem. It's also a psychological thing. When you lose your battleship, you're kind of now thinking, well, I can't break. If I'm not breaking the Navitas a minute ago, I'm not going to break him now. So now again, now
you lost your Magus.
And Magus has immediately wiped off the grid. And now Odin's Call now just methodically trying to get rid of the command destroyers, which I think is a good move for the long term. Get rid of those links. I think is really good.
Yep. Yeah. Clear off the links. Make sure that Snuffed Out can't have that sustain.
Or come back.
Yeah. You killed one battleship. It's going to be much easier to kill the next without the links. And we've seen newts on the Logifrigs. The Logifrigs aren't able to apply their full repping power. And Odin's Call just taking out the low end. Snuffed Out, as far as ways back in this, it's a little bit rough from here. They're going to have to pick a target that isn't that Navitas.
They keep going for the Navitas. This is like that. We're going to kill him. Now's the time we're going to get him.
Yeah.
They keep going for him. I mean,
she's a seasoned pilot, Aether one of the captains of the Odin's Call team.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And often...
Doing well, holding on, taking the damage, and living to win. Now, Odin's Call going for another Templis issue, which is obviously the right call. They are, I mean, at this point, super far ahead. Snuff will need a boundary variation or, I don't know, something mad to happen. Or I think they should just try and go for something else. Try and go for the battleship. I mean, Navitas is still in half armor. Inquisitor taking a bit of damage now. Now they've switched over to the Inquisitor. Maybe he'll die. Maybe they can bring it back. We'll see. But the Templis fleet issue is going into low. Well, he's getting a bit of reps as well. Local tank. They still have the Logifrigs up, Snuff. But, I mean, the odds are not in their favor.
Yeah, in terms of just watching this match, how did we get here? The Sentinel of the Odin's Call team has been doing a good job. We've been seeing tracking disruptors on those Fleet Tempests. That's been making it harder for the Fleet Tempest to kill Aethel in the Navitas. The Arbitrator has been putting some disruption on the heavy missile ships, but at the same time, if you're a rapid heavy ship and you're disrupted and you want to shoot a battleship, you just get closer.
Yeah, I mean, second Tempest down for Snuffs. So, I mean, and now... Yeah, Thalia's gone off the grid now. I mean, Odin's just basically cleaning up at this point. Really fantastically well played by them. It shows they got good pilots. They have good execution. They knew the target. They go straight for the battleship. They don't even waste time on Logifrigs. Just burst through it. Newt him, get him capped out. Good fights going in local. I think they did a fantastic job.
Yeah, definitely. And Snuffed Out, they're going to the losers bracket, but they're not out of the tournament.
Nope.
And we saw they did very good in feeders.
They've
had good recent performance, and with the pickup of Destoya, as you mentioned, they have tons of experienced seasoned tournament teams.
They've got really good pilots on Snuff, and like you said, feeders run was really strong. So I don't think going to losers, they can still come back. It's not, they can, and obviously the losers I think will be quite a grueling experience, I think, if you're in losers. But you can probably get through, I think. There's a lot of good teams in there. I think later today we've got Templis, CALSF and Fraternity for the losers, which is crazy. But it's going to be an amazing match. Can't wait for that one. We've only got the Vengeance left, Arbitrator. Odin's Call going to be going into the winners bracket. And I think they're a team to watch out for. Odin's.
Yeah, definitely. They took second place in AT18. So great run previously. We've seen them perform well in other tournaments as well. Consistent, strong finishes. So Odin's Call definitely going to have this is a good opening from them in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll be definitely seeing them in the winners bracket for a while. And I think they're going to come up against another really strong team, and that'll be a fantastic match. Broho in the Arbitrator, miles away from everybody else, living to the end. He wants to keep going. Run the clock down. Love it. Don't give up. He should go for a jump drive. He's actually, how far away? He's actually pretty far away, but he's not going to boundary anytime soon.
No, and those rapid heavies, they're able to reach across the arena and apply to the T1 cruiser, especially with the target painter. And pretty much all the DPS in the Odin's Call team still alive. This is looking to be a 200-0. I don't think our friend Broho is going to be able to kite this one out.
A 200-0 win for Odin's Call. We'll go for a quick break, and then we'll be back at the desk.
Odin's Call there just demonstrating how it's done. 200-0 Snuffed Out, were in fact snuffed out pretty convincingly as well. Black Bart Pirate, interesting choice from Snuffed Out to bring the Flempists. What do you think about their comp?
Yes, we've decided they're Flempists now. You can tell Misty's very happy about that. Yeah, interesting. It's definitely, as you would say, one of the choices of all time. Templis Fleet issues are good ships in very specific situations. We actually used to see in fact, funnily enough, Odin's Call was kind of carried by a double Tempest Fleet issue kind of control setup through their AT run where they did a really good job. But, that was 2 years ago when they were discounted in points and you could do some fun things with Minmatar. So Snuffed, I think, it's kind of weird. This is not the Snuff we saw in the feeders. The Snuff we saw in the feeders, fantastic setup, probably beat that team. That Snuff is like why did you pick that? Two Tempest Fleet issues, they do a lot of damage, but they're kind of slow. They didn't really have the ability to survive anything because they're not that tanky ships with, Minmatar hulls traditionally having certain kind of glaring resistance and lack of hull and armor weaknesses that allowed a triple Navy-Geddon setup to not quite clip them. It was like this close. They started bleeding a little bit of structure, but on the second clip they finished him off. So yeah, Misty was disappointed. Misty's very disappointed.
Just stop bringing
Well,
Navy-Geddons, man.
what about if we just bring more?
Yeah.
Let's just keep bringing
so
them.
many points.
Yeah, one
so
bad.
many points.
Two
I get it
bad.
as a flagship, you know.
3 good.
No. Look, it's not the same as Squalls.
Maybe
okay?
we can convince CCP Zealous and we can get 4 in there.
Ooh.
No,
I mean, that'd be like 4 Navy-Geddons would be great. You must
that's
win
true.
by default.
Yeah. Okay. No. Just bring her.
It's okay.
So it was
okay,
it was a
it's
flag
okay.
Navy-Geddon.
It'll be fine.
Correct. It was a flag Navy-Geddon on the Odin side.
Was it a flag Navy-Geddon on the
Yes.
Odin side?
I think I'm like 80.93% sure.
89.3. That's a high percentage.
That's pretty high. Yeah.
We'll be told shortly. I mean,
Somebody will be like, no.
Yeah.
Cut us back.
Yes,
Yes,
it was.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah. So they
It
brought a
was
flag
flagship.
Navy-Geddon and then 2 little friends to be with it.
I know what they've done. They've disguised it, so you can't tell which one's the flag. See?
Yeah,
Smart.
because
See?
you'd have to know how to read to be able to know.
Exactly.
And most of us don't know how to do that.
Correct.
That's
Yeah,
true.
Yep.
So it makes
That is
sense.
true.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, look, just bring.
More Navy-Geddons. Got it.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like the cup game. You're like, oh, which Navy-Geddon's the flagship?
Just bring Redeemers and Abaddons and stuff, and it works just as well, and it doesn't clip. So, we saw the
But
3
mystical
Geddons.
might, they won.
Yeah.
Triple Navy
the
Geddon
other
is
team-
undefeated.
The other team brought Flempists, which suck.
I'm sorry. I just can't believe you're disparaging the undefeated 200-0 triple Navy-Geddon setup. It's
Okay,
outrageous.
but Snuff effectively turned up and didn't do anything. Okay, Flempists are not great, but they're not as bad as Navy-Geddons. So, I would say, bring a Redeemer, bring an Abaddon, bring your flagship Navy-Geddon, have a few more points to spend on other things, round out the comp a little bit more, and I think it would be stronger because then you don't end up clipping on 3 battleships at the same time while the ship you're shooting is still alive and you have to wait. You just have the constant pressure coming in, and it probably means that it dies faster. It's
I
more
agree
reliable.
with you. Yeah,
I know.
I agree with you
I know
on this.
you are.
I
I know
just-
you
yeah.
agree.
But also they did win.
They did win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Literally undefeated.
Yep. 100%.
Winning on the first day doesn't count.
Does losing on the first day count?
Yeah.
Also, no.
First
day never counts. It's
changes
fine.
everything.
I see.
didn't know that.
Interesting. Oh.
I missed that part.
I guess
in the
we'll tell the
rules.
last 3 matches. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, don't worry about it. We know
it's
you're
fine, yeah.
eliminated, but it's
the
okay.
first day starts in like half an hour.
So what if you're the? So there was one point where literally the only team in the entire tournament that had lost a match was Fraternity.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay, just being sure. All right, let's look at our next match. It's Arrival versus Ronin Reloaded. Take a quick look at the bands. Arrival, who have a flagship Varga, by the way. Interesting choice. We'll talk about that some other time. They banned out the Arbitrator, the Crucifier, the Curse, and the Pilgrim. So, tracking disruptors are just gone. And Ronin Reloaded, banning out the Scimitar, the Jackdaw, the Zarmazd, and the Loki. Mystical, your opinions in this particular segment have been questionable at best, so I'm going to go to Bart.
I see.
Well, they did not ban the tracking disruptors. There is 1 ship left because I remember how to count, unlike that time last year when I was like, oh, they're all gone. And you're like, actually. So the Sentinel's still up. And the Sentinel is actually probably one of the best tracking disruptor boats. And also they're very good because quick cycling small newts are absolutely disgusting versus logistics, especially Logi frigates, which we've seen many, many, many of. In fact, usually you see twice as many as regular logistics cruisers for some strange mathematical reason. So I get that. The Arrival bans, like, okay, you're getting rid of tracking disruptors besides Sentinels. That points very, very heavily to either a Leshak setup, which I kind of doubt they're going to bring, or some kind of weird gun-based setup. Now, extrapolating this, they have a flag Vargar, which you said we would talk about later, and now is a great time because we may or may not see it. Which is a very weird choice, but also they do a ton of damage and they have a lot of tracking. So, they have the ability to use their flag Vargar to just destroy things now. Maybe.
I am questioning the existence of the flagship Vargar. Like, does it actually exist? Is there a faction officer fit Vargar sitting in someone's hangar right now?
Oh, well, okay. Yes. Is it going to be in the AT? I don't know. But there's a faction officer Fitvarger sitting in my hangar right now, so I'm just, But yeah, in the AT, I would hope to see it. I do think that
it does get a bonus on macro jump cooldown.
Yeah.
So you could
just bounce over the
around
arena.
all over the place like ping pong ball. Just boop,
yeah.
Boop, boop.
How do you stop it?
You don't. You just
Exactly.
lose. The only thing that could possibly defeat it would be the triple Navy Geddon setup.
Yeah. Because then it would be neutered out.
Yeah.
And clipped.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's going to work.
Yeah.
All right, so what are your predictions then? Arrival are a really solid team. They've done pretty well. One of the things I will call out for them is they usually do a really nice breakdown afterwards with some videos and talk through all their processes. Super interesting if you're new to tournaments. I recommend checking that out. I see Ronin are bringing their flagship Armageddon Navy issue, perhaps one of 3. We'll find out soon. And yeah, I think I'm going to go for Arrival on this one. What do you think, Bart?
Yeah, I think Arrival. They are the ones that invented the modern shield rush, for those who don't know. But that's a history lesson that would take at least 30 seconds to say, so we'll hold that for later, if they win or not.
We'll find out very soon. And Mystical, your opinions are discounted this time, so I'm just going to bypass you and go straight to handing this one over to the commentators in the booth for Ronin Reloaded versus Arrival.
Hello and welcome to the arena for this last game before the elimination matches. Ronin Reloaded have shown up with a Armor Kingslayer setup featuring their flagship Navy Armageddon with 2 additional rapid heavy missile friends. Starfleet, what have Arrival bought?
Arrival Varga, not the flag Varga. We got hopes up. We had hopes up for another flagship fight off, but nothing happened. Varga Navy Ferox. Phantasm, Stormbringer, Stalk. Interesting comp from them, actually. Is this going to be I don't know, this could go either way.
Yeah, this is really sort of like, in a way, the updated Shield Rush, maybe? It's the Shield medium gun spam.
With a Varga.
With a Varga, yeah. Right. Shield medium guard spam and extra medium gun spam. The Ronin Reloaded Tide, they're going to be doing the same thing that the Odin's team were doing last game, which is to say, putting a whole bunch of damage on a single target and trying to burn it down in a single clip. Arrival, bigger attack bar. If they can get rid of one of those battleships, in particular if they can survive the first clip, they'll be able to put a world of hurt onto Ronin.
I mean, Arrival warping at 50 max range. They did come at an angle which means that they're actually kind of close to each other. So it's going to be definitely Ronin running in and trying to get something, I think. I think Arrival are going to try and stay back and get some projection going. 7 seconds on the clock to the start. I mean, do you think that Arrival need to just prioritize small ships or go for a battleship or something?
I think Arrival probably need to prioritize the smaller ships. If they can get their speed up, they should be able to mitigate at least some of the rapid heavy damage, stay away from, in particular, the utility of that Fleet Typhoon.
Inquisitor. Almost down. Oh, the damage coming down fast from Arrival. Not wasting no time. Handsy Babes not wasting a second at the beginning of the match. Getting it down quickly. High in the next target. Amazing. Perfect. I think a fantastic second target. Getting him down. Well, he's almost dead. I speak too soon. No, I don't. He's dead.
No, there's no way the Hyena's surviving. This is the kind of decisiveness that you need if you're going to pilot an aggressive comp. And it's not exactly the traditional rush, but this is another aggressive comp. And just like that, Confessor also deleted, going bottom up. They've been able to clear 3 ships before Ronin Reloaded has been able to make serious progress on a single Navy Ferox.
I mean, the pros right now is just that. It's just Arrival have that instant damage, which you just see. It just lands so fast. You're seeing on your screen right now. Everything's kind of all the lower end ships are just getting wiped off the map. All the tackle. The Hyena was a huge kill as well. So right now, Ronin have nothing to really catch up.
Yeah, we saw as soon as that Hyena went down, the target paints went off of Furious Nakar. Furious Nakar now comfortably tanking the damage from the Fleet Typhoon and Navy Armageddon. And with that low end removed, Arrival are able to start bringing that damage to bear on the Fleet Typhoon and start taking out the DPS. Now, that DPS, it's not really in evidence right here. That attack bar is little tiny.
It's very small. And also, I think we might see a flag die here today, maybe in this match. We'll see if, I mean, the Typhoon Fleet issue is going to be the first to die, obviously. I think they'll probably go for, I mean, I'm assuming they'll go for the other Armageddon first, just to get him down, just to secure the win. You don't want to waste time on a flagship, potentially, unless you're confident that you're going to win. I'd say Handsy Babes just needs to stay alive as long as possible. He is tackled. He's being primaried right now by all the battleships on the Ronin team. I think he should tank and last the reload, I think.
Yeah, and they're about halfway through their clip. Once these rapid heavy ships finish firing, they have like a 45-second reload before they're able to start firing again. So we'll see Ronin Reloaded's attack bar drop precipitously, and Hansy Babes is comfortably still in good shield spots.
He's doing well. There's 2 scalpels right now. Just came back into a bit of range. They're probably on their complete fall off, I reckon, or optimal fall off. Probably somewhere in between. You can't come too close because you don't want to get tackled. Because I think in one of these matches, their survivability is super important. If your Varga's completely tackled down, the scalpels need to stay alive for the late game. Because if you lose them at the beginning, it's nothing. You saw the Ferrex Navy issue. They don't have much tank, so you want to make sure you have your scalpels alive. So they're doing really well. But obviously, Hansy he's dipping down, and the Typhoon Fleet issue, the Armageddon Navy issue now is nearly dead as well.
Yeah, and the rapid heavy battleships just clipped. They stopped firing, and with that, you can see the Vargar healing back up, getting rep back up by those scalpels. Those scalpels are taking nuke pressure. I've talked about this before, but the problem with the Logi frigates is you got to get them into range, and all of these battleships have newts in their highs.
Oh, I see. Oh, no, this is a there is a flag Vargar. Yeah, it is a flag Vargar.
Okay,
it is a flag Vargar.
Yeah, okay, our bad.
Which is why it's tanking so well.
Yeah, as the desk was saying, you have to read, and it's challenging.
It's difficult. It's challenging for us. 2 battleships down right now. The last Armageddon Navy issue, which is the flagship for Ronin Reloaded, on the grid right now. He will definitely down. Magus goes down. I think they're going to have to go for him now. I think Arrival playing fantastically well. A lot of really good pilots on their team. Howling Wind, we've got Hansy Babes, we've got Blacktooth. There's something like Adrentu as well, really good pilot from he's been tournament for a long time. So I'm not really surprised that their execution was on point.
Yeah, they had a very clean run through the feeders. They brought Rush. It was piloted very well, including...
yeah, really good showing.
Yeah.
They literally smashed it. Yeah, completely destroyed it. Deacon about to go down. Well, he's being targeted right now. I think they want to get the flag down. And obviously, right now, it's 90% loot drop, isn't it?
Yep, so that flag dies, then not only will we in the audience get to see a delightful kill mail, but especially with no other ships on grid to pop the wreck, ninja loot it, otherwise scoop those mods before Arrival's able to get it, Arrival should be able to add some money to their tournament war chest.
You've also got to be quick, because CCP will move you out afterwards. So you have to be quick. You have to be on the ball. So he dies, you got to go get someone on the wreck immediately, loot. Because sometimes they just move you out at the end of the match. Once it's finished, you're out because another team's coming in. So you got to be quick. The Squall though, taking a bit of damage. Zags, don't die. 200. The flag's dead now.
Yeah. I was going to say, is the strategy here for Bed-Debaz to get to a beacon and start a jump the minute
and
Fury,
then get out.
And then get out of the arena. But looks like it's not going to be an issue. We see a huge cloud of Arrival ships around the Navy Armageddon wreck, and Bed-Debaz caught, shot, and will be going down, and we will be going back to the desk after a short break.
There you have it. In Vargar we trust. That's it, the flagship Vargar. It has fulfilled its destiny and stomped the enemy composition 200-0. A solid win there by Arrival. Well done, flagship Vargar. We know what the problem was, though, for Ronin Reloaded. Blackbird Pirate, enlighten me.
All right. So they only had 2 Armageddon Navy issues. Which one was a flagship, which is good. But as we have discovered through the power of math, you need to have 3. 1 is also okay, and it does seem that 0 wins at least a fair amount. But 2 is bad. All right, so they should not have brought 2. They should have bought 3. I think that they actually could have possibly won with 3, maybe. Well, the Vargar rammed in. You saw it. The Vargar rammed in, and then they were
really dealt with a Vargar ramming in.
Nobody was prepared for that.
A nice redeemer.
I don't know.
Let's not go that far.
Yeah.
I think
that's a whole
that's
lot.
untested.
Yeah.
I see.
We have science behind our thesis.
We have empirical proof that 3 Armageddon Navy issues is good.
Yeah.
We don't know about Redeemers.
I have a flagship kill mail, by the way. It's a nice flagship. Approximately 50 of your finest Internet Spaceship billions. And thank you once again to the 90% loop drop. Most of it dropped. 24 billion in Toby Rapid Heavy Missile Launchers dropped. I think pretty much everything dropped. There's even unpriced stuff.
Those are about 25 bill.
Okay, so this is more like a 70 bill loss right here. That's expensive AF. Wow, very nice. Very nice.
Now here's my question. Because every once in a while on Zkill, you can see what the guns of the ships that shot them was.
Ooh.
Do we know what kind of weapons the Vargar had?
It had a Vargar.
Ah, yeah. They were shooting, the flagship Vargar was shooting smaller Vargars.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't know. How do you defeat that? There's no possible way.
Just Vargars all the way down.
Ah. Well, then the Vargar will be a mystery fit for now.
Yes.
But at some point, maybe it won't be.
At some point, maybe it won't be. At some point, maybe either because the tournament's over and it didn't die.
Yeah.
Or someone will catch the flag Vargar and it will do what Vargars normally do and die.
I don't think it was a lack of being caught. The Vargar rammed in. Like, the Vargar was in between all of the ships, and it actually tanked really, really well, which means it's definitely got some bling on it. Because people don't know, you can't use Bastion modules in the Alliance tournament for very good reasons. There was a part where we were kind of watching the Vargar, and it did almost break shield for a second, but like the amount that it was repping, even without a Bastion module, means there's something on there. There's something expensive.
Yep. I'm sure that Hansi Vapes got a little bit worried at a moment when his shield was just still going down. He's like, oh no. Have we made an error?
Yep.
Jack claims that there are officer guns on the Vargar, and I assume you can actually check the other kill mails from that match.
It's a good point. I could do that.
Yeah.
Someone else should do that. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, that sounds like
that sounds like a lot of effort.
Too much
Can we trust chat?
information.
Yeah, I mean, I'll ask Twitch chat. Like I said,
We're an opinion-based podcast.
They've stopped
here.
being wrong.
This
They've been
is
right for a while.
Oh, there it is. Somebody says. I don't know if they're correct or not, but I see a lot of people saying it.
There you go.
Yeah, but Twitch
Varg
chat.
had officer guns. Yep. Twitch chat. Once again, you are so good. You helped us.
You are so good to us.
So good to us. Yep, I can see it here. Officer gun. Yep. Mizuro's modified 800mm repeating cannons.
Ooh, those are the good ones too.
Those are the good ones.
What would we do without you, Twitch chat?
Yeah.
I don't know what we would do. I don't know. They could just take over.
True.
Twitch
runs AT.
Yeah, just Twitch plays Alliance tournament
like
XX casting. Yeah.
Imagine, remember Twitch played Pokemon?
Yeah.
Imagine there was like an Alliance tournament team that was just played by like Twitch commands.
I think Twitch chat's happy with that idea.
Yeah, they're like, yeah.
Put
Twitch
you
chat
in,
equals
coach.
scholars, yes.
It's Goonswarm.
Yeah. Yep. That's sensible. Now, Misty, I know that you are also doing your best to not talk about the next match, because we're going into the losers bracket. This is the bracket where losers are.
Are you sure?
Yes.
It's the losers bracket, not just winners in waiting.
Well, no, they're definitely losers.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
50% of them will be losers.
Yes, 50% of them will be double losers. Some of them are like half.
Half of them are winners in waiting.
Yeah.
Half
of
of
them
them
are losers.
are
and
omega
waiting.
losers. Yes.
Okay. Now, what about your beloved Fraternity? They lost open champions of Alliance Tournament 19. One of the most exciting finals we've seen in a long time. I recommend go back and watching it. It was amazing. A new winner, a new team to put their crest upon the monument in Monarch. It blazoned across the stars. Amazing. Turned up shit the bed.
Navy Geddons. Navy Geddons.
Can't just blame all your problems on the
I
Navy
can,
Geddon.
and I will.
How many did they bring?
2.
Ah.
Yes.
Needed the third one.
No.
More Navy Geddons. So, as I have alluded to, losers bracket. This means you lose, you're out. That's it. Defending champions literally could go home. And they have to go up against a pretty solid team. Templis CALSF. So this is essentially two basically Alliance Tournament winning teams. Templis CALSF won the Alliance Open. Fraternity won the Alliance Tournament 19. This is a powerhouse match, potentially.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff.
How are you feeling?
I'm absolutely fine. I'm going to go have to find the frat flag for when we win this match.
Okay.
I'm confident.
Okay.
I was confident, and then I looked at the bands, and I don't like some of what I see.
Let's take a look at those bands. Let's bring those bands up. So, Bart, Fraternity banning out the Loki and the Eos, and then the Ishtar. I'm not sure that's because they spend so long like spinning them around Havens and Nullsec that they think it's good. And then the Sleipnir. Meanwhile, Templis banning out the Armageddon Navy issue. That's sad, can't get 3 of them. Typhon Fleet issue, and the Hyena. What do you think of these bands, Bart?
Well, you could get 2 Armageddon Navy issues.
No, you can only do 1.
You can only do 1.
Because it's banned.
No. What if both teams bring them?
Oh.
Does that count?
Is Templis' flag a Armageddon Navy?
Yeah, it's probably not.
I feel like they're going to be Barghest and George. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I don't remember off the top of
I
my
feel
head.
like
Yeah.
I could check, but I won't.
We're terrible people. We're like, I don't know. But yeah, no, Ishtar band's weird. Again, nobody's brought an Ishtar yet. It's been banned twice.
Oh, they're Balgorn enjoyers.
They're Balgorn enjoyers. Ooh. What is a Balgorn but a better Armageddon Navy issue?
Is it?
No. Okay. So, anyways, Ishtar, weird. Wait, still don't get it. We haven't seen one yet.
Nope.
They're not very good anymore.
Correct.
And it's drones.
Yep.
But Fraternity actually has so last year they used a ton of drone control setups. This year they started with a drone control setup and lost to another drone control setup, which, so maybe that's their way of kind of baiting. Like, what if this is the shield drones coming out?
I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I don't think that's good. But I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to, like, why would you ban the Ishtar other than to signal to somebody, hey, like, we don't want to see drones before you surprise them with drones?
Yeah, I mean, the EOS ban I think is solid.
Yep, always is.
Always a solid ban. It's a great ship. The Loki means that your Nighthawk Ham Rush is kind of hamstrung. You can kind of squeeze one in, but then we talked a little bit about this earlier. Like, sometimes you have a comp. You're like, this is our comp, and then someone bans something, and you're like, well, we could just change it to this, and it will probably still work. And if there's point differences, it gets really confusing. Like, how do you deal with bans when you have a comp? Like, how many alternative versions do you have to have, Mystical Might?
Okay. How many alternative versions do you have to have? Probably only... It really depends on the comp. Sometimes a comp only works when there's a specific set of ships, and if you lose one, then you can't really run the comp effectively. Sometimes you can have a couple of different replacements. The comp may lose some of its effectiveness, but generally it's still really strong, and you've probably practiced the replacement ship, so you know how it works and how you might need to tweak your playstyle. And then some comps, like a lot of it's just interchangeable, right? Again, to varying degrees. I think for drones, for example, there are a lot of different ships you can bring in. If you really, really wanted to do drones, you've got like Myrmidon Navy issues, you've got Myrmidons, you've got Vexes, you've got Vex Navy issues, you've got Stratioses, you've got Gilas, you've got Alligators. There's a lot, right? If you wanted to do, I don't know, like Ham Rush, you've got Nighthawk, Alligator, and then you're down to like Onyxes, Lokis, and then squishy ships like Caracals, Caracal Navies and stuff like that, or Squalls. So, I would say you probably don't want to plan to have like 15 different variations of the same comp, unless it is around your like flagship. Like if you have a flagship comp, you probably want to have various variations, so if someone tries to ban you out of it, you're still able to bring your flagship. If you don't have variations for that, then 1 or 2 targeted bans might mean that you can't field your flagship at all, and then that makes it effectively useless. It's still useful in a way to make people ban it out and waste 2 of their bans, 3 of their bans getting rid of your flagship, but generally people have the flagship so that they can actually use it because it's strong. So I'd say flagship comps have a lot of variations, practice them all, know how they work. Other comps, just have a decent pool to pick from, and you should generally be okay. And it's very important that you have this pool, because when we get into like final weekends, when we're having the conquest bans, you're going to need more than like 2 comps to be able to actually like effectively fly in the tournament. So
yeah, conquest bans if you're new to the Alliance tournament in the best of 3 and best of 5 finals. If you win with a set of ships, then those ships are then banned for the next match, so you can't bring the same ones again. And this kind of this window rolls forward, so you can end up with quite a lot of ships banned if you win like 2 matches in a row, for example. So you have to be really able to go into deep setups. Goonswarm Federation would have struggled with this because they managed to bring 10 different ships in their comp, so that would have been 10 ships just bang, banned. Whereas you'll see when you get to the final stage, a lot of teams will suffer with the point inflation rule by bringing multiple of the same thing because they know less ships banned out overall. Mystical Might.
So what it says on screen is that the Geddon Navy issue is terrible, but Frat is bringing their flag to this particular match. So flag.
That's one.
Geddon Navy issue. There is 1 on grid,
which is
we
better
know the
than
rules.
2.
They're going to have a Redeemer and a Baden in there. They're going to have some good stuff. They can't bring more than 1. So we're going to win.
I want to see what people are voting on. Ooh, this is extremely even. Almost 50-50. Almost exactly 50-50 in Twitch channel points. So everyone is split. Like, I am quite split in this one as well. Like, both of these teams have the potential to do very, very well. Like, both of them are winners. Frat more recently than others. But they are still extremely experienced teams with very good pilots, very good theory crafting knowledge, deep pockets to fit well-fit flagships. So this really could go either way. This is it's a win or go home for both of these teams, and both of these teams want to not go home on day one of Alliance Tournament 20, especially I would imagine the defending champions. So this is going to be a good one. I think this might be one of the matches of the day.
It may indeed be a good match, or my team may lose. We'll see.
We'll definitely find out.
Yeah.
We could head over to the arena and find that out basically now. So let's do that. Let's go in for this first of our elimination matches of Alliance Tournament 20. One of these teams will go home. Will it be Fraternity? Will it be Templis CALSF? Let's go and find out now.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Firavana, joined by CCP Aurora, and on the red side we have Fraternity, who have brought Kingslayer once again, despite the bans coming out from Templis CALSF. They have brought their flagship, Navy Armageddon. What have CALSF brought?
Templis CALSF have brought a very standard missile rush comp, except, however, with the Loki band, it looks like they've swapped in Onyxes to fill that role. It'll fill very similar damage and long-range tackle. However, it won't be able to shut down. It'll be weaker against afterburning fits because those they don't have the webs, and it will be kinetic locked, unlike the Loki would be.
And here, Fraternity, obviously they have that T2 cruiser largely in the Aneros. If it's got an AB fit, the Onyxes aren't going to be able to do a whole lot to them. That said, double Jackdaws, we'll see if they're able to do a whole lot there. As that said, we are now underway in the match. Fraternity Dot, with their dual rapid heavy setup, are going to try to kill something as... we see CALSF, they're just rushing directly in. They're not even holding back like Volta did versus Brave. This is actually the same type of comps that we saw earlier today.
Mm-hmm. We saw sentries go out. Those sentries are going to become a little bit less effective as the Templis CALSF team gets right on top of those ships. They weren't really able to pull the range. We can see damage now going on to Serian Karuga on the Fraternity side. We'll see if this rush is good enough. This will be a big positioning game. If Frat can't hold them off and they allow these ships to get on top of them and they kill the key targets fast enough, then this will be one for CALSF potentially, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, CALSF has 3 ships of theirs webbed right now, the Claymore, the Navy Osprey, and the Navy Caracal, and as I say that, the Navy Osprey goes down. So Fraternity, their job with this Ash Moon, with this Punisher, are to keep CALSF strung out and not able to all collapse together on the same target. Siren Ikaruga, currently about half armor, should end up going down to this rush eventually, even through the Aneros reps, but how much can Fraternity take for that? We see tackle onto this Navy Caracal, as well as this Jackdaw, who's trying to get tackle on top of the Fraternity backline, and this Claymore, still tackled, has extra range compared to the Nighthawk, but the Nighthawk's also tackled, scrammed and webbed, but they're right on top of the Typhoon.
These Caracal navies are not particularly tough, and it looks like he's going into armor now, probably about to leave the field. They're also struggling a little bit here with lasers coming from... actually, we're probably looking at fairly selectable damage coming from the Fraternity side onto these Caldari resists, which is going to be pretty punishing for them.
The Punisher goes down. I would like to point out this Nighthawk is completely and totally far away from the Typhoon. The only battle cruiser that was able to get on top of the Armageddon Navy issue was the Claymore, but the Nighthawk has been scrammed off, has not nearly the same amount of range as that Claymore, and as we see the Pontifex go down, Fraternity has done a very good job of keeping this DPS rush strung out and screened off of their big DPS boats, but as I say that, they are starting to lose links.
Yeah, that Typhoon is pulled far away. He's stopped losing armor. They are losing their Magus, which is going to hurt them in the next couple minutes when those links fall off. But that Typhoon is actually slowly regenning armor because they can't, the CALSF team isn't able to get on top of it. This is the positioning that will be so critical for them.
And I think something the desk is going to be able to point out is, since we saw this matchup earlier today with the Volta Brave match, what went different here for Fraternity after the start of the match, because Fraternity seems to be in a very good position right now. They've taken out these 2 DPS boats, and they've kept this Nighthawk off of their Typhoon, and the Nighthawk now turning onto this Ashamu, the Typhoon continuing to live. The Ashamu is the last screen available from Fraternity, so after that, CALSF should be able to get on top of these ships, but they've lost pretty much all of their low-end DPS.
That Ashamu is also living for quite a while. He seems to be just self-repping. He's got some repair drones on him that are keeping him alive. But the longer that he lives, the better, the more that that Frat has to control the positioning game, and they can kind of hold things off, although it looks like the fight is now collapsing, so they'll probably go back on the Typhoon here shortly if they can hold him down.
Devin Penkin in the Onyx has been the target from these dual rapid heavies, and now down goes Devin Penkin in the Onyx. Very low structure, goes down, so it's 3 DPS boats to 2. If we take a look at the attack bar, CALSF's attack bar is much, much shorter than Fraternity's. However, Fraternity still dual rapid heavies, they're very bursty. If they can get this Typhoon down before the reload completes, then they might still have a shot in this match.
Oh, this is still pretty tight. Templis CALSF, it really depends on if this Typhoon, if they're able to put any meaningful damage on it. If they could take the Typhoon down, which is looking more and more unlikely given the size of that attack bar, maybe someone burn out guns at this point. It's looking pretty small.
Yeah, that attack bar is much smaller than it was before. I wouldn't be surprised if someone actually burned out the guns here from the Templis CALSF team. Now, grant you, Templis CALSF ended up winning the Rush tournament as Alliance Open winners, but they haven't really had a whole lot of tournament success since then, and they're up against last year's winners who surprisingly went to the lower bracket. This time around, the Rush not quite playing out the way that they wanted to in this matchup, Fraternity out-executing them, and as this Nighthawk and Claymore are starting to die, Fraternity looks like they will keep their Typhoon and their flagship alive and go on through the lower bracket.
Yeah, I haven't seen any shots come out from this Claymore, so it's looking like he might have burnt out, or either that or he's been on a very long reload. So that might have been a critical error for the Templis CALSF side, if that is indeed what happened. Perhaps we can confirm that after, but good job to Fraternity staying in this loser brackets match, and unfortunately Templis CALSF will be seeing you next year.
Yeah, I mean, CALSF was pretty obvious in their bans they didn't want to face Kingslayer, and Fraternity was obviously prepared to not have dual Armageddon Navy issue and be with the kind of worst of the armored Kingslayer ships in the regular Typhoon. Also, something that we haven't really noted on is the guidance disruptions. These arbitrators have been putting a lot of guidance disruption on the Templis CALSF side. Fraternity definitely kind of dared Templis to rush them by banning the Loki and not really showing a whole lot here. So I think Fraternity definitely showed a very strong ban strategy and very strong reactions to that in this tournament. This Nighthawk's about to go down. So what are kind of your thoughts on the Templis CALSF comp and kind of their ideas going into this match?
I think that they went with a rush comp after the with that Loki ban pick, hoping that it was what Fraternity didn't want to see. However, it just really didn't work out for them. So they attempted to swap in Onyxes for Lokis, and they just lost the positioning game. They weren't able to get on top of things. That Ashimu lived a little bit too long. They were able the Fraternity side was able to pull that Typhoon away, keep it alive. He's still alive. His armor's been fully wrapped up at this point.
Yeah.
And I think that's what changed the game. So it might have been different if they had those Lokis in order to make that comp work, because perhaps they wouldn't have struggled so much to get that damage on top of their targets.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
positioning wins.
Those longer range webs, the Loki's obviously being tankier than the Onyxes as well. I would like to shout out these arbitrators, obviously, for doing work against these hams and preventing them from applying. But Remelin in the Ashimu did so much in the start of this match to keep Fraternity strung out and keep that all-important Nighthawk off of the Typhoon. So really well played to them. Templis CALSF now only with the Claymore remaining. Before the Claymore dies, do we have any final thoughts before we send it back?
I look forward to seeing Fraternity's last match. Next match. Not last match. Hopefully not last match.
Hopefully not last. I mean, they're number one seeds going into this tournament. Really... But they did make the tournament this time around, and with how competitive the field's been, making the tournament in and of itself is quite an accomplishment now.
Absolutely. The Alliance tournament is getting tougher and tougher every year as the amount of veterans that it produces just keeps continuously growing. Fraternity had an incredible run last year. They've got some incredibly skilled pilots, but so did Templis CALSF. These are two recent winners of the Alliance tournament going to head here in the losers bracket, which I think says a lot about the state of the tournament altogether.
And with that, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, the desk will break that down and bring us into the next match, and we will see you right after this.
And welcome back from that first elimination match in Alliance Tournament 20. The first people going home are, in fact, Templis CALSF. Fraternity managing to scrape out a win there. They keep their dreams alive. The skin run begins now.
And someone's happy.
Someone is happy.
Yeah, he's been redeemed.
I'm joined on the desk by Starfleet Commander and Wingnut Cross. Starfleet, how are you doing today?
I'm good. Thank you for having me on here. It's been a long day. Been a fantastic day. Lots of amazing matches, including the one we just saw.
Yeah, that was a good match.
Absolutely incredible.
Yep, and Wingnut, how are you?
As he said, long day, very good day. It's honestly been great to watch it live for once.
Yeah.
Getting to see all the background stuff and watching the absolute beautiful chaos.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people. It takes a lot of people to make a reduction like this. Not only us, obviously, like the most important people, but all the rest of the people who like do other things like clicking buttons and setting up the stage, setting up all the like the fancy lighting, the cameras, the audio. There's a ton of people to make this happen, and we're very grateful to have them. Because honestly, I mean, first of all, let's just take a look at the set. I think it looks amazing. Like we've got the swords. CP Convict talked about them earlier. We've got this cool thing. This desk is awesome. There's a screen down there, which is pretty cool. So yeah, but let's talk about that last match. So Starfleet Commander, what happened?
Well, we saw it was actually kind of at the beginning a bit close, but then I feel like Templis just fell apart. They sort of didn't really get a hold on Fraternity's ships, and then Fraternity's had a really good, strong core setup, and also broke through really easily. So they really had a good start as well.
Yeah, I feel like the amount of screening on the Fraternity side is worth calling out, because they were up against a rush comp from Templis, and one of the things you can do to defeat a rush comp is to kind of just tackle everybody and keep them all spread out so they can't apply that DPS on top of anything. And you saw most of the Templis team got tackled all over the place.
Yeah, it's super difficult as well. Well, the Templis had 2 Onyxes as well, so they can also lock things down, but you're right, for Fraternities, their #1 priority was to split up the damage, because if it's all together, Templis would have a much better chance of breaking through Fraternity.
Yep. And how about you, Wingnut? What did you think of that match there?
Exactly what you said there. The whole thing about keeping it all split at the start. With most rush comps, the first 30 seconds that we said is what matters the most. And with that one there, immediately, okay, half the team's tackled. We can take our time. Still got pretty close with that Typhoon. They got definitely got a few brown pants moments, but they picked it back up, kept going, and just destroyed them by the end there.
I also feel like with these comps, especially for Fraternity, what Templis do at the start is like signaling what they're going to do. In that moment, they need to have tackle already assigned across their team to get things on the go. So if Templis go in, Frat need to be ready.
Yep. I mean, honestly, it was very well executed by Fraternity. Honestly, both teams executed pretty well. It just so happened that Templis got themselves kind of screened in awkward positions. Even despite that, they almost kind of pulled it off and broke through that Typhoon. I think if they'd broken that Typhoon, it would have really started to flip the other direction.
Definitely would open the game back up for sure.
Yeah, I think not breaking through the Typhoon set them back, and they probably got a bit disheartened as well. Like when the ship gets into half armor and he's just not breaking, you kind of sort of second guessing. They probably were second guessing, like, okay, we need to change. We need to change our tactics right now. But Fraternity just pushed through, got through the targets, and had a good fight. And also, it's really, these two teams, we've got to mention, they're both winners. Yeah. And they're in the losers bracket on the first day. It's actually incredible.
We almost had Fraternity being a 0-2 as the previous tournament winners. Like, that would have been an insane change. Like, hey, they won last year and they couldn't even win a match this year, but luckily they're safe. We're good. But that's not going to happen.
It was almost the case of last out, first in type thing, because Fraternity won last year, and then they would have been the first team to go out the next year.
On the first match of the day, too, by the way.
Exactly.
I mean, I do think Fraternity will still go far in the tournament. I think they're going to go through the losers. They are a strong team. You saw today, both the teams there are good players, and they have really good competition. Obviously, shame for last Spartan, for losing, but they are a good team as well. So I think Fraternity will definitely go through the losers and go really deep, super deep into the tournament.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's sad to see Templis drop out at this stage, but they had a tough set of matchups. Like facing up against Fraternity at this early stage is already going to be quite tough. And they also played Exodus earlier on. That's who they lost to. Let's check that out. So not only do you have to play one of the best teams
Yeah.
kind of in tournament history in Exodus with some of the best pilots in the game, you then, as your loser bracket match, have to go up against the defending champions.
Yeah, and that's probably what both teams really realised earlier. When they saw the brackets, they're like, right, we need to win this one. And obviously, Exodus got through, and Templis was like, oh, God, we got now. They're probably watching Fraternity thinking, oh, damn, we got to play them now. So that's the thing. When you look at the brackets, all the teams are looking ahead to make sure, okay, do we put our flag on field? Because we don't want to go to losers. But unfortunately for Templis, they didn't get through, did they?
Yeah, they did not. So, but thank you very much to Templis for competing, and we hopefully will see you in other tournaments again in the future. It's always nice to have you. But yeah, you can now sit back. The gulag is closed. You don't have to practice midweek. You can just sit on the couch, watch other people get stressed, and then you can type Lamal didn't want no skins anyway when they say you're salty. Like, so you are fine now. You can go to the pub, go to bed, whatever you want.
That's a good point. It is actually really, you know, when you're out, you're kind of like, it's over.
That's fine.
You don't have
it's
to do
fine.
it anymore.
I didn't really care. I should go get a drink, man. I'm done.
It's very much like a Dobby has given Master a sock moment. Sometimes you're like, oh, okay, see you later.
I could go outside now and actually watch it and enjoy the tournament. Yeah.
Oh wow, it's dark all of a sudden outside. All the trees were green like last time I was outside. Yeah, that's amazing. All right, next match, another elimination match. You have 2 more matches today. 2 more.
We do.
Both elimination matches. So more teams are going to go home and join Templis in the garden party. This match is Whole Control versus Brave Collective.
Hey.
So let's take a look at the bans for Whole Control versus Brave Collective. Whole Control choosing to ban out the Loki, the Sleipnir, the Armageddon AV-issue, and the Crucifier. Meanwhile, Brave Collective banning out the Jackdaw, the Orthrus, the Hyena, and the Mollusk. Starfleet Commander, what do you make of these bans?
Well, Brave, obviously, earlier today, playing against Volta and brought 2 Ged Navy issues. So I would be interested to see if they bring those again. They've banned the Jackdaw, the Orthrus as well. The Hyena, really good, super good control frigate. We've seen that a lot today being used to web down battleships and keep them away. Obviously, Mollusk, again, getting the damps as well. I think Brave are signaling they might do the flagship. I think they might do it today.
All in, win or bin.
I think so, because if you're in this position right now, you just don't want to go. You need to do it to win through.
This is your moment, right?
Yeah.
You got to send it.
And for Whole Control, they've banned Loki, Sleipnir, a bit good ships for those. Projection, Ham Rush is kind of targeted for a bit like that. Obviously, the Sleipnir is obviously not in Ham Rush, but the Loki definitely is a key part of a Ham Rush setup. And then Armageddon Navy. Well, then I don't think Brave are going to bring those, are they?
No, I don't think so. I think they'll be definitely. They could bring one if it's their flagship. Wigna, what do you think about these bans? Anything jumping out at you?
Exactly what he said there. Some of it's a bit reactionary, and it's going to be curious to see what Brave is doing. The other team, with Whole Control, I'm not really sure, but Brave is going to be like, what's their plan here now? Especially some of the guys at the back are praying that Brave has a chance here.
I think Brave will do well. I think they've even in the match against Volta, they were really
played
competent.
really well.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I got a bit, I was a bit like, we're so out, and then we were so back at the end. I was like, oh dearie me. But Brave did really well, and I actually think they're actually quite a solid team.
Yeah, they are. They have been a solid team for a couple of years now. Like kind of a bit of a sleeper team. People kind of look at them and go, oh, Lamal, it's Brave, what they're going to do, bring Atrons, and then they turn up with a pretty solid comp. For years they've had a very aggressively good team, basically, and I think it's just got better and better. So the fact that they really pushed Volta hard earlier on and
stopped his heart for a few seconds.
Yeah.
I was on edge. I was like, no, Annie's got this. He brought it back, and I was like,
he was going through the 5 stages of grief, man. He was going through denial really aggressively.
I didn't want the L on my head. I didn't want to have that one.
Yeah. It's always fun watching these matches like live here in the studio when we have people from some of the alliances like sitting watching them get like 2 people getting like really like antsy that their team's going to win. It's just part of the fun thing about being here and doing these shows. You get to watch internet spaceships with a bunch of cool people, and when someone loses, you get to like laugh at them, which is also fun. So
that's part of the fun. I mean, obviously Misty. Clearly, he must like Fraternity. Or he's a little. I think he. Do you think he likes Fraternity?
I think he does.
Know.
He's not what I call a gracious winner, though.
No, he's really not. Earlier today, they lost. Fraternity lost. He was like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, didn't want to talk about it.
Didn't want to talk about it. Just continue the day. He was like, more skins for us, and we're like, yeah, sure.
And then the moment he wins, then all of a sudden, ping, straight to the top again.
Yeah, very happy man, wandering around now with his flag. So, all right, I think we're pretty much ready to go to the arena. So again, this is an elimination match. One of these teams will go home. We only have 31 teams remaining in Alliance Tournament 20. We're going to have to take that down to 29 before the end of the night. So we can crack on and do that. Brave are bringing their flagship Balgorn for this match, so let's head into the arena for Hold Control versus Brave Collective.
I think.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvana, joined by CCP Aurora, and with us on the right side we have Hold Control, who have brought Shield Rush. What have Brave Collective brought?
Brave Collective have brought their flagship Balgorn as well as 2 Abaddons for a triple battleship core. Lots of lasers, very little, and moderate control.
Yeah, and we see Hold Control have made the grave mistake of warping their rush in at 0. Everyone except for their Osprey, who warped in at 50. Brave, though, with that flagship Balgorn, are going to try to string out this rush, and hopefully it works out better for them than it did versus Volta. Once again, flagship Balgorn. We'll see how well it goes this match. That said, this is a ham rush that doesn't have any command ships in it. We don't see a Nighthawk, we don't see a Claymore, we don't see a Loki or an Onyx or anything like that. So I'm interested to see how this works out up against the Brave comp. And as we see, the rush comes in from Templis CALSF immediately off the bat. The web's landing onto an Abba and a Mauler, but right now the Fleet Cyclone, and Navy Drake are all webbed down from Hold Control.
Yep, we can see that damage from the Hold Control side is going out onto Dujik One-Eye, who is the captain in the Abaddon, as well as the second Abaddon. They're just trying to kill that core. Brave didn't quite manage. I think they might have came in a little bit too close. What they really needed to do was use that Balgorn with the bonus webs to hold this rush off, but that has not happened, and the rush is right on top of them, right where they don't want them to be.
Yeah, Brave primarying Jita and the Drake Navy issue right now as Dujik One-Eye is into half armor. Jita should be first blood of this match, but once again, that Abba going down, not going to be a great start for Brave Collective. The Drake Navy issue falls, and now Brave in a little bit of trouble. Dujek One-Eye currently sitting at about 1/3 armor, and they're onto the Cyclone Fleet issue of Devesta.
Yep, if they can get that Cyclone Fleet issue down, it looks like that Abaddon's holding, which is quite good. If that Abaddon can hold,
They're
they
onto
get
the Deacons now.
Going to the Deacons might be the right choice. They're probably it's probably a painful one. They've moved over because they didn't have the damage to break anything else. If they lose a Fleet Cyclone and a Navy Drake for a Deacon, however, that is an incredible trade for the Brave Collective side.
Yeah, this Cyclone Fleet issue getting absolutely melted. And as we saw, even though Hold Control was able to get on top of one target, that target is an Abaddon. It is one of the tankiest ships you can bring in any sort of AT setup and has the resist bonuses. And with the reactive, even though we don't have any damage block ships outside of these Navy Ospreys, can be really, really difficult to deal with for Hold Control without proper coordination. As we see, they're onto this next Fleet Cyclone as well. And Brave Collective, Dujek One-Eye staying alive even with the one Deacon of Kane Carnifex down. This is the entire high end of Hold Control being traded for one Abba.
And that Balgorn is nuding them out pretty effectively. That Fleet Cyclone, even though he was still alive and is no longer, wasn't doing a whole lot during that period. They've now only got their midline, which is not going to be enough, I think, to break. Maybe they can finish off this Abaddon, but it's looking pretty bad for Hold Control at this point. Brave has a dominating lead.
Yeah, Navy Osprey of Able 1, currently the primary from Brave Collective. Dujek One-Eye and the Abba now into structure, currently sitting at 66% structure remaining. It will be a Deacon and an Abba for 2 Fleet Cyclones, a Navy Drake, and an Osprey Navy issue. Dujek One-Eye and the Abba continuing to live, but has already taken down one of those Osprey Navy issues, and Dujek One-Eye still hasn't died. 5% structure remaining. Come on, you can maybe do it. No, the Abba goes down, but he's traded almost the entirety of this Osprey Navy issue of Hump for it, and when that Osprey Navy issue goes down, it will just be the 2 CNIs for DPS from Hold Control.
The brave Deacon of Shivala doing absolute hero work to keep him alive as long as possible. Shivala has taken a little bit of damage, but at this point, maybe that last Deacon goes down, kind of a desperation play to remove what little repair Brave still has in the field. But I don't think Hold Control is going to be able to do anything about that flag Balgorn, which is just going to be utterly oppressive to the few remaining medium missile cruisers. It's not looking too good for Hold Control at this point, certainly.
So we can talk a little bit more about this start of the match, I think. Right, you know, you see a Balgorn warping in behind the Abbas, has these long-range webs, trying to whip down the Hold Control side before they get on top of the Abba. They still did. Mm-hmm. What went wrong for Hold Control after they got on top of the Abaddon?
So they actually split their damage. So they were shooting both Abaddons at the same time. So they didn't manage to just like kill one target and move on to the second one. So there was a little bit of split damage going on here. They were probably also just kind of suffering under the oppression of that Balgorn. They did get where they wanted to be. So in this case, they got into the right position, but then just weren't able to execute, unfortunately. I think there might have been some slightly unclear target calling. Maybe they were hoping to punch through those Abaddons a little bit faster. But they failed to kill them. They moved on to the Deacons, and at that point the game was over, because once you have to start trying to kill those Deacons with your rush comp, your rush comp's not doing what a rush comp is supposed to do, which is to punch through the big ships and ignore those logistic frigates as you would hope.
And Brave Collective now finishing off this Osprey. They will move on through the lower bracket and face the loser of Barcode versus Evasive Maneuvering. We'll see how that plays out for them. Unfortunately for Whole Control out, they are out 0-2 in the Alliance tournament, and we will see them next year for feeders. But first, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, the desk will break that down and bring us to the next match, so we will be right back after this.
Collective continuing their skin run in Alliance Tournament 20 as they take a win and eliminate Whole Control, who are in fact collapsed out of this tournament. There'll be no more from them. Starfleet Commander, tell me about that last match.
Well, Abaddons and a Balgorn, a flag Balgorn. We kind of expected the flag to come out. Like they're at the back of the, the end of this bracket. They have to show something good. But the Abaddons, I think, was actually a good call. Up against a ham rush, which is actually kind of looks a bit scary. When you come on grid and you've got that much damage facing you, you kind of get a bit, they could break through.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, Whole Control tried to go for the Abaddon, but it just took too long, didn't it?
It's always the worst choice to go for a Abaddon first. It's like, even with a flag bar, the Abaddon is one of the tankiest things.
Yeah.
Yep. I found it interesting that I just had a quick check of the Twitch channel points. Most of them were voted for Whole Control. Whole Control were heavy favourites in that match there.
They saw the word Brave newbies and went, oh, they're not going to win. They're new players. They're like, no, hold on. Brave's been around for a while. I think they kind of know what they're doing.
Yeah, I think this kind of like highlights what we were talking about just before the match. Like, people kind of sleep on Brave sometimes. They think that it's Brave newbies. They can't be that good, right? They're just a bunch of newbies. But no, they are actually a solid tournament team.
Yep.
But we can't not. I mean, Whole Control's comp was good.
It was good.
Like,
they didn't do poorly. But that's what a flag bar does, though, right?
It was well thought out. It was very coherent. They had 200 points, strong DPS, could definitely break through. I think if they brought let's say Brave brought a T1 battleship other than the Abaddon, maybe they brought a Typhoon or something, or some other Templis. I reckon they would have got through. It was just that the Abaddon is so tanky that they're just wasting so much time that Brave had enough time to get through and get the Balgorn newts to be effective. Because as we know, the longer the game goes on, the more dangerous those become.
Yep, and of course, flagship Balgorn, super powerful ship. Like, there was a period of time where the flag Balgorn was basically the #1 choice. Then in Alliance Tournament 17, it was removed from the list of eligible flagships, and of course, that was the year of the Barghest, Alliance Tournament 17. Great year. There was a lot of Barghests, and then this year we've reopened up the list, and pretty much it's only the Widow and the Marshal, I think, that you cannot pick as your flagship. So, Starfleet Commander, I'm going to ask you this one because you have captained teams before. What is a flagship? Why is a flagship important, and what does it mean?
Well, actually, the flagship is. It's important for many reasons. Obviously, the #1 reason is that you can fit faction modules. Only certain faction modules, so webs, tank modules, and damage modules to be in particular. Not for the Balgorn. You can't do newts on the Balgorn, as in you can't fit faction newts on the Balgorn, so they still have to be T2. But we'll talk about the Balgorn. It's the web that matters for that ship. But the other important reason as well, it kind of defines, when you look at the flag list, their choice defines their archetype as well, because that's what they're prioritizing. So when you see teams have GNIs or Gen Navy issues, they've got Balgorns, they've got Geddons, they're going to be, their good comps will probably be focused around a control setup. Or if you have Barghest or something, you might be thinking a flexible flagship, because Barghest can be fit with armor and can do shield. So the #1 thing is actually just the modules, and it makes them really strong.
And what about things like flagship Vindicators and stuff? There's a lot of ships available, but like what do you think drives teams, other than that sort of like fitting their style, to pick things like a Vindicator or even a Varga, for example?
The Varga's an interesting one because that one kind of breaks the mold. The Vindicator, let's just kind of call it penis envy. People get a Vindy like, oh mate, more damage. I just get to go in. The Baal is the best one because of the ability of control it provides. The Geddon is a Swiss Army knife. Or Geddon Navy, sorry, Swiss Army knife. The Varga, again, very, very weird. It has the potential to be one of the fastest, most aggressive ships on the field. It also has the potential to die in about 5 seconds flat if it gets engaged too quickly. So, utility hires, it's a very interesting ship. Even non-flagshipped. On its own, it could be interesting. We saw, I think, a double Varga comp, I think last year, either an AG or AT. Yeah. It was very, very aggressive. Like, huh. And they used it for the entire tournament. It was just really good.
And today, we saw Hansi Babes in a flag Varga. Yes. Absolutely annihilate the other team. Really, I mean, I don't know what sort of fit on it, but it was good.
Magic.
Yeah, magic. I would say, I mean, the Vindy they are good flags in their own right, depending on the comp. Obviously, we see the Balgon, we see the Geddon as like the most common ones, because usually you pick a flag when it can utilize the modules to the max, the faction and dead space modules. So, yeah, I think it's going to be, going forwards, we're going to have, well, we saw a Vindy today, didn't we?
Yeah. Yes, we saw flag Vindy and it won.
It did win. Yes, it did win. Yeah.
Yep. So one of the other cool things about flagships is obviously, as Starfleet mentioned, you can fit them with more than just Tech 2. Normally, ships can only be fit with Tech 2 in the Alliance tournament, but you can kind of pimp them. But also, they can't be banned. So you can ban dodge. So let's just say I have a flagship Armageddon Navy issue, and I want to bring 3 of them. I can do, unless you ban the Armageddon Navy issue. Now I cannot bring any of my Armageddon Navy issues except my flagship. That one cannot be banned. So I bring along at least one, and then, I don't know, like 2 other ships, just like maybe Abaddon's, for example.
That's also part of why the Baal kept getting picked as well, because Baal's already pretty good. Obviously, the bling makes them massively good. Yep. But when you can't ban it off, you basically got a free 50-kilometer web every match whenever you want to. And it's very hard to find a way around that for a lot of comps. Kite comps, brawl comps, it's a very big control. As we saw earlier, with the Baal holding 2 battleships off the entire match.
Yep. And the other super interesting thing about the way the flagship system works is once your flagship dies, it's gone for good. So obviously this tournament is taking place on Tranquility, so these kill mills are all public. We teleport them all out to the magical space area of Polaris, where no one can interfere with them. We then run the match, and then we teleport them home again. But it is still on Tranquility. So these people are losing the ships, which have value. This is why we see these kill mills, like 70-odd billion earlier on. Like, that's gone. And not only is that just gone,
it's big money.
You can't bring it again. Your flagship, once it is dead, it is dead. So losing your flagship means that not only do you lose the additional power that it brings, but you lose the ability to ban dodge, and suddenly that will change the ban strategies against you. And Starfleet, you've been in both sides of this.
It's definitely, I mean, the flags, it's mind games when it comes to it, because when you look at an opponent, you look at their flag, and you definitely ban with that in mind, because you have to have an awareness that, like you said, they can always bring that ship. I mean, in the past, we always try and we have in the past tried to steer people to use their flag and then lose.
Immediately kill it,
But we moved on for that one. But I'd say, I mean, there are some games in the tournament where people try and get them to field it and then try and specifically kill their flagship if it's a best of, for example, later in the tournament. But I'd say in a flag, the Balgon, I think is probably the strongest one at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I still like the Barghest for the flexibility.
The Barghest, obviously, my team, obviously, Volta, the one that I am in the corp with, they've obviously done Barghest, but I'm seeing a lot of Balgons as well, and a lot of Geddons, and a lot of Geddon Navy issues, a lot of newts flying around.
Exactly.
Which can be a bit dicey for a kitey comp or something of a Barghest.
The Barghest is a special ship for sure, but I feel like, Baals and Geddons around you, it's like you're being surrounded by things that will love to kill you.
We have a couple of Vindicators and 2 Leshaks as well.
2 Leshaks?
Yeah, 2 Leshak flagships in here.
Wow.
Bright Side of Death and Evasive Maneuvering, both choosing Leshaks.
Isn't one of them out now?
No. One of them lost a match earlier on.
Oh, I thought that was their lost match. My bad. Yeah.
But
hopefully they bring him then, because flag Leshaks are definitely going to be a curious one.
Yeah.
Leshaks used to be one of the most important battleships in the tournament when they got first introduced, didn't they? They were literally every game, everywhere.
It's like, how many Leshaks can I bring today?
Well, the good thing about Leshak is that if it's pimped correctly, you can literally put it on something and it will die. Eventually, it will die. There's no way it's going to tank. It will just die.
The number just keeps getting bigger until the enemy stops existing, and that's it. Like, they were super good. It is very expensive points wise. It's one of the most expensive ships in the whole tournament. It has a lot of utility. It has a lot of that big damage, especially it's great if you come across a comp where the enemy team has battleships because you can spill on them for ages. Not great against things like medium gun spam because you're going to have to change targets a lot more often. But it still has a lot of versatility. But I really like the current flagship setup. Like, we've got quite a good variety.
It's actually more variety than we had last year as well, which is very good to see.
Exactly.
I think that's really important as well. That's a good sign that some teams are doing different things. If they're not if everyone's not doing Balgorns, it's good because then people have different ideas and we get more interesting matches.
Yep. All right. We have one more match for the day. It'll be our final match of the day. Another elimination match. And we just spoke about one of these teams. I mentioned that Bright Side of Death, had a Leshak. Just double check that. They are one of the two teams that we're about to see. So Bright Side of Death going up against Genshin Impact Alliance. Reminder, Genshin Impact Alliance, they lost earlier on 1-0 because nobody died in the entire match.
We can't read.
Our best commentary ever.
And but they just brought 199 points, Genshin Impact. So they lost by 1 point because
they didn't spend one.
Someone didn't do some math somewhere. Like it's a decision.
The one time where $1.99 matters.
Yeah, pretty much.
Always have 200 points. Always.
They've now learned the lesson.
Always. For this exact reason.
Always bring 200 points. So Brightside of Death versus Genshin Impact Alliance. Brightside, again, really experienced team. So very interested to see what goes on here. The bans for this matchup. Brightside of Death banning out the Zarmaz, the Sleipnir, the Armageddon, the Widow, and the Sentinel. Genshin Impact banning out the Eos, the Sleipnir, the Loki, the Hyena, and the Widow. Now, if memory serves me correct, the only team that have actually brought a Widow so far have won with it.
Yes.
Okay, so that's interesting. And I know Brightside of Death, they are Widow enjoyers. So I'm not surprised by the ban from Genshin Impact Alliance. I'm interested in the fact that Brightside of Death have banned it. It makes me think that they practice a lot with other teams that use the Widow, and they saw it earlier on, and they're like,
please no.
No, thank you.
And also the first set, they both banned Sleipnir, and they've both got a dupe, right, in the first set of bans, which also isn't... When people ban the same shit, it's like, okay, are they thinking about the same thing? And they've got Widow, and Slep, which kind of like, are they going to bring a Chimera? That's what I think. Or, again, I think Beast will do the flag. It's the losers.
It's your all-in moment,
You just do it. You have to ban for it, but...
Slap it on the table, go for it,
Yep. I mean, it's worth noting that... the top 16 of this top 32 all get prize ships.
Yeah.
Like, you only have to basically win 2 games in the winner's bracket and you're automatically into the prize ship territory. And for the first time in nearly 20 years, there are prize battleships this year.
Yeah.
We have frigates, we have cruisers like normal, and we have a battleship. And by getting top 16, you will get at least one battleship for your team, a Alliance Tournament prize battleship.
And they look gorgeous.
They look amazing.
They're absolutely beautiful.
They're pretty cool. But they're going to be, even if you don't want to use it, they're going to be worth an absolute fortune. So let's just say you get top 16, you win these ships, you can sell them and split the proceeds between all your members and all be very happy. So this is going to be, I think, a bit of a bloodfest as well. I've just been told both teams fielding flagships. So we have
baby, here we go.
A flagship Armageddon Navy issue with its bonus newts going up against a flagship Leshak with its Spilly Boy weapons.
That doesn't like newts.
Which doesn't like newts.
I think the Lesh could do it.
The Lesh could do it. A flag Lesh could do it.
It wants to be at 0.
It wants to be at 0. Oh, do it. All warp in at 0. Let's go.
We're all hoping.
Straight in at 0. Brawl.
I'm going to give it to Vsauce, I think, this one. I think they're going to do a Lesh. I think they're going to... Obviously, they probably will put 30, but I think if that Lesh gets on the battleship, it's going to die.
I think so too. I think that...
There's no chance.
I think a flagship Leshak with those extra... DPS, the extra tank, the extra utility. It's got its own newts as well.
Yeah.
So
it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. It's. I mean, like we said, it's a lot of points, but it could be deadly. And you know that number is just going to spill, and that's possibly why there's a Zarmaz ban from Brightside of Death.
Yes.
Because that obviously has the spilling rep, and that's probably one of the only things that could counter
literally
a Leshak. So, oh god, I'm so smart sometimes.
You should be an analyst.
You should be an analyst.
No, that sounds way too difficult. All right, let's head over to the arena for our final match of the day, our elimination match between Brightside of Death and Genshin Impact Alliance.
Welcome back for the last match of the day. We have Brightside of Death versus Genshin Impact Alliance. In the loser's bracket, the loser of this match will leave the tournament, and it looks like both teams have fielded their flagships. Do you want to talk about what flagships they've brought?
Krilico of Bright Side of Death has brought a Leshak. They're one of 2 teams that have brought Leshak as their flagship, the other being Evasive Maneuvering, who we will see more of facing Barcode tomorrow. That said, Genshin Impact Alliance bringing the flagship Navy Armageddon, and that is being piloted by Sailor. We see another Kingslayer plus control matchup with dual Arbitrators and a Celestis up against a Leshak armor control setup with a Kitsune who might make the Celestis and Arbitrators have a very bad day. And actually, the Maulus wins the Damp War over the Celestis off the start.
So what this is going to come down to, there's a lot riding on that Leshak being able to apply damage. He needs to be able to get that disintegrator on a target, and it needs to be able to leave it there. The Genshin Impact Alliance, however, they're set up to prevent that from happening. So those 2 Arbitrators, do you want to talk about what they're going to do to that Leshak?
They're going to make the Leshak's range basically none. Leshak cannot spool on somebody unless they are within range of the Entropic Disintegrator. So the Arbitrators, as we see, are completely and only tracking disrupting the Leshak, because if the Leshak can't spool, Leshak can't kill their ever-precious flagship. A couple more TCs going on the Redeemer, but obviously as Krilico gets closer and wants to start spooling, they're going to try to keep that gun from going on to their flagship Nightmare Armageddon, because really it is a flag v flag bout here. Both teams just want to kill the other team's flagship and then snowball the match after that.
We see damage going on to Krilico in the Leshak. To start, it's not a lot. They're not really scratching those that armor. However, it looks like they're swapping over to the Vexer of Kinwaru. We'll see if he takes a little bit more damage. On that Bright Side of Death team, the most critical ship to watch here is going to be that Kitsune. So look at where the jams are being applied. Currently, he's attempting to jam out that Celestis. The Kitsune is the key ship here that will be able to try and pull away some of that electronic warfare in order to open up the game for that Leshak to actually be effective. However, they have a lot of it, and so you need. They'll be attempting to damp out that Kitsune so he can't lock them, and it's going to be a game of back and forth in order to figure out who can actually control the field in terms of all of those control modules.
And we see that Kitsune start to jam out the Navy Armageddons on the top, or into the Ash move from Genshin Impact Alliance. Both these teams underpointed, so 199 versus 199. If somebody doesn't die, we are going to overtime for the first time. But for the time being, really not a whole lot of applied damage has been showing from either of these teams. We see the attack bar of both these teams. The red portion, very, very anemic, as, not only is there tracking disruption from these dual arbitrators, but there's also missile guidance disruption from this Crucifier Fox Pure, which is keeping Sailor, the flagship Navy Armageddon, from really applying at all. As I say that, though, Snow Kid Fox has been tackled and grappled.
He has. We've seen that Confessor just make a play, kind of diving in on that Armageddon Navy issue of
but the
Snow
Kitsune's
Kid
going
Fox.
down.
The Kitsune going down, however, is going to be crippling for that Bright Side of Death team, because it's going to leave that Leshak totally open to all of the control coming from the Genshin Impact side.
Yeah, and we saw Scramweb on that Armageddon Navy issue.
Well, he's stabilized.
Sailor.
He might have outrun the drones that were on him for a moment. We'll see if he can keep it.
Yeah, and still scrammed. Now Snow Kid Fox. So Sailor was able to get out from under the tackle that came in from Bright Side of Death as they're trying to keep this Kitsune up. And there's the rep the Kitsune was looking for. This Confessor now scrammed, webbed, and getting DPS'd. They have a Guardian, the most armor reps you can get out of a ship, not named Zarmazd. And we're seeing those armor reps start to apply to that Confessor now, but now they're onto the Mages, so Genshin Impact Alliance trying to get that target switching going for them.
Oh, the Mages is down. That's going to be pretty damaging. That is a lot of potential tank coming off the field in the next minute or so for the B-side side. Their Confessor that had tackled the Armageddon Navy was kind of counter-tackled and peeled off. He's currently dealing with quite a lot of threat. However, it looks like the logistics from that Guardian are keeping him quite safe and stable. They're currently switching over to the Redeemer to poke and prod at him. We'll see if that damage amounts to anything more.
And meanwhile, there hasn't been a whole lot coming out from the side of Bright Side of Death. This Leshak has just been absolutely useless. It's scrammed. It cannot hit anything. If it hits a wrecking shot, it will one-shot it. But at the moment, just completely scrammed out of the fight and stopped by the arbitrators really applying any DPS. We now see all of those tracking disruptors onto the Leshak as the Redeemer is scrammed and webbed, and now the primary from Genshin Impact Alliance. Those tracking disruptors not going to do a whole lot with a pulse laser that is at 0 on you.
Yeah, that Leshak is not applying damage to anyone right now. If you look at him at a close-up, he has no disintegrator going out, which is very damaging because most of the DPS output from the BSOD team is going to be in that. BSOD is now, their Vexor of Kinwaru is now taking some damage.
Wait, hold on.
Yep.
Hold on, they got a jam. Did they get a jam? I was like, they must have got a jam on the TCs because now the Navy Armageddon of Sailor is actually taking damage, and quite a lot of it.
I don't see any ECM currently applied. That Kitsune is quite a ways out. It looks like he might have outranged himself in order to catch some damage. The only effect coming out from him, there's no effects coming out from him, just reps coming in from his
Yes,
side.
so the Redeemer's right on top of Sailor, trying to get those newts out onto that Navy Armageddon. Has him grappled. And there are reps and the guidance disruptions here. Krillako and the Leshak, meanwhile, webbed up, currently not tackled. I'm taking a look at where his ship is positioned. He's currently diving back towards the back line. These arbitrators are actually dangerously close to the Leshak right now.
They are. That Leshak, however, is still not shooting anything. So he seems to be having a pretty rough day. There are no disintegrator beams, at least visible from my screen, going out to any targets on the other side. So they might be close, but he is completely invalidated currently.
Yeah, but even then, right, Sailor and the Gen Navy, 70% armor remaining. The Redeemer just currently trying to solo this flagship Geddon Navy. The only ship that's died this far is Magus. We have 3.5 seconds or minutes remaining in the match, and the reps have come out from Skydart and this Guardian pretty effectively. As I say that, though, the Redeemer is now starting to take damage from these dual armor Geddon Navy issues. They're going to try to clip through them, but it's going to be very, very tight. This Redeemer currently sitting 41% armor and getting those full Guardian reps. Meanwhile, Krillako and the Leshak, we're taking a look at him once again. Where is he? He is currently sitting on the MJD beacon in the center of the arena.
Those deacons for the Genshin Impact side were pretty far out. They are kind of swinging in to put some...
Oh, the Mollusk gets deleted.
Goodbye, Mollusk. Those deacons are getting back closer, however, to kind of put some repair on that Armageddon Navy issue. That Redeemer is doing a lot of work with the Leshak effectively out of the game still. He's currently scrammed in the back line, quite far away from the rest of the fight. That is very unfortunate positioning for him to try and do much from.
Yeah, Leshak currently webbed right now, trying to burn in towards that Armageddon Navy issue that is currently tackled. The Redeemer living through the clips of those Geddon Navies for the time being. Sailor currently sitting at 61% armor remaining. This Leshak continues to burn in. We have about 2 minutes left in the match. If this Leshak isn't screened, if he gets right on top of Sailor, this could end up being much more interesting than I initially thought.
He is slowly creeping closer, but boy, he is moving really slow. So that Leshak is currently only going 299 meters per second. So for most Eve players, that's going to be a pretty modest crawl. Getting up to 300 now.
Saw MJD. Wait, hold on. One of these Armageddon Navy issues actually MJD'd on the backside and is now rushing in towards this Guardian.
Oh, if they can get that Guardian, that could allow them to punch through. Oh, the Vexor of Kinwaru has gone down now as well. That's going to be a few less rep bots out on the field and a little bit less range control and tackle, which is going to hurt, continue to hurt that Bright Side of Death team.
Yeah, Bright Side of Death just hasn't been able to kill anything because the Leshak has been completely neutralized, but now is almost at 0 on top of this Armageddon Navy issue. This Kitsune has jams out only onto the Armageddon Navy issue of Sailor right now. We have a minute remaining in the match. Ula and Redeemer is currently sitting very low armor, and Krillako and the Leshak, I still don't see any disintegration rays.
Why spend all of these points on a Leshak that you're not going to... Oh, wait, no, we finally have Spool. Congratulations, Leshak has entered the match with 50 seconds to go. However, unfortunately, his partner, the Redeemer, which has been doing most of the work thus far, is in hull, and it looks like that Redeemer is about to go down.
Very low structure. 27% structure remaining. The Guardian trying to keep the Redeemer repped up as best as he can. If this Redeemer goes down, then it does not matter if Kryliko ends up killing the flagship Navigator. And in fact, the Crucifier goes down, the Redeemer goes down. We have 24 seconds remaining, and Brightside of Death just could not get this comp working versus Genshin Impact Alliance.
Yeah, that Leshak was the absolute linchpin of this comp. It is their flagship. It's got a ton of damage, and it just did nothing. It's very unfortunate for Brightside of Death. I imagine that if they hadn't faced so much control, maybe they would have been able to execute a little bit more. But he was just webbed down, out of range, damped down, tracking disrupted. There was almost nothing that he could do.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate for the Triglavian ship, but that is all for this match. Brightside of Death being knocked out 0-2 out of the Alliance tournament, and Genshin Impact Alliance now moving on to face a team from the start of tomorrow in the lower bracket. All that being said, though, my name has been Firvana. That's been CCP Aurora. We will see you tomorrow after this break and after the desk. We'll be right back after this.
And there you have it. Brightside of Death is the next victim of Alliance Tournament 20. They are dunzoed. What happened there is they brought their flagship Leshak, completely forgot to ban out any form of tracking disruption.
Or nukes.
And got tracking disrupted to heck and back. We did a quick Pytha. Optimal range with Maison, 6.9 kilometers. So
it's functional, right?
He wasn't really doing much.
And he also didn't go anywhere.
Yeah. So.
He just spent the whole... He tried to go away and then come back. He was just literally locked in too far away, and actually, it must have been frustrating for him.
I gotta say, that's probably the saddest flag Leshak I think we've ever seen in a tournament match. Like, you've got all the tools, like the world's at your fingertips, and it's just that far away.
He was just looking at the big number in Pytha with like the sad violin music playing in the background, like how much damage I could have done if I had been able to hit them.
We did say that before the match, where you actually said, the fantastic analyst that you are, that they were sort of signaling that they were going to bring the Lesh. And I'm surprised that why didn't they just ban some
tracking disruption?
Anything.
Anything. Really
they needed the Sentinel.
What did they ban again?
Which isn't enough.
Yeah,
they needed the
right
Sentinel, and the Arbitrator's still open, which is obviously going to be used a lot. So I'm surprised.
Or is a good old Crucifier, like a little cheap boy just being a real ruin of your day.
The Widow ban does make sense now because you don't want your Lesh getting jammed. But I'm pretty sure a flag Leshak could have just killed the Widow anyway, so I don't think that really matters. Geddon, also maybe that's the one that you drop her and you start sticking in Pilgrim Curse, Arbitrator, that kind of stuff. That's what I do at least. Oh well. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Try again next time. Alright, that was our last match of the day. We are back tomorrow, 1500 Eve time, for more Spaceship Explosions. There's been plenty today. Plenty of great ones, some great upsets. We've already lost a couple of like pretty powerhouse teams. Both Brightside of Death and Templis are already gone. Just like straight out the door, bang.
I did not expect Templis.
Did not expect it.
At all.
We had some great matches. We had the Volta Brave match was a great one. We had our 1-0 match. That was one of my favorites. We had some great examples of piloting and, of course, some terrible mistakes that people will be reviewing overnight and getting ready for matches tomorrow. So do come back tomorrow, 1500. We will be here waiting for you until then. I've been CCP Overload. There's a whole host of other people here. They all say thank you as well. See you tomorrow.